What if the very essence of your bravery was enslaved by a sinister force, hanging by a thread of misery, like a marionette puppeteered by a twisted hand? In a world where honor is currency and valor is a blood-soaked gamble, the ultimate betrayal lurks in the shadows. A demon, ravenous and insatiable, feasts on the souls of warriors, turning their once noble hearts into churning cauldrons of despair. You think you know courage? Think again. With each clash of swords, every triumphant cheer echoes hollow, reverberating like the laughter of the damned. These once indomitable fighters, now mere pawns in a hellish game, bear the mark of servitude, unaware that their most glorious victories were scripted in blood by a malevolent trickster. Ever wondered what lurks behind that iron mask of a warrior? Spoiler, it's not just grit and sweat. It's a roiling pit of anguish, where hopes are snuffed out like discarded candles. The demon waits, poised like a spider in its web, ready to pounce on the unsuspecting, those who dare to wield a sword in defiance of fate. Every hero's journey is tainted with this ominous shadow, each swing of the blade a dance with the devil, each battle a wager that could cost their very souls. And what about the legends? The stories told in taverns, embellished with a frothy pint of ale? Do you know the truth? Those tales of glory are but sugar-coated lies, masking the underlying horror, the echoes of warriors, now mere echoes themselves, caught in a perpetual scream for release. The demon doesn't just control warriors, it thrives on their despair, feeding off their unending thirst for glory, warping their desires into grotesque caricatures of ambition. The stakes? Higher than the tower of a mad king. The prize? A warped sense of freedom that tastes like ash. As warriors bleed for fame, they become mere vessels of a dark appetite, their deeds twisted into instruments of torment. Every swing of the sword, every cry of battle, is but a note in the symphony of suffering orchestrated by a demonic maestro, unseen yet omnipresent, laughing at the futility of their struggles. So, do you still crave the thrill of combat? Or has that desire paled against the knowledge of the puppeteer pulling the strings? Just a flick of the demon's wrist can turn a noble act into a grotesque parody, warping honor into a mockery. The very concept of valor has been tainted, and the question remains, who will rise against this ultimate puppeteer? As the sun dips below the horizon, casting the world in shades of crimson, one truth becomes painfully clear: in the theater of war, the greatest battles are fought not on the field but within the hearts of those who dare to defy the demon that ensnares their souls. Will you be the one to challenge the darkness? Or will you, like so many before you, be consumed by the fire of your own misplaced valor? The abyss awaits, and its whispers grow louder with each heartbeat. The wind howled like a wounded animal, a mournful cry echoing through the desolate streets of Ashen Hollow. Shadows twisted and danced, skimming the cobblestones as if whispering secrets too ghastly to utter aloud. The air was thick with the stench of decay, the remnants of last year's harvest lingering like an accusation. I stood there, heart racing, as the clock tower struck midnight, each chime a hammer pounding on the anvil of my soul. This was the witching hour, the moment when nightmares slipped through the cracks of reality, and the air crackled with something sinister. I remember the sky, a blanket of bruised clouds, heavy and oppressive, as if the heavens themselves were holding their breath. In that moment, I felt the weight of every sorrow, every regret, pressing down on me. I was not alone, though. Beside me stood my brother, Elias, his eyes wide with a terror that mirrored my own. He was a flame flickering in the tempest, the only light in a world draped in shadows. Yet, even in his fear, there was a determination that pulled at my heart, a thread that tethered us in this moment of despair. "Did you hear that?" he whispered, voice trembling, breaking the silence that felt like a living thing. I nodded, the sound clawing at the edges of my mind. It was a rustle, a scraping, something, or someone, lurking just beyond the veil of darkness. My pulse quickened, an erratic drumbeat in my ears, each thud a reminder of the reality we could not escape. Once, we had been children running through sun-drenched fields, laughter spilling from our lips like wildflowers in bloom. Now, we were ghosts in a forgotten town, shackled by the weight of our lineage, haunted by the legacy of our ancestors. The stories they told, the warnings whispered in the dim light of the hearth, echoed in my mind, stories of curses, of demons birthed from the very depths of despair. I shook my head, trying to dispel the tendrils of fear wrapping around my heart like a vice. Elias grasped my arm, his grip firm yet shaking. "We need to go back," he urged, desperation lacing his voice. "It's not safe here." But I could feel it, the pull of the darkness, a siren's call that resonated deep within me, promising power and understanding. I had always been the curious one, the dreamer who lingered too long at the edge of forbidden knowledge. What if the stories of demons weren't merely tales to scare children into obedience? What if they were warnings, yes, but also possibilities? I remember the old woman from town, her gnarled fingers tracing the lines of her palm as she looked into the swirling depths of her cup. "The demon waits for the unwary," she had croaked, her voice like dry parchment. "It thrives in the cracks of our fears, feeds on our sorrows." I shuddered at the memory. Had I unknowingly invited it into our lives? The thought sent icy fingers down my spine. "Stay with me," I said, more a plea than a command. I stepped forward, drawn by an unseen force, as if the ground beneath me whispered promises of revelations. Elias hesitated, a war raging in his eyes. He had always been the cautious one, the anchor when I was lost at sea. But tonight, the tides were shifting, and I was adrift, pulled by a current that felt both intoxicating and terrifying. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows, ethereal and twisted, like a nightmare made flesh. Its eyes glowed with a malevolence that chilled the marrow in my bones. I couldn't breathe, couldn't move. Time stretched, each second a lifetime, as I felt the weight of my fears coalesce into a single, horrifying entity. Was this the demon? Had it come to claim us, to drag our souls into the abyss? It spoke, its voice a low, throaty growl that rumbled through the night like distant thunder. "You seek answers, but the truth is a double-edged sword." I could feel its gaze piercing through the facade of my being, tearing away the layers I had so carefully constructed. My heart raced, a wild stallion in a cage. I could not run. I could not hide. I was exposed, bare before this creature, the embodiment of my darkest thoughts and deepest regrets. Elias stepped forward, a shield against the malevolence that loomed before us. "Leave us be," he shouted, the sharp edge of his voice slicing through the oppressive silence. I admired his bravery, but in that moment, I felt a pang of guilt gnawing at me. What if we were meant to confront this darkness? What if it was not merely a monster, but a part of us we had long denied? "Can you face what you've hidden?" the demon taunted, its voice echoing in my mind like a haunting melody. With each word, I felt memories surge within me, the laughter of friends long lost, the weight of betrayal, the tears shed in silence. I remembered the day our mother had fallen ill, the day hope had slipped through our fingers like sand. I remembered the whispers of the townsfolk, the way they looked at us with pity, as if we were already ghosts. "Enough!" I screamed, rage igniting my veins. "We won't be your playthings." The words felt foreign on my tongue, yet liberating. In that moment, I realized that my fear had given the demon its power. I was not merely a victim in this tale, I was a participant, and I had a choice. The air crackled with tension, a tempest brewing within the heart of Ashen Hollow. As the demon loomed closer, I felt the weight of the ancestral curses upon us, the legacy of pain and darkness that had seeped into our very souls. But in that swirling storm of chaos, beneath the suffocating dread, I glimpsed a flicker of something beautiful, a chance for redemption. I turned to Elias, our eyes locking in a moment of unspoken understanding. Together, I breathed, the word hanging in the air like a prayer. We would not face this alone. We would confront our demons, not as victims, but as warriors ready to reclaim our story. The confrontation loomed before us, a precipice that threatened to swallow us whole, but for the first time, I felt something stir within me, an ember, flickering against the darkness. The night was alive, pregnant with possibility, as we stood side by side, ready to face whatever horrors awaited us, the clock still ticking, counting down to an uncertain fate. In the depths of despair, I felt a pulse, a heartbeat, a promise that we would not go quietly into the night. The demon had awakened, but so had we. The old clock tower stood sentinel over the cobbled streets, its hands frozen at midnight. Beneath it, a crowd shivered, faces pale as the moonlight spilled across their features. A heavy silence hung like a shroud, thick and suffocating, interrupted only by the distant tolling of a bell. Each chime echoed like a heartbeat, slow, Ominous. I felt it resonate through my bones, a drumbeat of dread that urged me to run, to hide, to scream. But I stood there, rooted in the past and present, the weight of the prophecy pressing down on me like a stone. I remember the moment it began, the air thick with anticipation, a chilling breeze whispering secrets only the damned could hear. Elara, her eyes shimmering like shards of glass, clutched the tattered pages of the ancient tome, her fingers trembling with a mixture of fear and determination. "They're coming," she gasped, her voice barely a whisper, but it sliced through the silence like a knife. The words hung heavy in the air, pregnant with implications. She looked at me, eyes wide and haunted, and I could feel the tremor in her soul. "The demon, it's real." I remember thinking how absurd it felt, standing in the square, surrounded by shadows flickering like the dying embers of a fire, while an ancient evil wove its way through the fabric of our lives. But the truth was, I had always been drawn to the darkness, always been the moth to the flame. I had laughed at the warnings, dismissed the old myths as tales spun to frighten children. Yet here I was, every heartbeat a reminder of the fragile line between belief and madness. The wind howled, a mournful cry that spiraled through the streets, tugging at the edges of sanity. I could see him then, Rutger, my brother, forging his way through the crowd. His face was lined with exhaustion, but the fire burned behind his eyes. He had always been the braver of us two, the warrior with scars to prove it. "Elara," he shouted, desperation clawing at his throat. "You can't believe this nonsense." But his bravado faltered, and I could see fear curling around his heart, tightening its grip. "We have to trust her," I said, my voice surprisingly steady. "If the prophecies are true, we're all in danger." My thoughts raced, a chaotic storm of memories, our father's stories, the hushed warnings of our mother, the way she would look at the shadows and shiver, as if they held ghosts of their own. Elara stepped forward, the tome clasped to her chest like a shield. "The ancient words speak of a reckoning," she declared, her voice growing stronger, laced with an intensity that wrapped around us like barbed wire. "A time when the demon will rise again, summoned by despair and blood." The crowd began to murmur, a wave of unease rippling through the throngs. I could feel their apprehension, a palpable force that crackled in the air, mixing with my own fears until they were one. "What do we do?" I whispered, more to myself than to anyone else. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows, cloaked in darkness, a silhouette against the flickering torchlight. My heart dropped as the figure stepped closer, revealing a face too familiar, too haunting. It was Valin, once a friend, now a ghost of betrayal. His smile was a crescent moon, sharp and cold. "You're too late," he taunted, his voice smooth as silk, laced with malice. "The demon waits for no one." In that moment, the reality collapsed around me. Valin had always danced on the edge of darkness, a flirtation with chaos that set my skin crawling. I remembered the nights spent in reckless abandon, the laughter tinged with danger, but now it all felt like a cruel joke. He was the harbinger of our nightmares, the one who whispered the sweetest lies. Elara stepped forward, shaking with rage. "You're a fool if you think this is just a game," she spat, her words sharp as glass, but the tremor in her voice betrayed her. I could see the glimmer of doubt creeping into her heart, infecting her resolve. "We will stop this." Valin laughed, a sound that echoed through the square, chilling the very marrow of my bones. "You think you have any power? You're merely pawns in a game far beyond your understanding." His eyes danced with madness, a reflection of the chaos that lay just beneath the surface. The crowd surged, fear morphing into panic as they began to scatter, shadows darting like fireflies in the night. My heart raced, pounding against my chest as I reached for Rutger's arm, desperation clawing at my throat. "We can't let them go. They'll be lost." But even as I spoke, I could see the truth unfurling like a dark flower. The city was alive with whispers, secrets crawling through the alleyways. Time felt suspended, a thief in the night, stealing moments that slipped through our fingers like grains of sand. I turned back to Elara, caught in the web of her own fear and determination. "We have to face him. Together." I could feel her doubts hanging in the air between us, a question mark that overshadowed her resolve. "You're not alone." The wind howled again, a mournful wail that echoed with the cries of the lost. It was time to confront the truth, to face the shadows lurking just beyond our reach. But the darkness whispered promises of despair, and I felt it creep under my skin, a silent invader ready to consume us whole. Then, all at once, the world shifted, the clock struck 1, and the air crackled with tension, thick and electric. The shadows deepened, coiling around us like serpents, and I knew that the moment of reckoning was upon us. The darkness laughed, a haunting melody that echoed in my mind. I gripped Ilara's hand, our fingers interlacing like the threads of fate, a fragile lifeline in a storm. There was no turning back now. The ancient prophecies had begun to unfold, and we were trapped in their chilling embrace, spinning toward an inevitable confrontation with the demon that awaited us all. Time continued to swirl around us, blending past and present, a cacophony of fears and hopes, as we stood on the precipice of destiny. I could feel the weight of our choices, the gravity of every moment leading us closer to a truth we had yet to face. The whispers beckoned, the shadows danced. In that silence, we hovered, caught between what was and what could be, a heartbeat away from the abyss. And there we would stay, teetering on the edge, forever waiting for the storm to break. The moon hung heavy in the sky, a ghostly eye watching over a battlefield that had forgotten the meaning of peace. The air was thick with the stench of sweat, blood, and fear. It clung to the soldiers like a second skin, and as I stood there, my heart drumming wildly against my ribcage, I was acutely aware of how fragile life was, how easily it could break in the face of death. I remember the clashing of steel, the shrieks of men caught in the throes of despair. The night was alive with chaos, a symphony of violence that played on repeat in my mind. I gripped my sword, the cold metal biting into my palm, grounding me as I tried to steady my racing thoughts. I was not just fighting for survival, I was fighting for something greater, something that felt tantalizingly out of reach, and it gnawed at me like a hungry beast. Then I saw him. A figure outlined against the firelit horizon, moving with an eerie grace that belied the brutality of the scene. Marcus. A warrior of unparalleled skill, a man who wore his scars like medals. He was both my mentor and my greatest rival. His spirit was indomitable, and yet, in that moment, a crack of doubt flickered across his face. It was a fleeting shadow, but I felt it resonate in my chest. "Focus," he shouted, his voice slicing through the cacophony like a hot knife through butter. But I was lost in the chaos, clinging to the memories of our training sessions, the way he had taught me to harness my fear, to turn it into power. I remember the way he laughed, the way he pushed me to become stronger, never backing down, even when the odds were stacked against us. And now, here he was, standing on the edge of defeat, and I couldn't help but wonder, would I witness his fall? In the distance, a flash of movement captured my attention, a shadow darting between the flickering flames. My breath hitched. It was the enemy, a ghost in the night, cloaked in darkness. Fear clawed at my throat as I stepped forward, ready to confront whatever horror awaited us, but my feet felt like lead. "Stay behind me!" Marcus yelled, but I was already moving, driven by an instinct far older than reason. The air crackled with tension, and I could feel the weight of history pressing down as if the very ghosts of warriors past were urging me forward. I thrust my sword into the fray, adrenaline surging through my veins. The clash of steel rang in my ears, a brutal melody that exhilarated and terrified me. Each swing brought me closer to the edge of my own mortality. I could feel the heat of battle on my skin, the sweat mixing with the blood of the fallen. In that moment, I was a part of something larger, a warrior entwined in the fabric of fate. But then I heard it, the sickening sound of metal striking flesh, a grunt of pain that froze my very soul. I turned just in time to see Marcus go down, the light in his eyes flickering like a dying flame. Time stretched and contracted, and the world fell away. The realization crashed over me like a tidal wave. No. This couldn't be happening. Not him. Not now. His blood painted the earth, a stark contrast against the charred remnants of battle. I rushed to his side, my heart shattering with every step. "Marcus! Stay with me!" I begged, but his gaze drifted, unfocused, as if he could see something beyond this world, some distant place where pain ceased to exist. I remember, he murmured, his voice a mere whisper, laced with a haunting serenity. The stars, they were so bright, so beautiful. It felt like a farewell wrapped in a dream, a painful echo of moments we had shared beneath those very same stars. "Don't talk like that," I choked, fury and heartbreak clashing within me. "You're stronger than this." But the fire was leaving him, and I was powerless to reignite it. I felt small and insignificant in a world that suddenly felt much too large. How could a man so invincible succumb to the whims of fate? I shook him gently, willing him to fight against the darkness creeping in at the edges of his vision. And then, without warning, the shadows around us shifted, swirling like a storm, as if the very fabric of reality was tearing apart. I looked up, a chill racing down my spine as figures emerged from the darkness, tall, menacing silhouettes that loomed over me like harbingers of doom. My heart raced, each pulse a reminder of how fragile the line between life and death truly was. "Leave him!" I screamed, my voice raw with desperation, as I thrust my sword forward. But they were incorporeal, spirits of vengeance, and my blade passed through them like mist. They were laughing now, a sound interwoven with the cries of the dying, and I felt the walls of my sanity begin to crumble. The world was closing in, and my vision blurred as I watched Marcus drift further away, his hand slipping from mine. I remember," he said, and I could hear the life in his voice fading, replaced by a haunting silence. Tell them I fought." "No," I cried, my voice breaking against the weight of my grief. "You can't leave me like this. You have to fight. You have to live." But all that came back was the echo of a heartbeat, fading, until it was gone. In that frozen moment, amid the screams and shadows, I was left alone. The battlefield, once so alive, turned cold and empty. I was lost in a tempest of sorrow, a warrior stripped of his purpose. All that remained was the bitter taste of loss, the haunting knowledge that I had witnessed the fall of a titan, and in that fall, I felt the gravity of my own heart shatter. The moon continued to watch, an indifferent witness, as I knelt there with the weight of a world crumbling around me, a flickering ember of hope extinguished by the brutal chill of reality. The shadows whispered secrets, curling around me, promising nothing but the echoes of what once was. And somewhere in the distance, the battle raged on, a cruel reminder that life, relentless and unforgiving, would not wait. The air was thick, suffocating, as the moonlight clawed through the gnarled branches of the ancient trees, splattering the forest floor with splashes of silver and shadow. A single scream shattered the silence, raw and visceral, echoing in the night like the terrible cry of a wounded beast. I stumbled forward, heart racing, pulse thrumming in my throat. The cult had summoned something dark and pulsing with malevolence. My breath came in ragged gasps, the chill of the night swirling around me like a ghost. I could see her, Mara, the girl who had once been the light in my life, now lost to the twisted embrace of the cult. Her eyes, once bright and full of laughter, were now dark voids, reflecting the flickering flames of their sacrificial fire. She stood at the edge of the circle, surrounded by hooded figures swaying in rhythm, chanting in a tongue that felt ancient and wrong. The stench of burnt offerings hung in the air, thick and acrid, like memories we wished to forget but could never escape. I remembered when Mara had laughed at the silly tales of demons and darkness. "They're just stories to scare children," she'd said, her voice warm, a melody that danced through my heart. But now? Now, she was entranced, her body moving like a marionette, strings pulled taut by something far beyond her. A shiver ran down my spine, and I clenched my fists, feeling the bite of my nails against my palms. "Help me!" My voice cracked, a plea desperate enough to pierce the veil of madness surrounding her. But the words fell flat, swallowed by the hypnotic chant. It was a chorus of devotion. They worshipped something terrible, something that fed on fear and despair. I was a fool to think I could save her. Deep down, I knew I was just another pawn in their game. And then there was Leon, standing by my side, my anchor in this storm of shadows. Fear etched across his face mirrored my own. "We can't let them take her," he whispered, voice trembling. His resolve, however, was a flickering candle in the tempest. I saw the doubt creeping into his eyes, the conflict between loyalty to me and the blinding pull of the darkness that surrounded us. What if we can't? I wanted to scream, to shake him awake from this nightmare, but his fear was a mirror to my own. I had lost Mara once to the whispers of the cult, but this was a different abyss. We fight, I breathed, though my heart felt heavier with each word. No matter what we face, we fight. As we stepped closer, the ground felt alive beneath our feet, thrumming like a heartbeat, as if the earth itself was aware of our trespass. The cultists raised their arms, maggots of shadow swirling around them, coalescing into a shape so grotesque that my stomach turned. Fear clawed at my insides, but anger ignited a fire in my chest. Mara! I shouted again, voice cracking, but it was a beacon in a tempest, piercing through her trance, however briefly. She turned, eyes narrowing as if struggling against the weight of a dream. Help me, she whispered, her voice barely a breath against the roaring chaos around us. It was a thread, fragile but alive, pulling me toward her. I reached out, my heart echoing in my ears, each beat a desperate mantra. I'm here. But the cult was relentless. The leader, draped in shadows, raised a dagger gleaming with the residue of sacrifice. You dare interrupt our sacred rite? The voice was smooth, sibilant, a caress wrapped in malice. You will pay for your insolence. I felt Leon's hand tighten around mine. We can't let them take her, he said again, voice rising, each syllable filled with frantic urgency. The shadows around us pulsed, alive and intoxicating, a siren's call. I could feel the fear curling around my throat like a noose. Mara, I said again, but it was more than a name, it was a prayer, a promise, a hope worth fighting for. The cult surged forward, chanting growing louder, a cacophony that threatened to swallow us whole. Time twisted, every second an eternity as I pulled Leon beside me, our bodies pressed close together against the tide of darkness. Stay with me, I pleaded. We can fight this. But as we moved, I could see the fear in Leon's eyes morphing into something darker. Something that whispered to him, promising power. It was the same call that had ensnared Mara, and I had to break through. You are stronger than this, I urged, grasping his shoulders, feeling the tremor beneath my fingers. You are not alone. His gaze flickered, lost for a moment as the shadows shrieked, clawing at the edges of his mind. What if it's too late, he whispered, the doubt a poison lacing his words. No. I shouted, pulling him closer, desperation flooding my veins. It's not too late. We can save her. We can save ourselves. The cultists surged forward, their chant rising, a tidal wave of sound and fury. I felt the weight of their eyes, cold and unyielding, as Mara's gaze slipped back into the abyss. We were on the precipice, the edge of something vast and consuming. Shadows curled around my feet, whispering secrets of despair. Time fractured. The moonlight flickered, aligning with a crack in the sky, a glimpse of something far more terrifying than I had ever imagined. The world was spinning, the lines between reality and nightmare blurring into a grotesque dance. Mara! I called again, but this time, it felt like a scream into the void. The cultists howled, their shadows coiling tighter, the darkness a living thing that sought to snuff out the last flicker of hope. And as I stood there, heart racing against the weight of despair, I knew we were about to face something unfathomable, a reckoning with the darkness that had consumed not just Mara, but our very souls. We were trapped in a cycle of worship and fear, and the only escape was through the very heart of the abyss. Together, I whispered to Leon, feeling the warmth of his hand against mine. We had to fight. For Mara. For ourselves. For the light we refused to let be extinguished. As the shadows loomed, I felt the pulse of the earth beneath us, the weight of ancient horrors thrumming in my bones. The confrontation was upon us, a storm, a reckoning, a moment suspended in time, where fear and worship would collide. And in that moment, as the darkness surged, I knew we were not just fighting for our lives, we were battling for our very souls against a horror that thrived on worship and fear, a demon born from the darkest corners of our hearts. It was only the beginning. The clock struck midnight. An omen, perhaps. The air thickened with an almost tangible dread, settling like the dust upon ancient tomes forgotten in shadowed corners. Inside the dimly lit chamber, the whispers of betrayal curled around the three figures, faint echoes of promises once spoken, now twisted into a grotesque mockery of hope. I remember the way the darkness clung to them, like a lover desperate for attention, suffocating yet intoxicating, a heady mixture of fear and allure. Odin, shoulders hunched, face pale as the moonlight filtering through the window, clenched his fists against the table, knuckles white. The betrayal burned in his chest, and each heartbeat felt like a drum announcing his failure. "You said you would follow me into the abyss," he spat, bitter words laced with desperation. "Not let it consume you." The shadows danced, mocking his anguish, twisting his friend into a monster. Across from him, Elara sat, eyes gleaming like shards of broken glass, fragments of vulnerability lost beneath a shroud of darkness. The demon had found her, whispered promises of power and revenge, intoxicating and sweet like honey. "I never said I would remain uncorrupted, Odin," she said softly, her voice a melodic caress that cut deeper than any blade. "We are all capable of becoming what we fear most." And then there was Ronan, the silent observer, his presence as heavy as the weight of a funeral shroud. He stood at the edge of the room, shadows enveloping him like a cloak, but in his heart, a tempest raged. He remembered the laughter, the night spent chasing dreams under stars that now felt so far away. But those dreams had wilted, their colors leached by the encroaching darkness. "We've lost ourselves, haven't we?" he murmured, the words slipping from his lips like smoke dissipating in the wind. "We thought we were heroes. But look at us now." The tension crackled in the air, a palpable shiver that wound around them like a serpent. I felt it, an invisible thread pulling tighter, suffocating dreams and aspirations, turning hope into despair. The walls closed in, breathing heavy with memories, each crack a whisper of their past. Dreams turned to dust, and betrayal mingled with the echoes of laughter. Elara's gaze shifted from Odin to Ronan, a flicker of something, fear, regret, or perhaps a yearning. "You think you know me, but you don't," she said, a tremor in her voice. "The darkness feels like home now. It offers me strength, a chance to rise above the pain." Her fingers danced across the table, tracing invisible patterns, as if conjuring shadows of her former self. Odin stepped closer, urgency coursing through him like wildfire. "Strength? You're playing with fire, Elara. You may find yourself consumed." Anguish twisted in his chest, the kind that gnaws at the soul, a relentless echo of what they once were. "You're not a monster, don't let it take you." But the demon's laughter echoed in her mind, a seductive lullaby that promised power in exchange for her soul. I could see it in her eyes as she wrestled with the darkness, a battle that raged within, each flicker of her gaze a reminder of the friend she used to be. "You speak as if we had a choice," she whispered, the shadows growing heavy around her. "The world has always been cruel. I am merely embracing what it offers." Ronan took a step forward, his heart racing, every pulse echoing the impending doom. "And what does it offer, Elara? Death? Destruction?" He swallowed hard, fear clawing at the edges of his resolve. "Or something worse, a life devoid of love, of laughter? Can you truly forsake everything we've fought for?" In that moment, I realized the truth, the demon's influence was insidious. It seeped into their hearts like ink on parchment, altering them irrevocably, twisting ideals into shadows of their former selves. I could feel the weight of that corruption, a dark tendril wrapping around my own heart, making it ache for the lost innocence, for the moment stolen by the relentless passage of time. Odin, his voice breaking, spoke from the depths of his soul. "We can fight it. Together. You're not lost, none of us are." He reached out, trembling fingers brushing against Elara's, a desperate act of connection amid the chaos. "We can reclaim who we were." But the shadows loomed larger, flickering and twisting, ready to swallow them whole. Elara's eyes flashed, haunted by visions of power and revenge, seductions that made her heart race. "Reclaim? Or are you merely afraid of what I could become?" I felt the air grow colder, the silence deafening. It was as if the universe held its breath. I could almost hear the clock ticking, each second a reminder that choices were being made, and paths were being forged, forever altering the fabric of their fates. Time was a relentless tide, and it washed over them, threatening to drown everything they held dear. And then came the breaking point. Odin shouted, raw and primal, the words crashing like thunder. "Elara! This isn't you! Fight it!" It echoed through the chamber, shattering the silence like glass. In that moment, the world tilted, everything shifted. The darkness trembled, as if the ground beneath them were splitting open, revealing the abyss. Ronan's heart raced, a ticking clock synchronized with chaos. He stepped forward, eyes blazing. "We are heroes, damn it! Remember who we are." The passion in his voice ignited something within Elara, a flicker that battled against the darkness. The chamber, thick with shadows, seemed to pulse with energy, wrapping around them like a vice. Every heartbeat was a choice, every breath a fight. The demon, lurking just beyond the veil, cackled in delight, sensing their despair. "You think you can resist? You think you can win?" The laughter echoed, a haunting melody that promised only despair. Elara, torn between light and shadow, stood frozen, caught in the crossfire. And I felt her pain, her desperation, the weight of the world pressing down, threatening to crush her beneath its heel. "What if I embrace it?" she whispered, the words hanging heavy in the air. "What if I let it take me?" Odin's gaze bore into hers, fierce and unyielding. "Then we lose everything, Elara. Not just you, but all of us." In that moment, time stood still, a fragile balance teetering on the edge of oblivion. The shadows whispered promises, the clock continued to tick. Choices were made, and destinies entwined. Would they emerge as heroes, or would the darkness claim them forever? The air crackled with tension, a palpable force that held them. No one could escape the gravity of their decisions. And just as the darkness threatened to engulf them, the line between light and shadow blurred, merging into a chaos that felt both terrifying and electric. And I realized, as the weight of their choices hung heavy in the air, that the true battle lay not in the physical realm, but within their very souls, a struggle that would echo through time, forever haunting their whispers. The chamber closed in, shadows swirling, hearts racing, as the confrontation loomed closer, and the demon's influence began to tighten its grip, whispering, always whispering, never releasing. The night hung heavy, thick with the scent of charred wood and blood, a stench so strong it clung to the back of the throat, a reminder of the horrors that had just unfolded. Shadows danced on the walls, flickering like the last gasps of dying soldiers, their faces twisted in agony, their eyes wide with disbelief. I stood at the edge of the battlefield, the remnants of war scattered like broken dreams, and I felt it, a cold, creeping dread curling around my spine, wrapping tighter with each shallow breath. This was not merely a war, it was a transformation, a grotesque metamorphosis of warriors into something darker, something that scraped at the edges of sanity. I remember the first time I saw the dark armies rise. The moon hung low, an indifferent witness to the chaos, illuminating the faces of men who had once fought for honor, who now knelt in service to shadows. Their eyes, once fierce with the fire of battle, were now pools of emptiness, souls stripped bare, transformed into vessels of dread. They had become the very thing they once swore to vanquish. Eldon, a warrior of unmatched skill, knelt before the dark figure that loomed like a specter, a master of shadows cloaked in whispers. I could still hear the echo of his laughter, bright and booming, before the night twisted him into something unrecognizable. I felt his pain as he transformed, the anguish of losing himself. His hands trembled, fingers curling into fists as he fought against the chains that bound him to servitude. "I won't be your puppet," he roared, but his voice cracked, a desperate plea drowned beneath the weight of despair. I could feel the heat radiating from his anger, but it was tinged with fear, thick and palpable, a fear that clawed at my insides. Then there was Lyra, once a fierce swordswoman, now a haunting silhouette of her former self. I watched as the shadows draped over her, consuming her spirit, pulling her deeper into darkness. "Why are you doing this to us?" she cried, her voice a raw whisper, the kind that makes your heart ache. Gone were the days when she wielded her sword with grace and precision, her laughter ringing out like music across the battlefield. Now, she stood at the precipice of despair, trapped in a web of her own making, unable to escape the terrifying allure of power that promised safety but delivered chains. The whispers of the dark army echoed in the stillness, a chorus of anguish that clamored for attention. Join us, they beckoned, their voices like velvet, slithering into the cracks of our resolve. I felt the pull of their promise as if it were a tide, crashing against the shore of my conviction. Join us, and you will never suffer again. What a seduction it was, comfort swathed in shadows, the allure of power entwined with the bitter taste of betrayal. I could see the struggle etched on Eldon's face, the conflict tearing at the very fabric of his being. The man of honor, now a man of betrayal, the warrior, now a servant to the abyss. Days turned into nights, and the cycle of despair spiraled outward like ripples in a dark pond, washing over the remnants of humanity. I remember standing beside them as the moonlight flickered against our skin, haunting reminders of what we had lost. I felt the cracks in my heart widen with every passing day, the laughter of my comrades fading into echoes of sorrow. The once vibrant camaraderie turned to a hushed silence, the air heavy with unspoken dread. I grasped for hope, but it slipped through my fingers like sand, leaving me with nothing but the cold remnants of despair. Each day, I watched as they shifted, transforming under the weight of their new reality. Eldon, once a bastion of strength, became a shell, his body moving with the grace of a marionette, strings pulled by unseen hands. I could feel my heart shatter as I witnessed his surrender, the way his eyes glazed over when the darkness called. "This is not who you are," I wanted to scream, but the words caught in my throat, choking on the bitterness of truth. And then Lyra, her laughter replaced by the sound of chains clinking, a grim reminder of the cost of her loyalty. "I'm not afraid," she would whisper to herself, but the tremor in her voice betrayed her. I wanted to reach for her, to pull her back from the brink, but I was trapped in my own battle, a prisoner of my fear and despair. The shadows whispered secrets to her, promises of power that glimmered like false stars in the night sky. I could see the glint of temptation in her eyes, the allure of becoming something greater, even as it threatened to consume her whole. A confrontation loomed ahead, I could feel it pressing against my chest like a weight I could not escape. We were all warriors turned servants, entangled in a dance of shadows, the darkness wrapping tightly around us, each heartbeat a reminder of the chains we wore. The air crackled with tension, a storm gathering on the horizon, and I could sense the inevitable clash between light and shadow. My heart raced, a drum of desperation, as I realized we were not just fighting for survival, we were battling for our very souls. The night deepened, shadows stretching and twisting, whispering secrets that pricked at the edges of my mind. I wanted to scream, to rage against the fates that had conspired to strip us of our freedom. I wanted to claw at the darkness, to tear it apart, but the weight of the dark army settled like lead in my chest, grounding me in a reality I could hardly bear. The clock ticked on, each second echoing the heartbeat of a world spiraling into chaos, a relentless reminder of the fleeting nature of time. And yet, even as despair threatened to engulf us, flickers of hope sparked in the corners of my heart, tiny embers refusing to be snuffed out. Maybe, just maybe, we could reclaim what we had lost. Perhaps the chains could be shattered, and the warriors within us could rise once more. And as I stood on the brink of the abyss, I could feel the resonance of those words echoing through the shadows. I remember who we were. With that thought, the darkness seemed less suffocating, the weight of despair less crushing. The ghosts of our past flickered like a distant star, urging me onward, even as the shadows advanced, hungry and relentless. We were warriors, once. We were not merely servants to the darkness. We could rise again. In that moment, we were still alive, still fighting, still yearning to break free from the chains that had bound us. The battle was far from over, and with it came the promise of confrontation, of redemption, of a spark that could light the way through the prevailing darkness. My heart thundered, a battle cry echoing through the shadows, a call to arms that would not be silenced. The clock struck midnight, its chime reverberating through the empty streets, the sound a hollow echo in the dense silence. Shadows danced under the flickering streetlights, twisting into grotesque shapes, whispering secrets only the night could understand. I stood there, heart pounding, pulse racing, feeling the weight of the darkness wrap around me like a shroud. Somewhere in that suffocating silence, I could feel him, the demon, a specter of manipulation and deceit that thrummed in the air like a taut string, waiting to snap. I remember the first time I felt his presence, a prickling at the nape of my neck, and the moment I turned, he was there, cloaked in the guise of a friend. Vincent. My heart clenched at the thought. He was perfect, charming, witty, with an easy laugh that could convince anyone of his truth. But behind those dark eyes lingered a glint, a knowing that sent chills skittering down my spine. He had crafted his deception so sweetly, luring me in with false promises and half-truths like a spider spinning its delicate web, one so intricate that I didn't realize I was ensnared until it was too late. "Trust me," he had whispered once, his voice smooth as silk. "You'll be safe with me." And in that moment, I believed him. The warmth of companionship wrapped around my heart, yet the air grew thick and stifling. I remember how I laughed, not knowing laughter could be such a beautiful mask, hiding the poison lurking beneath. Then there was Sarah, the uneasy anchor in this storm of shadows. Her eyes, pools of sorrow, told stories of betrayal and loss. "Don't you see," she had begged, her voice trembling like a leaf caught in the wind. "He's not who he says he is." Yet, I found myself torn, wanting to believe her, yet clinging to the intoxicating facade Vincent had crafted. I remember the weight of my indecision crushing me, the gnawing fear of losing the last bit of light in my life. The tension between the three of us crackled in the air, a volatile mix of hope, fear, and a desperate need for connection. I could hear the ticking of the clock in the quiet spaces between our words, each tick a reminder that time was slipping away, a reminder of how easily it can distort reality. One night, as rain lashed against the windows, Sarah took a step closer, her voice low and urgent. "He's been talking to you in your sleep, hasn't he?" A shiver ran through me, bones vibrating at the thought. I could feel the weight of my own dreams pressing against my chest, nightmares bleeding into waking life. There were whispers, hushed promises that threaded through my mind like a haunting melody, lulling me into a false sense of security. I didn't want to admit it, but yes, he had invaded my dreams, weaving his manipulation so seamlessly that even in sleep, I was ensnared. The rain became a relentless percussion against the roof, a symphony for my crumbling sanity. I remember the moment the truth began to dawn, the icy fingers of realization gripping my heart. Vincent's laughter echoed in my mind like a taunt. "You're too trusting," he had said, a grin spreading across his face. The way he looked at me, as if I were a puzzle to be solved, left a bitter taste in my mouth. I could see it now, the way he played with my emotions, tugging at the strings of my heart, pulling me closer, dragging me deeper into his web. But Sarah, she was the light I needed to hold on to. I watched her, the fierce determination in her eyes piercing through my fog of confusion. "Together, we can unveil him," she said, her voice steady, a beacon amidst the chaos. I could feel the tension shift, the air crackling with a newfound resolve. It was a fragile hope, but it was hope nonetheless, and I clung to it with everything I had. The confrontation loomed like a thunderstorm, dark clouds swirling, threatening to break. The room felt smaller, the walls closing in as we faced Vincent. There was no turning back now. I could sense the pulse of fear thrumming in the air, a reminder that this battle was not just against him, but against the shadows that lived inside us, the demons we harbored. "Why do you do this?" I asked, my voice a tremor against the storm. There was a stillness, a moment suspended in time where the world outside faded away, and the only thing that remained was the weight of truth hanging between us. Vincent's smile was a mask I had worn myself, and I could taste the bitterness of betrayal on my tongue. "Because it's so easy," he said, his words dripping with malevolence. "People want to believe. It makes them weak, and I thrive on that weakness." The air felt electric, charged with the unspoken history we shared, the betrayals and falsehoods. I could hear the clock ticking again, a reminder that time was running out. "You think you can control us?" Sarah's voice was fierce, a battle cry laced with pain. "You've underestimated the strength of our bond." And just like that, the darkness seemed to shift. I remembered the nights spent laughing with Sarah, the comfort of shared dreams and whispered secrets. Those moments were a shield, a barrier against the insidious lies that threatened to consume me. I felt my heart surge with defiance, a flicker of light piercing through the crushing shadows. "Let's end this," I declared, my voice stronger now, echoing in the charged silence. The confrontation unfolded like a slow-motion dance, each movement deliberate, each word a weapon. The air crackled with tension, a primal force that seemed to suspend time itself. But the battle was just beginning. The demon's manipulations clawed at the edges of my mind, twisting memories into grotesque shapes, threatening to drown me in doubt. I could sense him lurking, waiting for a chink in my armor, a moment of vulnerability to exploit. The shadows whispered, taunting me, but I drew strength from the light of my connection with Sarah. Together, we forged a fragile bond, a flicker of hope against the tide of darkness. I could feel the weight of the world pressing against my chest, the fear and uncertainty intertwining like a sinister dance. Yet, despite the chaos, I knew I had to fight. I had to confront not just Vincent, but the demon within myself, the fear that had kept me bound. The night was far from over, and as we stood on the precipice of confrontation, I knew the real battle was just beginning. The darkness swirled around us, a tangible entity, a reminder that in the realm of deception, the only way to win was to confront the shadows head-on. And so, with every heartbeat echoing in the charged air, we prepared for the chaos to come. The air had weight, thick with a tension that clawed at the throat. It clung to my skin like a second layer of dread. I stood in the abandoned square at the heart of the city, where shadows whispered secrets and echoes of pain wrapped around the cobblestones like chains. A bell tolled somewhere far off, its clanging a mournful cry, a harbinger of the chaos that was about to unfold. Meris stood beside me, her fists clenched so tightly that the knuckles blazed white against her darkened skin. I could see the pulse in her neck, a frantic metronome signaling her heart's impending surrender. She had been a warrior, a beacon of hope who had once held the sun in her palm. But the weight of the enslaved was now a shroud that draped over her spirit, dragging her down into a pit of despair. "We can't let them take them," she said, her voice a brittle whisper. "Not like this." I remembered the way she fought, the way she danced through the chaos of battle, her sword a shimmering streak of silver. Now, each breath strained against a tide of loss. The faces of the enslaved haunted her, specters of what was stolen, what had been twisted into horror. She had saved so many, but standing here, she felt the ache of those she could not. The city was a graveyard of dreams, and the ghosts were restless. Across the square, a figure loomed, tall and imposing. Kellen, once a brother-in-arms, now a commander of the enslaved. His armor shone like a dark star, each piece a testament to the violence he had embraced. "Meris," he bellowed, his voice thundering through the silence. "You think you can just walk in here, swords raised, and save them? They are mine now. They chose to be free." The twisted irony of his words struck me like a whip, lashing at the raw edges of my heart. Who could choose in chains? But it was Meris who stepped forward, defiance gleaming in her eyes. "You've twisted their choice into a nightmare." The venom in her voice might have shattered windows. "You've enslaved their souls." The air crackled with energy, a storm brewing on the horizon. I could feel it, an electric pulse that ignited the urge to fight or flee. The enslaved looked on, eyes full of shadows, bodies a collage of scars and whispers. Each one had a story, a wound that bled even in silence. I recognized them, not just faces but fragments of lives, once vibrant, now dulled by the weight of oppression. Kellen smirked, the chill danced down my spine. "You care so much for their suffering, but what do you offer? A fleeting hope? A fantasy?" His laughter echoed, a haunting sound that clung to the walls, reverberating through the stone like a warning. "In the end, they will belong to me." I could hear Meris's heart quickening, matching the tempo of the gathering storm. "They belong to themselves, Kellen. You can't own what was never yours." Her voice trembled with conviction, a fragile shield against the oncoming darkness. I wanted to take her hand, to ground her, but my own limbs felt heavy, as if they, too, were shackled by fear. The clock in the old bell tower struck, each chime a countdown. Time was slipping away, and with it, the last vestiges of hope. I remembered the stories of old, the warriors who fought for freedom, the songs sung in the face of despair. But those songs were fading now, drowned by the cries of the oppressed. Suddenly, a rush of movement, Meris lunged forward, fueled by rage and righteousness. Her sword glinted in the dim light as she charged, a comet blazing through the night. For the enslaved, she cried, a battle cry that hung in the air like a prayer. Kellen met her with a fierce swing of his sword, the clash ringing through the square like the toll of a death knell. I felt the impact deep in my bones, a visceral reminder of the fragility of life. They danced around each other, life and death swirling in a deadly embrace. I wanted to scream, to join, but I was rooted to the ground, paralyzed by the weight of indecision. Around us, the enslaved stirred, watching, hearts pounding in unison. They were trapped in a liminal space, between hope and despair, freedom and chains. I could see it in their eyes, a flicker of longing, a desperately clung to dream. What would they choose if given the chance? Would they rise with her, or cower beneath the shadows of their captor? The ground shook as Kellen's blade met Meris's, a violent collision that sent sparks flying like fireflies in the night. The square erupted into chaos, a whirlwind of bodies and steel. I felt the pulse of energy, the heartbeat of battle, coursing through the air, intoxicating and terrifying. "Remember!" Meris shouted, words laced with desperation. "Remember who you are." Her voice was raw, a tether to the past. I could see it then, the memories flickering like starlight behind the enslaved faces. They were not just bodies, they were stories, lives woven together by threads of resilience. Kellen pressed forward, relentless, and I felt the air grow cold. Each swing of his sword was a reminder that he had once fought for the same cause as Meris. The betrayal cut deeper than any blade. "You're a fool, Meris," he spat, anger igniting the air. "You think you can save them?" I was losing myself in the chaos, the heartbeat of the uprising thrumming in my ears. I thought of the dreams I had of freedom, the echoes of laughter that had slipped through my fingers like sand. The city around us felt alive, shadows dancing to the rhythm of our pain. And then, as if the world held its breath, I saw it, the moment where everything could change. Meris, poised on the edge of despair and hope, caught my gaze. And in that instant, I understood. The enslaved were waiting, not just for a savior but for the courage to fight for their own souls. The air crackled again, thick with the promise of what was to come. I could feel the weight of the moment, the shift in the atmosphere, the dawning realization that we were all warriors in this battle. The enslaved were not just victims, they were a tempest waiting to break free. "Join us!" Meris cried, her voice piercing through the tumult. "We fight not just for survival, but for our souls." And somewhere deep inside me, a flicker of hope ignited. The square was a battleground, a heart pulsing with the rhythm of rebellion, and we were on the precipice of something monumental. The souls of the enslaved surged around us, and I felt the weight of their dreams, their shackles, and their cries. And then, chaos erupted, a symphony of clashing metal and flying sparks, a cacophony of life and death. The battle had begun, and there was no turning back. The air was thick with the stench of smoke and despair, each breath a dagger in the lungs. I stood in the shadows, heart pounding like a war drum, as the screams echoed through the night, the cries of those who had once fought for honor, now turned to husks of their former selves. The flames danced a macabre waltz in the distance, illuminating faces twisted in terror, mirroring the demons that clawed at my soul. Alizia was there, too, her once bright armor now dulled by the soot of betrayal. I could see her eyes, wide and wild, reflecting a world unraveling before us. It was a world that had promised glory but instead delivered ruin, and as she ran her fingers through her hair, sweat mingling with ash, I felt the weight of her sorrow pressing down on me. "What have we done?" she whispered, a question that echoed like a curse. I wanted to scream, to lash out at the darkness that had consumed us, but there was no one left to hear. I remembered when we were heroes, when legends were more than just tales spun by the fire. How could we have fallen so far? Each heartbeat was a reminder of our failures, our choices. I remembered the laughter shared in the taverns, the warmth of camaraderie before the shadows crept in. But those memories, once sweet, now tasted bitter, like the remnants of a meal long forgotten under the weight of rot. And then there was Garrick, a giant of a man, his presence as commanding as a storm. He stood at the edge of the chaos, fists clenched, trembling with rage. "They've taken everything," he roared, his voice a terrifying crescendo that cut through the despair. I could see the tension in his shoulders. The man who had always been a bastion of strength was crumbling. He had long ago traded honor for power, only to realize too late that power was a bottomless pit, a siren's call that promised much but delivered nothing. "Gerek!" I shouted, but my voice got lost in the cacophony. The shadows were closing in, and I could feel the weight of his choices crushing him. I wanted to reach out, to pull him back from the abyss, but I was teetering on the edge myself, a fragile thread connecting us all. "Stop this madness!" Alizia screamed, as if her voice could tear through the veil of corruption that had wrapped around him. Her desperation was palpable, a raw wound laid bare for all to see. The flicker of her hope was almost beautiful amidst the carnage, yet it felt like a dying ember, flickering against the gale of despair. But Gerek was lost, consumed by rage and regret. "You don't understand," he bellowed, the very ground trembling beneath him as though the earth itself could sense his agony. "They have taken everything we fought for. Our honor, our lives." The insanity in his eyes was almost a reflection of my own, the haunting realization that there was no redemption waiting for us, only the void. I felt the tendrils of darkness creeping around my heart, squeezing tighter, and I wanted to run, to flee from the pain, but where could I go? Each corner of this blasted city was a reminder of our failures, the ghosts of those we had betrayed whispering in the wind. They were angry, their wails blending with the laughter of the past, a symphony of despair that refused to quiet. The flames grew taller, a wall of fire that threatened to engulf us all. Shadows danced in its glow, twisting the forms of our former comrades into grotesque caricatures of what they once were. I could see the faces of those we had lost, their eyes hollow, mouths agape in silent screams, their pain a haunting echo in my mind. I remembered each one, my heart ached for their lives cut short, their dreams extinguished like snuffed-out candles. "Alizia, we must go," I urged, panic clawing at my throat. But she stood her ground, unwavering, even as the world around her crumbled. "No," she said, her voice steady yet fragile. "Not until we confront this. Not until we face what we have become." Her gaze was fierce, yet I could see the cracks forming beneath her bravado, memories of laughter and joy shattered like glass. And as Gerek's rage crescendoed, I felt the air shift. It was a palpable change, a crackling tension that thrummed with the energy of a storm about to break. "You want to confront it," he spat, the bitterness of his words biting deeper than any blade. "Look around you. We are the monsters now." I took a breath, heavy with the weight of truth, and plunged into the depths of my despair. "I remember," I began, but the words caught in my throat, the memories flooding back like a torrent. "I remember when we were good. I remember when we had dreams." My voice was barely a whisper, lost in the whirlwind of chaos, but it was there, a fragile thread of hope. Gerek's rage faltered, and for a moment, I saw the flicker of the man he used to be, the hero who dreamed of a life of honor. "We can't go back," he said, pain lacing every syllable. "We've crossed the line." "Maybe," Alizia replied softly. "But we can fight, even if we are broken." Her words hung in the air, a fragile promise amidst the chaos, as we stood on the precipice of our own destruction, shadows looming ever closer. Time twisted and twisted again, a kaleidoscope of memories blending into the present. The clock ticked ominously, reminding us that we were running out of time. The world beyond the flames blurred, the past and present melting into one. With every pulse of the chaos, with every flickering shadow, I felt the darkness creeping closer. It was a reminder, a ghost of what we had been and what we could never reclaim. A storm was brewing, and we were caught in its eye, all of us, tangled in our failures, desperate to escape. And still, we stood, defiant against the tide, as the shadows danced around us, the remnants of our former selves lost in the void. "Together?" I murmured, the question barely escaping my lips, but it felt like a lifeline amidst the wreckage. As the fire roared higher, licking at the edges of our fraying resolve, we exchanged glances, a flicker of unity in a world turned upside down. And in that moment, even amid the fear, the betrayal, and the fire, I felt it, a tiny spark of hope, flickering against the dark, a whisper that refused to die. We were flawed, yes, but we were still here, still fighting, still breathing amid the chaos that threatened to consume us whole. The night was alive with the echoes of our choices, the laughter of ghosts, and the shadows of what we had lost. As we balled our fists and steeled our hearts, we knew this was only the beginning. The confrontation was coming, and we were ready to face the darkness, together, whatever it may bring. The air tasted like copper, thick and heavy, as if the heavens had cracked open and spilled their secrets onto the battlefield. I stood in the mud, my boots sinking into the earth as chaos swirled around me, the pulse of war thundering in my ears, drowning out the cries of the dying. I remember the silence before the storm, a quiet that clung to my skin, warning me of the darkness that loomed just beyond the horizon. And there was Kyra, her breath hitching like the fluttering wings of a trapped bird, eyes wide with terror, yet burning with a ferocious resolve. She was the light, unyielding, fierce, a beacon in the murky haze of despair. But I knew, beneath her brave facade, she was crumbling, patches of doubt creeping into the corners of her heart. "We can't turn back," she whispered, her voice like glass, fragile yet sharp. "We have to fight. We owe it to them." To whom? The ghosts of dreams shattered long before this war. I could taste their longing in the air. I remembered the laughter of children, the warmth of summer days, the fleeting joy of life before this brutal tapestry of shadows unfolded. But now, Kera's determination anchored me, and I gripped my sword tighter, knuckles white, as if it could shield me from the darkness that threatened to swallow us whole. Then there was Eli. A tender-hearted soul in a world turned savage. His hands trembled around the hilt of his sword, a stark contrast to the pounding storm that raged inside him. "I can't do this," he said, voice barely above a whisper, eyes darting, haunted. "I'm not a killer." Those words sliced through the air, sharp and raw. He was a paradox, a gentle heart in a world that demanded brutality. His spirit begged for peace, yet here he stood, shackled by fate, caught between light and shadow. I watched him struggle, the weight of the sword pressing against his chest like a heavy shroud. "You are more than this moment," I urged, stepping closer, desperation clawing at my throat. "You have to find what's worth fighting for." I wanted to believe my words, wanted to ignite the flame of courage within him. But doubt danced in the corners of his eyes, the specter of his own soul wrestling with the choice of survival against the haunting echoes of his conscience. The ground trembled beneath us, a brutal reminder that we were mere pawns in a much larger game. The clash of steel rang out, a discordant symphony that reverberated through the battlefield. I could smell the acrid scent of smoke, hear the fleeting whispers of the dying, their stories melting away like wax candles snuffed out too soon. I remember one man, his body crumpled like a discarded paper, eyes staring blankly at the sky, a question unasked, a life unlived. "Keep moving," Kira shouted, her voice cutting through the fog of despair. She charged forward, a whirlwind of light hurtling toward the encroaching darkness. And I followed, the rhythm of my heart matching the pounding of her feet against the earth, the world collapsing around us like a house of cards. I could feel the weight of Eli's hesitation behind me, but I couldn't turn back. The tide pushed us onward, a relentless force. The sun hung low in the sky, a dying ember casting long shadows, and in the distance, I saw them, the enemy, cloaked in dark armor, eyes glinting with malice. They were a tide of despair, a wave crashing against our fragile light. I remembered the stories they told us as children, tales of heroes and monsters, but this felt different. The heroes were painted in shades of grey, and the monsters wore familiar faces. "Fight for the light!" Kira cried, her voice rising above the cacophony. I felt her conviction wrap around me like a lifeline, pulling me from the depths of my fear. This was not just a battle for survival, it was a battle for hope, for dreams yet to be realized. But with every swing of our swords, I felt the weight of those dreams slipping away, the shadows creeping closer, gnashing their teeth, waiting to devour us whole. Then Eli surged forward, finally breaking free from the chains of his doubt. I saw it in his eyes, a flicker of determination, a spark igniting the darkness. He fought with a raw intensity, each strike a cathartic release, as if he were not just battling the enemy outside, but the demons within. I could feel the pulse of his spirit, raw and electric, weaving through the chaos, lifting the veil of despair just a little higher. The air crackled with tension, each moment stretching, bending, as if time itself held its breath. I could almost hear the clock ticking down, each second a reminder of our mortality, each heartbeat a countdown to the inevitable. The clash of steel and the cries of the wounded formed a grotesque symphony, and in that cacophony, I found clarity. I remembered the warmth of Kira's hand in mine, the fleeting laughter of Eli, the way the world felt before the war. Those memories flickered like stars in the night sky, guiding me through the darkness. We fought, not as mere soldiers, but as souls woven together by fate, their burdens, their dreams, our dreams. The shadows loomed, an oppressive weight pressing upon us, yet in that moment, the light flared brighter. Kira's laughter rang out like a bell, defying the darkness, while Eli's resolve surged like wildfire. I felt it swell within me, threatening to burst forth, a primal scream echoing through the night. And then, as if time itself had paused, I caught a glimpse of the future, a flicker of hope amidst the rubble. The clash of light and darkness raged on, but I knew we were not alone. We were the heartbeat of a world yearning for dawn. And as we plunged deeper into the fray, the shadows whispered promises of what lay ahead, weaving a tapestry of light that would stretch beyond the confines of this battlefield. I remember the laughter, the light, and the promise that with every clash, with every heartbeat, we would find a way to rise again. And as the sun dipped below the horizon, the first stars began to emerge, illuminating the path to what came next, a reminder that even in the darkest of nights, the dawn would always break. The wind howled through the jagged ruins of the castle, its mournful cry echoing like the last breath of a dying warrior. Shadows moved in the corners, flickering like ghosts of the past, and the stench of iron hung in the air thick and suffocating. I stood frozen, heart pounding, my breath a shallow whisper against the icy grip of fear that wrapped around me. In that moment, time blurred, and I remembered, how could I forget, the tales that warned of darkness taking form, weapons wrought in blood and sorrow. I felt it before I saw it, a weight that settled in my chest, a whispering dread. "It's here," I murmured, my voice barely a breath, barely breaking the silence. The darkness was alive, pulsating, entwined with the fabric of this place, a hunger that called to me, promising power but lurking with malevolence. The artifact was near, its promise like a siren song, sweet yet sickening. "Do you feel it, too?" I turned, eyes locking onto Rhea, who stood just a few steps away. Her fingers trembled, brushing against the hilt of her sword, a blade that had tasted blood but never this kind of darkness. Her eyes, usually fierce and unyielding, were clouded with uncertainty. It was a look I knew too well, conflicted, torn between the lure of power and the fear of what it could make us. "We shouldn't be here," she breathed, as if confessing her deepest sin. But Kellen, always the bold one, grinned, the kind of smile that set my teeth on edge. "Power is waiting for us. Think of what we could achieve." His enthusiasm clashed violently with the stillness around us, a bright spark in a dark room where the shadows watched patiently. "We just have to wield it, not be consumed by it." The words hung in the air, heavy with false bravado, and for a moment, I hated him for his reckless optimism. We were standing on the precipice of something terrifying, and he was too blinded by ambition to see the chasm yawning beneath us. "I remember," I whispered, clutching at my memories like life rings in a storm, visions of the lost warriors who had once wielded these dark weapons. The cursed blades, forged in the fires of rage and despair, had claimed the souls of those who dared to unleash their potential. They had been heroes once, but now? Now they were ghosts, shackled to the very artifacts they had sought to master. "I remember when we thought power was the answer." Kellen's laughter rang hollow, a brittle sound that shattered against the walls of the castle. "You sound like an old crone, lamenting the youth. We can change the narrative." But behind that bravado, I saw his fear flickering, just like the pale light that flickered from the torches casting our shadows against the stone. Something was looming, something dark and terrible that made my skin prickle, like the approach of a storm. Rhea stepped closer, that familiar fire in her eyes now a flicker, a dying ember. "You know what happened to the last who tried to master an artifact like this," she warned, her voice steady but laced with emotion. "It consumed them. It consumed everything." She glanced at me, and I felt her fear wrapping around me like a cloak woven from our shared history. "Wasn't it enough that we lost them?" I swallowed hard. The memories were like jagged stones in my throat. I thought of our fallen comrades, of laughter turned to screams, of bright futures darkened forever by the insatiable hunger of power. We had sworn we would never tread this path again, yet here we were, drawn back into the shadows, as if fate were mocking our resolve. I remember, I said again, louder now, the words spilling out like a confession, I remember the night we lost everything. I remember the darkness swallowing our friends whole. The price of power is too high. My heart raced, fear and anger intertwining, echoing through the hollow remnant of the castle. I refused to let the darkness take another piece of us. Kellen rolled his eyes, but his bravado cracked, shadowed by a hint of doubt. You think I want to fall like them? He shot back, fists clenched. We can do better. We can wield it. But even as he spoke, I saw the beginnings of a tremor in his hands, and the bravado faded under the weight of reality. In that moment, the air shifted, heavy with anticipation, and the shadows began to coalesce, swirling like smoke to form a figure. A dark silhouette emerged from the gloom, eyes glowing like embers, and the laughter of the damned echoed around us. I felt my heart stutter, panic gripping me like ice. The artifact was awakening, calling to us, and I could feel its darkness seeping into my bones. I tugged at Rhea's arm, but she stood rooted, entranced by the figure that seemed to call to her. Rhea! I screamed, but my voice drowned in the cacophony of despair. Fight! Kellen lunged forward, but the shadow danced just out of reach, a cruel grin stretching across its ethereal lips. You seek the power? Come then. But remember the cost. The voice, a whisper like rustling leaves or the creak of ancient wood, curled around us, urging us to surrender. There was regret in its tone, a promise that echoed with every heartbeat. Was it a warning, or an invitation? I was losing them both, spiraling into that darkness, and a scream clawed its way up my throat, but no sound emerged. The shadows were thickening, wrapping around us, squeezing the air from my lungs and the hope from my heart. We can't! I shouted, desperation spilling like blood on the stone. We cannot let it take us. Yet their gaze remained fixed on that dark figure, the promise of power gleaming in their eyes like a moth drawn to flame. The silence of the castle reverberated around us, a haunting reminder of hopes long extinguished. And in that stillness, the weight of our choices descended upon us, a crushing burden that would either break us or bind us to the very darkness we feared. The artifact pulsed, a heartbeat echoing in the gloom, and all I could do was fight against the tide of despair, even as the shadows danced around us and the promise of darkness beckoned. We were lost and found, light and dark, caught in the pull of an unfathomable choice, standing on the edge of a desolate abyss with only the chilling laughter of the shadows to guide us. The wind howled like a banshee, shredding the silence of the night, a voice that spoke of lost souls. Each gust tore through the desolate landscape, chilling the marrow in my bones. I stood on the precipice, peering into the demon's lair, where shadows writhed like living things, hungry for the unwary. My heart raced, once, twice, like the frantic drum of a war drum, echoing in the dark. I could feel it, the weight of despair, thick as fog, wrapping around me, pulling me toward the abyss below. Lena, are you sure? Mark's voice cut through the night, trembling like a candle flickering in a storm. I turned to see him, pale, his eyes wide with fear, and something deeper, regret? We had faced horrors before, but this was different. The air crackled with a palpable dread, a looming darkness that seemed to swallow the light from the stars. Mark had always been the brave one, but tonight, even his courage felt thin, like a spider's thread ready to snap. I remember, I whispered, though I didn't know what I was trying to recall. Memory surged like waves, crashing against the rocks of my mind. I remember the townspeople, their faces twisted in terror as they spoke of the lair, the screams that echoed through the night, the disappearances that haunted us all. We have to go in. The words felt like a challenge, not just to him, but to myself. As we approached the mouth of the cave, the earth groaned beneath us, a reminder of the terrible weight of despair that lay within. What if we don't come back? Mark asked, his voice barely above a whisper, like he was afraid the darkness would hear him. I couldn't answer him. The truth was, I didn't know if we'd return, and the thought clawed at my chest, a ravenous creature gnawing at my resolve. Behind us, the trees loomed, twisted and gnarled as if in agony. They stood as sentinels, watching, waiting. A rustle sent chills down my spine, and for a moment, I thought I saw something, a flicker in the corner of my eye, a movement in the shadows, but when I turned, there was nothing. Just the dark, an endless expanse of it, like an ocean without a shore. I remember the stories, I said, the words spilling from my lips like a confession. The cursed souls, the wailing spirits. They say once you enter, it's impossible to leave. I could feel my pulse quicken, the fear creeping back into my veins. But we can't let them take us, Mark. We can't. He nodded, though doubt clouded his gaze. I could see the tremor in his hands, the way he clenched and unclenched his fists as if fighting against an unseen force. I felt it too, that suffocating grip of despair. I reached out, squeezing his hand, my lifeline. Together, I whispered, and in that moment, we forged a fragile bond, two fragile hearts against the tempest of darkness. We stepped into the cave, the air thickening around us like a heavy shroud. The walls felt alive, breathing in the chill as we penetrated deeper into the black. The sound of dripping water echoed, a steady metronome of despair, counting the moments of our lives in drops that splashed against the stone, each one a reminder of time slipping away. "Do you think they know?" Mark asked, his voice breaking the oppressive silence. "The ones who've been taken, do you think they can see us?" I shivered at the thought, the flicker of something moving just out of sight. "Maybe they're waiting for us," I replied, my own voice strangely distant, echoing back to me from the depths of the cave. A chill ran down my spine, but I pressed on, my feet unsteady on the slick stones. Shadows danced on the walls, morphing into grotesque shapes that clawed at the edges of my sanity. My mind spiraled, caught in a whirlwind of fear and uncertainty. Each step felt like a descent into madness, where whispers tugged at my consciousness, promising truths too terrible to bear. Suddenly, a scream shattered the silence, a sound that sliced through the darkness like a knife. It was raw, primal, echoing of loss and anguish. I froze, heart thundering in my chest, the blood draining from my face. Mark's grip tightened on my hand as we exchanged a frantic glance, an unspoken agreement that we had to move forward, that stepping back was not an option. As we stumbled deeper into the lair, I felt the weight of history pressing down on us, the ghosts of the damned brushing against our skin. I could almost hear their cries, the echoes of lives extinguished, the tales of despair that lingered like a miasma in the air. I remember the faces, I muttered, feeling the suffocating grip of sorrow clawing at my throat. They were once like us, full of hope, dreams, now just shadows. Mark shuddered beside me, and I could see the flicker of memory in his eyes, the day we spoke of escaping this cursed town, the plans we made under the stars. How naive we were, thinking we could outrun despair. I felt the weight of regret settle in my chest, the realization that in our quest for freedom, we had only stepped into a new cage, one forged from our own fears. "Lena," he breathed, voice trembling. "What if we can't fight it? What if it's already too late?" The question hung in the air, heavy with uncertainty. I wanted to scream, to lash out at the darkness surrounding us, but instead, I held onto his hand even tighter, anchoring us both against the storm. And then, the darkness shifted. A figure emerged, cloaked in shadow, eyes gleaming with malice and hunger. Time froze. My breath caught in my throat, and dread twisted in my gut. It was a harbinger, a creature born from our deepest fears, and it was here for us. Together, I whispered again, a mantra against the gathering storm. But as the figure moved closer, despair wrapped around us like a vice, squeezing out any hope, leaving only the raw ache of fear and inevitability. This was the moment we had both dreaded, the confrontation that loomed like a specter over our fragile resolve. The darkness surged forward, and I felt the world tilt. A scream, a reminder that we were still alive, still fighting, echoed through the cavern as we braced ourselves, caught in the whirlwind of terror. The confrontation was upon us, the line between despair and hope blurred, each heartbeat a countdown to something inevitable. The air hung thick, suffocating, as the clock struck midnight, a resonant, echoing chime that seemed to cradle the tension in its hands. The moonlight filtered through the jagged windows of the abandoned chapel, illuminating dust motes that danced like lost souls seeking solace. A promise had been whispered, and the scent of burning sage filled the space with that sweet, sickly aroma of desperation and devotion. They stood there, hearts pounding, spirits tethered to the brink of a choice that throbbed in the very marrow of their beings. I remember the way Lydia's hands trembled, fingers digging into the frayed edges of her cloak, the fabric a threadbare reminder of the life she wished to leave behind. The shadows of the chapel loomed over her, a battalion of fears and regrets, each whispering dark secrets into her ear. Her breath caught as she looked at me, eyes wide and glistening, reflecting the flicker of candlelight. "You can feel it, can't you? The pull?" I nodded, though I wanted to scream, to break free from the invisible chains binding my soul to the altar of desperation. Beside us, Marcus stood, a tempest of resolve and doubt. His jaw clenched tighter than a noose around his throat, the very air crackled with his unspent rage. "This was never the plan," he hissed, eyes darting to the open grimoire on the altar, a book more alive than any of us, its pages rustling in a language only demons understood. "We aren't meant to summon anything but ourselves." Yet, there was a flicker of anticipation in his gaze, a dark hunger that hinted at something deep within, something that called to him in the night, seductive and sinister. The candle flames flickered, sending shadows skittering across the walls, ghostly figures caught in a dance of despair. Lydia's voice, barely above a whisper, trembled as she spoke. "What if it's the only way? What if we can bind our pain, our losses, to something greater?" I could see the struggle etched on her face, the raw, pulsing need to escape the weight of memories that clung to her like a shroud. But at what cost? The thought churned in my stomach like spoiled milk, sour and rancid. "Control," Marcus spat, the word laced with contempt. "You think binding a soul to a demon is control? It's surrender. It's madness." He turned, frustration bubbling like molten lava, his anger directed at the shadows, at the choices that lay before us as heavy as the stone altar. "This isn't who we are. We are better than this." Yet, even as he spoke, I saw the flicker of doubt dance behind his eyes, a flicker that whispered of his own demons, of a darkness he yearned to embrace. The grimoire lay open, beckoning us like a siren song, its pages filled with symbols that bled with ancient power. "To bind is to relinquish," I murmured, feeling the weight of those words sink into my bones. I could almost hear the echoes of those who had come before us, their laughter twisting into wails, their ambitions dashed against the rocks of their own desires. "We're just fragments of our pasts, aren't we?" I looked at Lydia, my heart aching for her, for the burden she carried. "What if we're just puppets in a game we don't understand?" Lydia stared at me, and for a moment, her resolve faltered, the flicker of hope dimming in her eyes. "But what if we can finally be free?" The desperation in her voice clawed at my insides, an unsettling yearning that felt like a dark tide rising within. "What if we can control the control?" The shadows quivered as if responding, a low growl emanating from the depths of the chapel, wrapping around us like a vice. Marcus stepped closer to the altar, the conflict raging inside him like a storm at sea. "We're diving into the abyss, Lydia. Into darkness that has no end." He turned to me, and I could see the raw, unvarnished fear in his eyes, a fear that mirrored my own. "What if we don't come back?" I could feel the weight of his question hanging in the air, thick like the fog that enveloped the city outside. I remembered all the moments that had led us here, the secrets woven into the fabric of our lives, the losses that had hollowed us out. The pain was palpable, an entity of its own, clawing and gnashing for release. "Then we face it together," I whispered, the conviction in my voice a fragile lifeline that tethered us to one another. "We face it together, even if it means binding our souls." Lydia stepped forward, the flicker of determination returning to her gaze, igniting a fire that threatened to consume her. "I want my sister back," she said, voice trembling but fierce. "I want the pain to end. This is the only way." Her words hung in the air, a bitter truth that stung like salt on an open wound. Marcus closed his eyes, his breath hitching as the enormity of her declaration washed over him. I could see the gears churning in his mind. He was torn between the desire to protect and the undeniable pull of the darkness. The shadows whispered to him, promising power, solace, revenge, a siren call that threatened to drown him in its depths. "Then we do this," he said finally, voice steadying with resolve. "But we do it on our terms." The gravity of his words settled like a stone in my chest. We were standing at the precipice, staring into the abyss, and it was hungry. The air crackled with electric anticipation as Lydia opened the grimoire wider, tracing the arcane symbols with her fingertips, a caress that felt like a promise and a curse. "Let's bind ourselves to the demon," she breathed, as if daring the shadows to respond. The wind howled outside, a mournful dirge that echoed our inner turmoil, and the world outside faded into obscurity, leaving only the three of us, trapped in our choices and our fears. I could feel the thrum of the universe vibrating through us, an unholy rhythm that resonated with the pulse of our hearts. We stood at the edge of something vast, something terrifying, and we would either be consumed or transformed. The candles flickered wildly, the shadows danced, and the moment stretched into eternity. In that breathless silence, we became the architects of our fate, binding our souls to the demon, unknowing of the price that would be demanded. As we reached for the darkness, I couldn't help but wonder, would we rise from the ashes, or would we be lost forever, mere echoes in the annals of time? The unanswered question coiled tightly around my heart, a serpent of fear and anticipation, squeezing until I could hardly breathe. We were stepping into a storm, and the tempest was waiting with bated breath. The wind howled like a wounded beast, tearing through the ruined streets, sending echoes of despair spiraling into the night. Ashen clouds loomed above, heavy with the weight of unshed rain, a malignant sky watching the chaos below. In the flickering light of a distant fire, shadows danced, an eerie ballet of desperation and dread. A scream pierced the air, sharp and raw, a sound that echoed in the marrow of my bones. It was the sound of hope shattering, of lives unspooling. I stood there, heart pounding, breath hitching in my throat as I clutched the hilt of my sword, fingers trembling. Around me, the remnants of a life once vibrant lay in tatters. The echoes of laughter were lost forever, replaced by the clashing of steel and the groans of the wounded. This was not just a battle. It was a reckoning, the moment the very essence of corruption clawed its way through the cracks of our world, and we, the chosen ones, were caught in its ruthless grip. "Amber!" I shouted, the name tearing from my lips like a prayer. My voice blended with the chaos, but I felt the desperation seep into every syllable. My sister had vanished into the fray, her fiery spirit leading her deeper into the darkness. I could feel the pull of her energy, a beacon that both terrified and exhilarated me. I remembered our childhood, the way she'd always stood up to bullies, defiant even against insurmountable odds. She was the fire, and I was merely the moth, drawn to her light, yet terrified it might burn me alive. But it wasn't just my sister I feared for. Clenching my jaw, I turned to face my other companion, Rylan, who stood beside me, eyes wide with uncertainty. Rylan, with his messy hair and a wit sharper than his blade, had always been the anchor in my tempest. Yet here we were, standing on the precipice of despair, two warriors reluctant to be claimed by the very darkness we fought against. "Do you remember, Rylan?" I said, the memories rising as if summoned by the storm. "When we thought we could change the world." He gave a mirthless smile, the kind that echoed the weight of broken dreams. "Yeah, and now we're just trying not to get ourselves killed." An explosion nearby rattled the ground, shaking us from our reverie. The air thickened with smoke and the metallic tang of blood, a vile reminder of how thin the line between life and death could be. I could see the shadows advancing, figures cloaked in the stain of corruption, their eyes glinting with malevolence. They were the harbingers of despair, twisted by the darkness they embraced, and we were the last flicker of resistance. "Stick close," I urged, my voice steadier than I felt. "We fight together, or we die alone." The irony of my words hung in the air, sharp and bitter. Together, we had always been stronger. Together, we could resist corruption, but what if we lost our way? What if the darkness seeped into our souls, twisted our intentions, turned us into monsters? As if reading my thoughts, Ryland's hand found mine, squeezing tight. "I won't let that happen," he said, but his eyes betrayed the fear simmering beneath the surface. I could see the doubt flickering there, a whisper of what might come if we fell. The battle surged around us, a symphony of chaos that threatened to drown out the last vestiges of hope. The cries of the fallen blended into a haunting melody, and I felt the weight of their despair pressing in, trying to suffocate me. I could see Amber now, fighting valiantly, her fierce spirit an unyielding force against the tide of darkness. My heart surged with pride, tinged with fear. She was everything I fought for, yet the risk of losing her gnawed at me relentlessly. Suddenly, the ground shook violently beneath our feet, and a monstrous figure emerged from the shadows, towering over the battlefield like an ancient nightmare come to life. Its breath was a foul wind that stank of decay, and I could feel the corruption radiating from it, a palpable force that twisted the very fabric of reality. "Face your reckoning," it bellowed, a voice like shattered glass, slicing through the air and hitting me deep in the chest. I staggered back, vision blurring as I struggled to comprehend the horror that stood before us. "Run!" I shouted, turning to Rylan, but he stood frozen, eyes wide as he absorbed the nightmare. "No! We can't run! We have to fight!" His resolve resonated through the darkness. But doubt lingered, a ghost haunting the edges of his determination. Then, it happened. Time slowed, a thick syrup that dragged on and on, each heartbeat echoing like a tolling bell. I remembered all our dreams, the laughter of our youth, the lessons we learned from triumphs and failures. I remembered the times we thought we'd never surrender, how we'd climb trees just to feel the wind beneath our wings. And now, here we were, faced with a choice that felt impossibly heavy, a decision that could seal our fate. The creature's eyes glimmered, a swirling abyss drawing in every ounce of light. "Join us," it hissed, voice slithering like a serpent coiling around my heart. "You can become so much more. Embrace the darkness. Let it fill you." Ryland's breath hitched beside me, and I felt the weight of his uncertainty. I knew the allure of power and the seductive promise of strength swirled with the corruption. I could feel it tugging at the edges of my soul, whispering sweet nothings of vengeance and glory. But at what cost? Suddenly, the memory of my sister's laughter erupted in my mind, a light that shattered the darkness. I grasped for it, held it tight, as I stepped forward, heart racing, strength swelling in my chest. "No!" I screamed, voice cutting through the shadows like a blade. "We are not your puppets!" Amber's fierce spirit ignited within me, pushing back the darkness with a blinding light. I felt the bond of our shared dreams fortify my resolve, intertwining our destinies against the crushing weight of despair. "Together?" Rylan shouted beside me, and it felt like the universe itself shifted, aligning in that moment when hope dared to rise anew. But the battle was far from over. The creature lunged, and I could feel the pulse of corruption reaching for us, the darkness clawing at our hearts. An eternal fight stretched before us, a dance on the razor's edge where every breath could lead us into oblivion, or perhaps a spark of salvation. With our hearts pounding in synchronicity, we prepared to face the storm, knowing that in that charged moment, amidst the chaos of battle and the sweet ache of resilience, our story was only just beginning. The clock on the wall ticked ominously, each second stretching into a lifetime, a cruel reminder that time was dwindling. Outside, the wind howled like 1,000 lost souls, and in that moment, it felt as if the very air was charged with something sinister, something alive. I could see the shadows dancing across the walls, and I could almost hear them whispering my name, a haunting lullaby promising chaos. The darkness crept closer, wrapping around me like a suffocating blanket, thick with dread. Emma stood a few feet away, her hands trembling. She was no stranger to fear, but this was different. This was palpable, a living entity that seeped into her bones. Her eyes darted to the window, where the branches clawed at the glass like fingers trying to pull her into the void. "It knows," she whispered, her voice barely more than a breath, and I felt the weight of her words settle heavily between us. "It knows who we are." I wanted to reach out to her, to tell her it would be okay, but my tongue felt like lead. I was haunted by my own secrets, a past that clung to me like a shadow. I remembered the screams, the pleading in the night, the way I had turned away instead of standing firm. The guilt twisted in my stomach, a serpent gnawing at my resolve. How could I protect her when I couldn't even protect myself? Across the room, Marcus paced like a caged animal, his fists clenched, the muscles in his jaw taut. He was the kind of man who wore his scars like badges, but even he was beginning to crack under the pressure. "We have to fight it," he said, his voice a low growl, as if speaking the words louder would somehow summon the courage we so desperately needed. But the truth was written all over his face. This was a battle neither of us was equipped to win. I could see flashes of the man he used to be, the fearless warrior who charged headfirst into danger. But now, under the suffocating weight of dread, that man was slipping away, and in his place stood a boy who just wanted to hide. The demon's tactics were insidious, wrapping fear around us like a noose, tightening with every heartbeat. It wasn't just physical, it was psychological, an assault on our very essence. It preyed on our vulnerabilities, on our regrets and fears, turning them into weapons. "Remember the night by the river?" Emma's voice cut through the thick silence, and I could see the flicker of a memory in her eyes. "When we thought we were invincible." The nostalgia danced dangerously close to despair, pulling at the fragile threads of hope woven between us. We weren't invincible. We were just three souls, haunted by our pasts, standing at the precipice of something unimaginable. I nodded, the memory swirling around us. I remembered laughter, the way the moonlight shimmered on the water, the taste of freedom on our tongues. But that night felt like a different lifetime now, one where nightmares hadn't yet carved their place in our hearts. "We were too naive," I whispered, and my voice trembled at the realization that innocence had been stripped away, leaving only the raw, throbbing ache of fear. A sudden crash shattered the moment, a window exploded inward, shattering glass like tiny stars falling from the heavens. The darkness poured in, a living thing, and I felt it slide over my skin, cold and clammy, stealing my breath. Marcus lunged forward instinctively, his arms lifting to protect Emma, but I could see the tremor in his hands, the way his resolve faltered. "Stay back," he shouted, his voice echoing in the vast emptiness. But there was nowhere to hide. The shadows twisted and writhed, taking form, coiling around us like serpents ready to strike. And in the heart of that darkness, I saw it, the demon, a grotesque amalgamation of nightmares and regrets, a reflection of our deepest fears. Its eyes glowed with malice, a burning abyss intent on consuming us whole. I felt my heart race, pounding against my ribcage like a drum heralding disaster. "It feeds on us," I gasped, the weight of the realization crashing over me. "Our fears, our memories, it knows us." The truth hit hard, and I wanted to scream, to run, but my feet felt cemented to the ground, paralyzed by the icy grip of terror. Emma clutched Marcus's arm, vulnerability etched across her features. "What do we do?" There was a desperation in her voice, an echo of that night by the river, when we had believed we could conquer anything together, when hope had felt like an unbreakable bond. But now, it was fraying at the edges, unraveling under the relentless onslaught of fear. "We fight," Marcus said, his voice cracking but fierce, a flicker of the warrior within sparking to life. "Together." I could see the battle raging within him, a man torn between the desire to protect and the suffocating terror threatening to swallow him whole. I wanted to believe in that strength, to cling to it like a lifeline. But the shadows were closing in, whispering doubts, dredging up failures, twisting our memories into weapons against us. I remembered the faces of those I had lost, the echoes of their laughter now mere ghosts. I felt the weight of every moment I hadn't fought back, every time I had chosen silence over action. The demon thrived on that guilt, raking its claws through my psyche, carving out pieces of my soul. It was relentless, an all-consuming void, and I was teetering on the edge of despair. "Hold on to what makes you human," I urged, my voice breaking as I struggled against the tide of darkness. "Love, hope, memories, all of it." I could see the flicker of recognition in their eyes, but the demon only laughed, a sound like shattering glass, echoing in the recesses of my mind. "Hope," it taunted, its voice a chilling caress. "Hope is but a fleeting illusion. What remains when the darkness comes? Nothing." The shadows writhed and morphed, and I felt my resolve teetering, slipping into the abyss. But in that moment, I grasped for the flicker of light still alive in my heart. "We are more than our fears," I shouted, my voice raw, igniting the flickering flame of defiance. I would not let it consume us. Not here. Not now. As I locked eyes with Emma and Marcus, I felt the bond of our shared traumas, the pulse of our collective strength thrumming between us. We would not be broken. We would fight back against the darkness that sought to devour us whole. And as the tension mounted, every heartbeat echoing like thunder, I knew that this was just the beginning of our battle, a confrontation with the demon lurking in the shadows of our souls. The moon hung low, a hollow eye watching from the obsidian sky, its light fractured across the street like shards of glass. A chill clung to the air, thick with the scent of betrayal. I stood there, my heart hammering against my ribs, as the shadows danced, whispering secrets no one wanted to hear. Alizia's voice echoed in my mind, a melody turned sour. I thought you were my ally. I remember the first time we forged our pact, laughter spilling like sunlight between us. The world felt alive then, each moment dripping with promise. But now, standing at the crossroads of loyalty and deception, that laughter felt like a distant ghost, haunting the edges of my memory. The weight of her betrayal was palpable, a shroud that threatened to suffocate me. Are you ready? Marcus's voice cut through the fog, trembling yet resolute. His eyes darted, betraying the fear that simmered beneath his confident facade. I wanted to tell him that I was, but my throat was thick with unspoken words. How could we stand together against a foe who had been one of us? A betrayal from within. Alizia had become a specter in our lives, a shadow lurking just out of reach, ready to pounce. I remember the nights we spent planning, plotting our future. Alizia had always been the strategist, her mind a labyrinth of cunning and ambition. Yet, that ambition had twisted, turned into something dark and unrecognizable. I could see it now, like a stain spreading across a once pristine tapestry. Her laughter had transformed into a weapon, slicing through the bonds of friendship we'd built with gleeful precision. The air crackled with tension as we moved through the alleyways, our footsteps echoing off the cobblestones, each step a countdown to our inevitable confrontation. The city felt different tonight, as if it too held its breath. Shadows pooled in corners, watching, waiting. I could feel them press against my skin, each one a reminder of what we could lose. Marcus turned to me, eyes wide. What if she's not alone? The thought clawed at my insides, a ravenous beast hungry for despair. What if this was just the beginning? I wanted to scream, to lash out, but I swallowed it down, the bitterness burning like acid. I had to be strong. I had to protect what was left. But the deeper we ventured into the darkness, the more I could feel the cracks in our alliance widening. I could sense the tension in Marcus, the way his hand shook, the way he glanced over his shoulder as if expecting a knife to plunge into his back at any moment. Fear radiated off him, a palpable entity that matched my own dread. As we reached the old cathedral, a relic of dreams long forgotten, a figure emerged from the shadows, Alizia, her silhouette framed by the moonlight, a vision of betrayal and beauty. Her eyes glimmered with a fierce light, but it was not the warmth we once shared. No, this was something cold, a calculating glint that sent shivers racing down my spine. Look who decided to show up, she taunted, her voice smooth like honey but laced with venom. Did you really think you could stop me? I felt the world tilt, the ground beneath my feet churning with uncertainty as memories flooded my mind. I remember her laughter, her dreams interwoven with mine, the bond we'd forged in the fires of our ambitions. But now, it was all ash and smoke. Alizia, please, I whispered, desperation clawing at my throat, we can work this out. The words felt hollow, a last-ditch effort in a battle already lost. Her smile sliced through me, sharp and merciless. Work it out, she laughed, the sound echoing off the stone walls like a funeral dirge. You don't understand. This is bigger than us now. The cathedral-stained glass flickered ominously, casting fractured rainbows onto the cobblestones. I felt trapped in a kaleidoscope of betrayal, every color a reminder of how beautifully we once painted our dreams. But now, those colors bled into darkness, an ink blot of despair that threatened to swallow us whole. I could feel Marcus tense beside me, his resolve crumbling under the weight of Alizia's presence. I reached out, a silent plea for unity, but he flinched, pulling away as if my touch burned. The fracture was complete, filled with unspoken words and memories too heavy to bear. A chasm opened between us, echoing with the unsaid. I remember how we stood together against the world, how we believed in each other. Your loyalty is misplaced, Alazia said, her gaze piercing through the night. You should know by now that loyalty is a weakness. The venom in her voice wrapped around my heart like a vice, squeezing until I could barely breathe. I wanted to scream, to shake her, to remind her of who we were, but the anger welled inside me, boiling over into something raw and primal. Is that what you want? I spat, the words tasting bitter on my tongue. To destroy everything we built. The shadows deepened around us, curling like smoke, suffocating the remnants of our past. Alazia's expression shifted, a flicker of something, regret, before it was swallowed by the darkness of her ambition. Everything we built, she echoed, a cruel smile creeping across her lips. You've always been a fool, haven't you? This was never about friendship, it was about power. And I will have it. In that moment, the weight of 1,000 shattered memories crashed down upon me. I felt the ground shift beneath us, the very fabric of our alliance unraveling like thread pulled from a tapestry. I could see it, the end of our journey stretching before us, a road littered with betrayal and heartbreak. How had we come to this? Marcus, I whispered, desperation clawing at my insides. I searched his eyes for something, anything, that resembled the bond we once shared. But I found only fear, spiraling out of control, a mirror reflecting the chaos in my own heart. I remember when we believed we could overcome anything, when friendship meant more than survival. But here we stood, on the precipice of destruction, each heartbeat a countdown to our fate. The shadows loomed larger, and Alazia's laughter cut through the night, jagged and cruel. In that moment, nothing else mattered. We were cornered, friends turned foes, allies turned enemies, the betrayal echoing in the stillness. I could almost hear the clock ticking down the seconds, pulse racing, breath heavy with anticipation. What did we do now? How did we fight a battle that had already torn us apart? I remember. The darkness, the fear, the certainty that once we had stood united, and now we were lost, adrift in a sea of shadows. The confrontation was inevitable, but the wounds would run deeper than any blade. And as Alazia stepped closer, the moonlight dancing in her eyes, I braced myself for the impact. We were on the brink, and every breath felt like a farewell. The echoes of our past collided with the shadows of our present, leaving only a haunting silence, heavy with the weight of betrayal. The clock strikes midnight, its chime echoing through the hollow silence of the abandoned cathedral. Shadows flicker like trapped souls against the cracked stone walls, and the air is heavy with the scent of damp earth and something more sinister, a tang of fear that claws at the throat. Each tick resonates in my chest, a morbid metronome marking the last moments of sanity. I stand there, heart racing, the world around me dissolving into whispers and echoes. Tonight, everything would change, or end. In the flickering candlelight, I see her face, taut with desperation. Lara, the girl with fire in her veins and a heart too big for this world. She grips a small, worn book, its cover embossed with a sigil that seems to pulse as she trembles. It's a pact, a contract from the depths of darkness, a promise of power. I remember when she first spoke of it, her words wrapped in a dangerous allure. Just imagine what we could do, she said, her eyes gleaming like stars caught in a black hole. But now, under the weight of imminent doom, I see the shadows of regret shadowing her brow. Across the stone altar, Dorian stands, his jaw clenched, his hands trembling. I can see the internal storm raging within him, a tempest of ambition and doubt. He's always been the one who thrived on power, who believed he could control the storm. This is our chance, he hissed earlier, his voice low and fervent. With what we gain, we can change everything. But I see the flicker of fear beneath his bravado, the way he keeps glancing at the door as if expecting the specters of our choices to come flooding in. The air thickens with tension, a palpable force that wraps around us, squeezing the breath from our lungs. I remember the stories they told us as children, the tales of those who sought power only to be consumed by it, their bodies twisted into grotesque shadows, their souls forever bound to darkness. But here we are, trapped in our own narrative, entangled in the web of our desires. Lara, I whisper, my voice trembling, is this really what we want? She meets my gaze, and I see a storm brewing in her clear blue eyes. What's the alternative? To remain nothing? To fade into the shadows while others take what we could have? Her words crack like thunder, shaking the very foundation of my resolve. My heart races, a wild drum echoing in the cavern of my chest. But at what cost? What if it takes more than we're willing to give? The moment stretches, a fragile thread strained to the brink. I can hear the whispers of the cathedral, the ghosts of the past swirling around us, warning us, pleading with us to turn back. But Dorian, with his insatiable hunger for power, takes a step closer to the altar, eyes gleaming with reckless ambition. We can't be afraid of shadows. We can't let fear hold us back. This is our destiny. Destiny! The word hangs in the air like a noose, tightening around my throat. I glance at the book, the sigil pulsing with a dark energy that seems to reach out for me, beckoning me closer. It's intoxicating, the promise of strength, of power that flows like molten gold through my veins. But I know the truth, it's a double-edged sword, one that could cut deeper than any blade. Dorian, don't! I plead, my voice rising, desperation clawing at my throat. We don't know what it will demand from us. We can't play with forces we don't understand. But the fire in his eyes blazes brighter, engulfing reason in its flames. You're afraid, he snaps, and the accusation stings. You're afraid of what you could become. He turns back to Lara, and I see her wavering, caught in the crossfire of our conflict. We can do this, she breathes, her voice trembling, fragile yet fierce. We can take control of our fates. The candlelight flickers harder, shadows dancing more wildly, as if the very spirits of the cathedral are restless, warning us of the abyss we stand on the edge of. I feel a chill skitter down my spine, a whisper of something ancient and malevolent lurking just beyond our grasp. Tell me you don't want this, Dorian challenges, and for a moment, I falter. I remember the night spent dreaming of more, of rising above the mundane, of being seen, of being powerful. But at what cost? The haunting stories of lost souls echo in my mind, shimmering like mirages in the night. I want to believe we can change the world without becoming monsters, I reply, my voice barely above a whisper. But Lara laughs, a sound jarring and desperate. What if monsters are what the world needs? We're not the first to seek power. We could be the ones who wield it wisely, she argues, her conviction a force of nature that pulls me closer to the edge. The sigil on the book shimmers, as if it senses the struggle within us, its glow pulsing with a life of its own. It's more than a book, it's a promise, a gateway. I step closer, drawn in by the gravity of it all, the intoxicating thrill of the unknown. My fingertips graze the cover, and a jolt of energy surges through me, a wild pulse of potential that sends shivers dancing across my skin. Are you ready for what it could take? I ask, the question hanging heavy in the air, a quiet storm brewing on the horizon. Are we ready to face the cost? But Dorian shakes his head, his eyes blind with ambition. There's no turning back. Not now. The shadows deepen around us, a tangible darkness creeping closer. The clock ticks on, relentless, each moment a countdown to something we can't fully grasp. And in that breathless silence, I feel the weight of our choices pressing down, a suffocating reminder that the night is far from over. The air crackles with tension as we stand on the brink of a decision that could shatter us. Will we step into the abyss, hand in hand, or will we turn back to the light? I glance at Lara, at Dorian, and in their eyes, I see the same flicker of uncertainty, the same dance of dreams and nightmares. And as I stare into the darkness, I realize that the pact has already begun. We're entwined in its web, caught in a cycle of choices and consequences that echo through time. With each heartbeat, the shadows draw closer, and I know, this is just the beginning. The air crackled, thick with tension, as Celia knelt on the damp ground, the chill of the night seeping into her bones. Her breath hung in the air like smoke, twisting, curling. She could feel it, an unnatural presence lurking just beyond the flickering edges of the feeble bonfire illuminating her world. Shadows danced, mocking her, whispering secrets she dared not comprehend. The demon was near, its breath like ice on the back of her neck, a terrible promise of despair. She could only hope. Hope was all that remained. "I can't do this," she whispered, heart racing, as if the very act of speaking might summon the beast. Behind her, Parker's face was pale, eyes wide with fear. He usually wore his bravado like armor, but now it was cracked, the bravado a mere facade dissolving in the face of true darkness. He reached for her, the warmth of his hand a stark contrast to the gathering chill. "Celia, we have to try," he urged, voice trembling. "We can't let it win. Not again." But the memories were heavy, anchors weighing her down. She remembered the last time they faced the demon. The screams. The flash of firelight across terrified faces, their friends, lost to the shadows, devoured by the very thing they attempted to confront. Each face echoed in her mind like a ghostly choir, a reminder of the cost of failure. "Those were just kids," she said, eyes brimming with tears. "We can't go through that again." Parker's grip tightened, grounding her in the moment, yet the world around them felt like an abyss, dark and treacherous. "We have to find its weakness. It has to have one. Demons don't just exist, they thrive on something. Fear. Pain." His words were a lifeline, yet they trembled at the edges with uncertainty. "What do you think it feeds on?" She opened her mouth to speak, but only silence echoed back. The wind howled, a mournful tune, and in it, she could almost hear the cries of the past. She squeezed her eyes shut, focused on the burning pain in her chest. It wasn't just fear, it was despair, a thick fog wrapping around her like a shroud. Every heartbeat screamed at her to remember what she had lost, but she couldn't let that consume her. Not now. Suddenly, a low growl resonated from the shadows. She froze, the sound vibrating through her bones, a promise of violence. The last flickers of the bonfire danced wildly, illuminating the twisted branches weaving overhead. It was as if the forest itself conspired against them. "Parker," she breathed, the name a prayer on her lips. But the words caught in her throat as a figure emerged, a hulking silhouette, something wretched and grotesque. Its eyes glowed like coals in a dying fire, and behind it trailed a sense of suffocating dread. She remembered the old stories, the ones her grandmother used to tell. The demon feasted on the fears of children, on grief and hopelessness. The thing before her was not just a monster, it was a manifestation of everything she had ever lost, everything she had ever loved. In that moment, she remembered, a fleeting thought, like a comet streaking across the night sky. "The song," she murmured, barely audible. "The lullaby, what?" Parker asked, confusion knitting his brows. "The lullaby my mother sang. It weakened it. It has to be the key." The revelation ignited a flicker of hope in her chest, a flame fighting against the suffocating darkness closing in. But as she began to hum the tune, the demon recoiled, its grotesque features twisting into a snarl. The sound pierced the air, raw, grating, dissonant, a challenge, a warning. Celia's heart raced as she felt Parker's pulse quicken next to her. "Do it, Celia!" "Sing," he shouted, his voice a battle cry, resonating with the strength of their shared courage. She let the melody flow, shaky at first, each note a defiance against the horror looming before them. The lullaby spilled from her lips, a delicate thread weaving through the chaos. And then, like a dam breaking, the memory surged, a voice from the depths of her past, enveloping her in warmth and love. As the song unfolded, the demon writhed, a creature caught in a tempest. Its form shimmered, rippling as if reality itself churned around it. The shadows quivered and danced, revealing faces of those they had lost, lingering between this world and the next. Celia felt the weight of their sorrow, the burden of their silence. "I remember," she sang, "I remember your laughter." The demon howled, a sound that echoed through the night, a wretched cacophony that clawed at her mind. It wasn't just a creature, it was a compilation of every pain she'd ever known, every regret that had festered beneath her skin. Yet, as she sang, something shifted. The shadows that had once loomed threateningly began to recede, breaking apart like glass shattering under immense pressure. "Keep going!" Parker shouted, the intensity of his voice cutting through her reverie. "You're doing it!" Celia clutched her heart, feeling it pound like a war drum, each beat reminding her of the stakes. She could feel the presence of her lost friends, not just memories but spirits urging her forward. I remember, the lullaby grew stronger, a beacon slicing through the darkness, each note lifting the weight of despair. With every repetition, the demon twisted, its form contorting in agony, revealing a crack within the malevolence, a weakness, a fissure of light. And then, she saw it, like a flicker of hope. The point of vulnerability, shining amidst the storm. She rushed towards it, heart pounding, breath quickening. "It's afraid," she gasped, realization igniting her. "We can defeat it." But the moment hung like a fragile thread, wavering at the edge of a precipice. Parker's eyes locked onto hers, a silent understanding passing between them, as if they could touch the very essence of their fear and turn it into strength. "I won't let it take you," he vowed, raising his hand, ready to fight alongside her, willing to stand against the tide of despair. The fire blazed brighter, illuminating their resolve, illuminating the path ahead, a path that seemed endlessly fraught with peril. The demon, shrieking, remained, but there was a glimmer of something like hope. In that unbearable moment, time twisted, the night stretched, and they stood on the brink, ready to confront the darkness. It was not just a battle against a demon, but a fight against the weight of their own fears, their own histories. The lullaby echoed, a thread of light in the suffocating night, as they charged forward, hearts pounding, united in their resolve. What lay ahead was still a mystery, but they would face it together, their souls entwined like the shadows that clawed at their backs. This was not the end, it was merely the beginning, a revelation that whispered promises of light amidst the darkness, an unyielding force propelling them forward into the unknown. The moon hung low, a silver coin on the horizon, casting shadows that danced like specters among the ruins. A chilled wind swept through the skeletal remains of what once was, rustling the dry grass with a whisper, as if the earth itself mourned the forgotten lives. I stood at the edge of the old battlefield, heart hammering against my ribs, pulse a drumbeat of dread. Here, the echoes of the past thrummed underfoot, a haunting melody only I could hear. The sky was bruised, a tapestry of deep indigos and stormy greys, reflecting the storm within me. I felt it, a tempest of regret swirling in my gut, each thought a dagger, each memory a ghost. I remember standing here before, but it was different then. I was stronger, or perhaps just more naive. Now, I was a warrior in tatters, seeking a redemption that felt as distant as the stars. Lyra, my sister, was a silhouette against the fading light, her back straight, poised like a bowstring, taut with unspent energy. But I saw it, the glimmer of despair in her eyes, the way her fingers twitched as if they yearned for a sword that was no longer there. "Do you think they can hear us?" she asked, her voice trembling like the branches of the old oak nearby. "Who?" I replied, my voice barely above a whisper, knowing the answer. "The fallen, the lost. The souls that still wandered, trapped in a cycle of violence and vengeance. They're gone." "No," she insisted, turning to me, desperation etched into the lines of her face. "They're here. They're always here." Her breath hitched. "If I could just—" "Lyra, we can't keep doing this," I interrupted, the urgency in my tone rising like the tide. I felt the weight of my own shackles, the mistakes I had made heavy on my shoulders. "This isn't how we get free. This isn't redemption." But I could see it in her eyes, an insatiable hunger for closure, a need to undo the past that clawed at her like a wild beast. It sent a chill through me, a reminder that the ghosts we chase can often consume us whole. And then there was Kalen, lurking in the shadows, a brooding figure with secrets darker than the night surrounding us. I could feel his gaze, piercing and heavy, like a knife pressed to my throat. "You think you can outrun your past?" he scoffed, stepping into the pale light. "You think it'll just let you go?" I wanted to scream. I wanted to bottle the rage and throw it into the void. "You don't know anything about me," I shot back, the anger bubbling over, spilling forth like poison. "You think you're the only one haunted by your failures? We're all broken here." "Broken is one thing," he said, voice low, almost conspiratorial. "But I'm not the one standing in front of the dead, trying to bargain with shadows." His words stung, a bitter truth that cut deep. I turned away, focusing on the landscape rather than the chaos inside. The past loomed large, a dark cloud ready to swallow us whole. Memories flickered like candle flames, illuminating the darkest corners of my mind. Betrayal, blood, laughter turned to ash. I remembered the faces of those I'd lost, the dreams I'd crushed underfoot, the moments that slipped through my fingers like sand. Every time I close my eyes, I murmured, half to myself, I see them. I hear their cries. I can't escape. The horror of it washed over me, a tide of guilt that nearly choked me. Kaelin's expression softened, just a fraction. Redemption isn't about erasing what's been done, he said, quieter now, almost intimate, as if he were revealing a secret buried deep within. It's about facing it. Embracing the pain. Lyra stepped closer, her breath warm against the chill of the night. But how? How do we embrace something that hurts so much? By remembering, Kaelin replied, looking past us, as if peering into some unseen abyss. By honoring the ones we've lost, every single one of them. The weight of his words sank in, and for a moment, a fragile hope flickered within me. Could it be possible to find peace amidst the wreckage? The question hung in the air, taut and heavy. A sudden rustle broke the stillness, a sound like the cracking of bones. My heart raced, and I turned, adrenaline thrumming in my veins. Shadows shifted, and for a heartbeat, I thought I saw them, our ghosts, reaching out, mouths moving, whispering secrets lost to time. Run! I shouted, terror propelling me forward, but the ground trembled beneath us, as if the earth itself rebelled against the weight of our sins. We stumbled, falling back into darkness, hands grasping each other, a trio of warriors caught in a maelstrom, seeking light in a world steeped in shadow. Lyra's scream pierced the night, a raw, primal sound that shattered the silence. We can't leave them, she cried, tears glistening like stars in the night. Kaelin held her gaze, the conflict raging in his eyes. Sometimes, you have to let go of the past to save yourself. But how could I let go? I felt the specters closing in, felt their icy fingers brushing against my skin, and I remembered the laughter, the love that had burned brightly before being snuffed out. I turned to face the darkness, my heart a drum, resolute. Then let's take them with us, I declared, a sudden surge of fierce determination igniting inside me. Let's make sure they're not forgotten. Let's carry them in our hearts, into whatever comes next. The ground shook again, and I felt the weight of my decision wash over me, both terrifying and liberating. Redemption wasn't a destination, it was a struggle, a journey through the shadows, a battle for our own souls. Together, we stepped forward, hands clasped tightly, hearts pounding like war drums. The night was alive with the cries of the past, but we were warriors reclaiming our story, forging a path through the dark, a quest for redemption that had only just begun. The echoes of the fallen surged behind us, a haunting chorus that would follow, but we would not falter. The moon illuminated our path, a beacon in the darkness. I could not see what lay ahead, but I felt the pulse of possibility, the stirring of something greater than fear. And so we moved, ever deeper into the night, searching for the light. The air crackled with tension, thick as the smoke billowing from distant fires. I stood at the edge of the battlements, heart pounding, a witness to the chaos unfolding below, my city, our city, crumbling under the weight of despair and fury. The cries of mothers searching for lost children pierced the air, shattering the fragile silence that had clung to the streets like a shroud. I remember the faces, etched in my mind, terrified, desperate, pleading, each one a reflection of my own fear. I could almost taste the ash in the air, bitter and metallic, as if it were the very soul of the city choking on its last breath. In the distance, the enemy surged forward, a relentless tide of shadows and steel. Their banners waved like death knells, mocking our feeble defenses. I turned to Maria, my sister, her eyes wide with terror, yet burning with a defiance that made my heart ache. Maria, always the light in my shadow, now a flickering candle on the brink of extinguishment. We can't let them take it, she whispered, voice trembling as she gripped my arm. We can't let them take our home. Home. The word felt hollow, echoing in the cavern of my chest. I watched her face, framed by the dying sun, the golden light spilling over her like a fading hope. I remembered her laughter, the way it would fill a room, brighten even the darkest corners where despair lurked. I remember, I said, almost to myself, when we'd run through the market, the smell of fresh bread and spices swirling around us. We were untouchable then. But now, the market was a ghost, a memory tainted by the shadows of this siege. I could see the remnants of our laughter scattered like autumn leaves in the cold wind. The vendors who once greeted us with smiles now lay silent, their stalls abandoned, their dreams turned to ashes. As the enemy drew closer, the weight of our reality pressed down like a stone. I thought of father, who had taken up arms, his sturdy hands once cradling us now wielding a sword. I could still hear his voice, deep and commanding, "Protect your sister, Luca. Always." But protection felt like a distant dream in this moment, like the stars that flickered in the sky, so far out of reach. I caught sight of Matteo, my closest friend, crouched low and trembling, his hand stained with the blood of a world he never wished to know. He was a warrior, yet here he was, a boy caught in a nightmare, eyes darting with a mix of fear and determination. "Luca," he shouted, urgency slicing through the chaos, "they are coming. We have to fight." Fight. The word hung heavy in the air, a double-edged sword. I wanted to believe in the strength of our resolve, the weight of our swords, but doubt gnawed at me like a hungry wolf. I clenched my fists, the rough wood of the battlement digging into my palms. I wanted to scream, to rage against the heavens for this fate thrust upon us. I wanted to scream for the children, for the mothers, for Maria. "Together," I murmured, my voice shaking, "we fight together." A sound, a low rumble that reverberated through my bones. The gates shuddered as they were struck again and again, each hit a reminder of our fragility. The echoes of the past haunted me, parents whispering bedtime stories, lovers' promises, dreams of a future now shrouded in smoke. I could see it all collapsing, the weight of history bearing down until it crushed us like fragile glass. "Luca!" Maria's voice cut through my spiraling thoughts, sharper than any sword. I turned to her, the fire in her gaze igniting something deep within me. "We can't let fear win. We have to stand." I swallowed hard, memories of simpler days flooding my mind, the warmth of her laughter, the way the sun danced on her hair, the promise of tomorrow. But tomorrow felt like a distant star, slipping away into the night. The gates splintered. A deafening crash, and they were through. The world exploded around us, the clash of steel, the screams of the dying, the sickening stench of fear and blood. I lunged forward, adrenaline coursing through my veins, driven by the primal instinct to protect. I saw Matteo at my side, a fierce glimmer in his eyes, and together we plunged into the chaos, hearts racing like wild stallions. But then came the moment when time froze. I caught a glimpse of the enemy leader, a towering figure clad in darkness, his presence commanding the battlefield like a puppeteer pulling strings. He raised his sword, a gleaming vision of despair, and in that instant, I felt the world tilt on its axis. I thought of Maria, her laughter, her light, flickering on the edge of oblivion. I thought of father, of his unwavering strength, now a mere echo of what was. The air thickened with dread. "Luca!" Maria screamed, breaking through the fog of my thoughts. I turned just in time to see her stumble, caught in the chaos, lost amid the throng. My heart tore, and I felt the full weight of the universe crashing down. "Maria!" I roared, the sound raw and primal, ripping through the noise. I plunged through the fray, my sword a blur, desperation fueling my every move. Each swing was a promise, a vow to protect, to save, to hold on to the fragile threads of fate that bound us. But fate, like the wind, is fickle. I saw shadows closing in, a tide of steel and malice, and the world spiraled into an echoing darkness. I remember the roar of battle, the cries of the damned. I remember the moment I became both savior and damned soul, lost in the chaos yet driven by the flickering flame of hope. This was it. The last stand. The siege of the holy city. And even as the darkness closed in, even as despair threatened to swallow us whole, I held on to the light, our home, our love, our fight. I remember. The world hung suspended in an eerie silence, the kind that swallows sound whole. Shadows clutched at the edges of crumbling buildings, whispering secrets of dread. I stood there, my heart thudding in time with the distant clamor, the last echoes of civilization gasping for breath. I felt it in my bones, the weight of prophecy, the chill of impending doom. A flicker of movement caught my eye. There, beneath the flickering street lamp, stood Elara, her face pale as the moonlight that fell upon her. Tears welled in her eyes, reflecting the raw panic that suffocated the air around us. "They know," she gasped, her voice trembling like a leaf caught in the wind. "They know what's coming." The words sliced through me, and I felt the knot of fear tighten in my stomach. How could we be standing on the precipice of such a nightmare? I remembered the dreams that haunted me, visions of flames licking at the sky, of cities crumbling like sandcastles before the tide. I remember the weight in my chest, dragging me down with every heartbeat, reminding me that the world was teetering on the edge of annihilation. Then there was Jackson, pacing like a caged animal, fists clenched, his brow furrowed in a storm of emotions. "We can't let them win," he spat, each word dripping with desperation. He was a man who had shielded his heart with a fortress of bravado, but now the walls were cracking. I could see it, the flicker of doubt in his eyes, the way his hands trembled like leaves in a tempest. He was terrified, and it gutted me. This was not just a battle for survival, it was a fight for hope, for something worth living for amid the chaos. "I remember," I whispered, the words escaping my lips like prayers into the void. "I remember when we laughed, when fear was a distant whisper. It was a foolish thought, but hope can be a reckless thing. We clung to it like lifebuoys in a stormy sea. We had been friends, warriors bound by a shared vision, but the weight of prophecy had fractured our bonds." The streets pulsed with tension, each heartbeat echoing the prophecies that had echoed through generations. The rumors had grown like wildfire, whispers of an ancient curse that promised destruction. "The shadows will rise," they said. "The skies will burn." The words haunted us, curling around our minds like ivy, suffocating our thoughts. Elara turned her gaze to the heavens, where dark clouds gathered like ominous sentinels. "Do you think they can hear us?" she murmured, her voice a fragile thread woven into the tapestry of despair. "The stars? The universe?" There was a beauty in her vulnerability, a haunting fragility that struck me to my core. She was searching for answers in the abyss, desperate for a sign that we weren't alone in this nightmare. But the universe offered no solace, only the cruel laughter of fate. I felt the weight of time pressing down upon us, a relentless clock ticking toward our inevitable end. "Time is a cruel mistress," Jackson said, his voice low and broken. "And she never plays fair." Each second felt like a dagger, each minute a reminder of our impending doom. The air grew thick with tension, an almost tangible force that crackled against our skin. I could feel the weight of our fears pressing down, a swarm of shadows dancing just beyond the veil of perception. The prophecy loomed, a ghostly specter whispering promises of despair. Our breath synchronized, quickening in time with the dread that wrapped around us like a suffocating shroud. I remembered the stories, those faded legends of heroes and prophecies, of battles fought and lost. It felt laughable now, almost absurd. "We're not heroes," I thought, "we're just three broken souls trying to stay afloat." The truth stung like ice on a wound. Jackson's voice cut through my thoughts, filled with an urgency that made my heart race. "We must confront them," he declared, his resolve igniting the air. "We can't let the shadows consume us." His words were a lifeline, a flicker of light in the darkness, beckoning us forward. But what if we fail? Elara's question hung in the air, a fragile echo of our deepest fears. Her eyes shimmered, reflecting a mix of courage and despair. What if the prophecy is true? In that moment, the weight of our choices settled like a heavy cloak on our shoulders. Each decision could lead us down a path of deliverance or doom. I felt the gravity of our situation, the full scope of what lay before us. There was no turning back, the battle was upon us. A distant rumble tugged at the edges of my consciousness, a warning bell tolling in the distance. The shadows were coming. I could feel their cold breath on the back of my neck, a promise of chaos swirling just beyond the horizon. And yet, there was a flicker of defiance igniting within me, a spark that surged and refused to be extinguished. We are more than the whispers of ancient curses, I said, my voice shaking but firm. We are here. We will fight. Ilara nodded, determination flaring in her eyes. Jackson clenched his jaw, the tension crackling like electricity between us. Together, he said, his voice steady, anchoring us in the storm. As the echoes of our resolve filled the night, I sensed the weight of history pressing down upon us, as if the very cosmos was holding its breath. Prophecy was not a sentence, it was a choice. And in that moment, we chose to stand against the shadows, to defy the fate that loomed over us like a dark cloud threatening to swallow the stars. The night thickened around us, an impenetrable veil of uncertainty, and the distant rumble grew louder, echoing through the streets like the drums of war. Time slipped through our fingers, and the world felt suspended, caught between the past and the future, between hope and despair. In the heart of the storm, I felt alive, a fierce fire igniting within me. The prophecy whispered its chilling tales, but we were the authors of our fate. The shadows may rise, but we would rise with them, ready to face whatever awaited us in the dark. And so we stood, three souls entwined in defiance, ready to confront the end that loomed ever closer. The prophecy was not merely a foretelling, it was a challenge, a promise of change, of rebirth, wrapped in the dark fabric of uncertainty. As we stepped into the abyss, hearts pounding like thunder, I knew, this was just the beginning. The air crackled with tension, a sharp, electric pulse that coursed through the dimly lit chamber like a warning bell. Shadows danced along the stone walls, flickering in the wavering light of the torches. It was here, in this suffocating silence, that betrayal whispered. I could hear my heart thundering in my chest, each beat like a drum echoing my dread. Gripping the cold stone table, I felt the weight of the moment, heavy and suffocating, as if the very walls were closing in on me. The high priest stood before me, eyes glinting with an unsettling mixture of fervor and fear. His robes, once symbols of purity and wisdom, now draped around him like shrouds of deceit. You must understand, he said, voice trembling yet resolute. This is our only path. Sacrifice is necessary. I could see the truth burning in his eyes, a hollow flame that threatened to consume us both. But I wasn't just a pawn in this grotesque game. My heart was a battlefield, torn between loyalty to him and the haunting question that twisted my gut, at what cost? I remember those nights spent in fervent prayer, the weight of my own sins weighing heavier than any sacrifice he demanded. You talk of sacrifice, but you wear a crown of thorns. I spat, anger punctuating each word like a dagger. You've turned your back on everything we fought for. A flicker of guilt flashed across his face, quickly masked by a veil of conviction. You don't understand. The city is crumbling. The people are lost. They need a savior, not a martyr. And then there was Miriam, a silent storm of emotions, her presence an anchor in the chaos. She had always been my light, the one who pulled me back from the precipice of despair. Her dark hair fell around her shoulders like a raven's wing, and in her eyes, I saw a storm brewing, one that threatened to engulf us all. No, Eli, she whispered, her voice barely a breath. This isn't the way. We can find another path. We must. But every second spent debating was a second lost. Time was a relentless beast, gnashing its teeth at our heels, and the clock in the corner ticked away, each second echoing like a death knell. I wanted to scream at the heavens, to demand that they intervene, but instead, I felt my resolve crumble beneath the weight of desperation. I remember the dreams we shared, I said, voice thick with emotion. The vision of a better tomorrow. This isn't it. The words hung in the air, saturated with regret and yearning, but the high priest's expression hardened, the flicker of humanity extinguished. The growing shadows poured into the room, tangible and suffocating, taunting me with memories of laughter and hope long turned to ash. You think you can save them with your idealism, he sneered, stepping closer, the scent of sweat and incense wrapping around us like a noose. Look around. The streets are filled with despair. They want a miracle, Eli, not your pathetic dreams. Pathetic? I whispered, a bitter laugh escaping my lips. You want to trade my ideals for blood? You've become the monster we feared. I could feel the pulse of the room, a drumbeat of inevitability and fear, and as I looked into Miriam's eyes, I saw my own fear reflected back, fear of losing everything we'd fought for, of losing each other. The high priest's hand reached out, grasping a dagger that glinted in the low light. "If you won't follow, then you shall be silenced. Your voice will not sway the masses." His words dripped with venom, a promise of darkness that chilled me to the core. Miriam stepped forward, her voice a fierce whisper, "Eli, run! Get out of here!" But I was frozen, caught in a web of emotion and reality. The moment stretched like a taut bowstring, poised for release. I could see the tension flickering in Miriam's eyes, the dread creeping into her bones. Suddenly, the walls of the chamber seemed to close in, pressing down on us, whispering dark secrets of betrayal and sacrifice. I remembered the stories we told each other, tales of heroes and demons, of light amidst the darkness. But this was no fairy tale, this was a nightmare, a raw and visceral clash of ideals. I had been blind to the truth lurking beneath the surface. Betrayal was a hungry beast, and it had found its way into our hearts. With a surge of adrenaline, I lunged for the dagger, but the high priest was faster, a predator in his element, his movements fluid and lethal. The blade glinted, a promise of bloodshed, and in that moment, as time seemed to slow, I understood the depth of his betrayal. He was not merely a man, he was a spectre of our darkest fears, a reflection of our own failures. Miriam screamed, a sound that sliced through the air, raw and hopeless, echoing in the silence that followed. I felt my breath catch in my throat, the weight of our choices crashing down like a tidal wave. This was the crucible of our fate, the pivotal moment where dreams shattered against the harsh stones of reality. I could taste the iron tang of fear on my tongue, the bitter aftertaste of choices made and unmade. Memories flooded back, of laughter shared, of promises exchanged in the stillness of night, of the fire that had once ignited our spirits. The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. Love and betrayal were two sides of the same coin, and we were trapped in a game we never chose to play. As the dagger flashed in the dim light, I grasped for understanding, for clarity amidst the chaos. The power of faith, of belief in something greater than ourselves, flickered like a candle in the storm. I could feel Miriam's strength, her unwavering belief in us, cradling it like a fragile treasure. And then it happened, a moment of clarity amidst the chaos, a breath held in the storm. I turned to the high priest, my voice trembling but resolute. "You've lost your way, but we can still find ours. We can redeem this." But his laugh was a cruel wind, chilling and hollow. "Redemption is a luxury for the weak, Eli. You'll learn that soon enough." And then it was as if the world shifted, the very foundation of my existence trembling beneath the weight of his words. The shadows surged forward, and I knew, in that moment, our paths were forever altered. I could feel the darkness close in, the chill seeping into my bones, but even in the face of despair, I remembered love. I remembered the warmth of hope flickering in the dark, and I clung to it like a lifeline. The clock continued its relentless ticking, each second a reminder that we were running out of time. The chamber was a battleground, hearts and souls clashing in a storm of betrayal and awakening. The tension hung thick, suffocating, yet somehow, amidst the chaos, I could still hear the distant echo of laughter, the promise of a brighter dawn. In that moment of impending confrontation, I felt the world fall away, and all that remained was the raw truth of our existence, the fragility of hope, the weight of sacrifice, the flickering light of love battling against the encroaching shadows. The howl cut through the night like a knife, raw and primal, a sound that stirred something deep within me, a memory of fear whispered at the edge of dreams. I stood frozen among the twisted shadows of the ancient oaks, their gnarled branches reaching like skeletal hands into the black sky. My heart thundered in my chest, a war drum in the silence, an echo of the dread coiling around me like an invisible serpent. I could barely breathe, each inhalation thick with the scent of damp earth and decay, a reminder that life teetered on the brink of something dark and unfathomable. Myra was beside me, her wide eyes reflecting the luminous glare of a half-moon, yet they held a depth of darkness that made me shiver. She was always too curious, too eager to chase the shadows that danced just beyond our reach. "What was that?" she hissed, her voice barely rising above a whisper, trembling like the leaves beneath our feet. I could see the knots forming in her stomach, the anxious pulse of adrenaline coursing through her veins, and I felt it too, a raw energy, a desperate longing for escape, for safety, for anything that would drown out the howling. Just the wind, I lied, though the words fell heavy on my tongue. They felt like a mockery of the truth, a shield too flimsy to protect us from the terror looming in the darkness. But my mind betrayed me, conjuring images of the stories I'd heard, tales of demons and their minions that roamed the night, creatures so vile they thrived on the fear of those who believed. I could almost hear their laughter, a symphony of malice under the blanket of stars. And then there was Jonah. I turned to him, the third piece of our fragile trio. His face was a mask of stoicism, though I knew the cracks ran deep beneath the surface. He had seen too much, felt too much. The shadows were his friends and enemies alike, and the weight of his burdens etched lines in his brow that spoke of an old soul trapped in a young body. I wanted to ask him if he felt it too, the pull of something sinister, the call of the minion slipping through the cracks of reality to feast on our fear. But his gaze was fixed on the distance, and I could feel the tension crackling in the air, thick as fog and just as suffocating. I remember, he murmured, as if lost in a reverie, the stories our parents told us, how the ancients spoke of the creatures that dwell in the night, how they become something more when darkness falls. His voice dropped to a whisper, laden with the weight of truth. They say they're drawn to those who know their names. A chill slithered down my spine as I recalled the incantations we had whispered in mockery, as children, believing ourselves invincible, wrapped in the safety of our ignorance. Jonah, stop! It's just a story, I said, though my voice cracked like thin ice beneath the pressure of my doubt. But Myra leaned closer, her breath warm against my ear. What if it's not? What if they're out there, waiting? The very idea set my heart racing, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I glanced at the silhouette of the forest surrounding us, the trees standing sentinel-like dark guardians, their branches clawing at the sky as if trying to escape the horrors that lay beneath. Then came a rustle, just beyond our line of sight. A shadow flickered, quick and hungry, and my pulse quickened, each beat echoing in the silence, louder, more insistent. Did you see that? I whispered, barely able to form the words, my throat dry and scratchy. Jonah's eyes widened, and I could see the flicker of recognition there, the repressed fear bubbling to the surface. We shouldn't be here, he said, voice trembling. We need to go now. But where? The night wrapped around us like a shroud, wrapping us tighter with every second that passed. The wind shifted, carrying a scent that was not just damp earth, but something more visceral, blood and sulfur, the essence of nightmares come to life. I could feel it in the marrow of my bones, a primal instinct urging me to run, to flee. Stay close, Myra said, her voice steadying. She clutched my arm, her fingers digging into my skin with a grip that was both comforting and possessive, grounding me in the chaos swirling around us. I felt a surge of something, courage, perhaps, or foolishness. We couldn't let the darkness consume us, we had to confront it, no matter how many nightmares it held. And then, there it was. A figure emerged from the shadows, stepping into the dappled moonlight, an embodiment of all our fears made flesh. Its eyes glowed with an inner fire, piercing the veil of night like twin stars lost in the void. The very air twisted around it, distortion rippling outward like the waves of a storm. My breath caught in my throat as I realized it wasn't just a creature of the dark, it was a demon's minion, a part of the fabric of our nightmares made real. Its laughter was a twisted symphony, echoing through the heart of the forest, and I felt the world tilt on its axis, the ground beneath me shifting like quicksand. This was no mere chase through shadows, this was a confrontation with fear itself, a reckoning with that which we had ignored for too long. I clenched my fists, every muscle in my body taut with the anticipation of a fight, a flight, a desperate need to reclaim the safety of day. Remember who you are, I whispered to myself, the mantra a lifeline against the tide of despair crashing over me. We were not just prey, we were survivors. And as the minion advanced, a single thought sang through my mind, fiercely bright against the encroaching darkness, we would not be devoured. But as the creature lunged, I felt the air grow heavy, a suffocating blanket of fear that wrapped around us all, and I knew that the true battle lay not just in facing the darkness without, but in confronting the shadows within ourselves. The night was alive with tension, each heartbeat a countdown to a collision of fate, and as I stepped forward into the abyss, I realized this was only the beginning. The wind howled through the jagged stones of the hidden fortress, a mournful sound that echoed like a dirge. Lila's heart raced, each beat a drum echoing in the stillness, as she pressed herself against the cold wall. She could feel the frigid stone biting into her skin, yet it was nothing compared to the chill that coursed through her veins. The shadows danced, flickering in the dim light of the lone torch, whispering secrets that clawed at her sanity, and with every breath she took, she could taste the dread thickening the air. "Do you hear that?" Tobias's voice trembled, breaking the silence like glass shattering on concrete. His eyes darted around, wide and frantic, as if the very walls might collapse on them at any moment. He was the brave one, always charging forward with his sword drawn, yet now he seemed like a child lost in the dark, clutching onto embers of courage that flickered dangerously low. "I hear it," Lila replied, her throat dry as dust. "What if it's him?" The unspoken name hung in the air, heavy and suffocating, the demon. They never spoke of him, not in whispers, not in dreams, yet here they stood, fate pulling them into his abyss. "We're too late," she breathed, the words escaping like smoke from a dying fire. From the shadows emerged Rhea, her gaze locked on the darkness ahead, lips pursed in determination. There was a ghost of past joy in her eyes, now eclipsed by fear and regret. "We can't turn back. Not now." She moved with a grace that belied the turmoil inside her, the weight of countless nights spent wondering if her choices had bred this madness, the nightmares of her brother's laughter twisted into the screams of the dying. "I won't let him take anyone else," she vowed, but even her own voice quivered, a feeble echo against the fortress's walls. The air thickened, pressing against Lila's chest as if the fortress itself was alive, breathing, watching. Memories flitted through her mind, snippets of laughter, the vibrant colors of a sunlit day, the taste of sweet apples from the market where she and Rhea would giggle at the absurdity of life. But now, those memories felt like shards of glass, beautiful yet dangerous, cutting into her present as they recalled a world that seemed impossible to return to. "We should have never come here," Tobias whispered, panic surfacing. "What were we thinking?" The tension twisted in Lila's stomach like a serpent ready to strike. She remembered the stories, how men had entered this fortress, only to be devoured by shadows. And then there was silence. An oppressive, heavy silence that smothered them, wrapping around their throats until they could barely breathe. The shadows pulsated, twisting and shifting, and she could hear the heartbeat of the fortress, slow, steady, relentless. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the stillness, a sound that froze the blood in Lila's veins. It was distant, echoing through the corridors and corridors of despair. Her heart thundered in her chest, the rhythm matching the pounding in her ears. "We have to go," she urged, but deep inside, fear tangled with something darker, curiosity. What if they could face him? What if they could confront the demon and reclaim the lives he had stolen? "Wait," Rhea said, her voice a knife cutting through the tension. "We need to find out what he wants. We need to understand." Her words hung like an incantation, potent and dangerous. Lila glanced at her friend, the fierce determination igniting a spark in her own heart, but it flickered uncertainly. "Understand? We're not scholars, we're just three scared kids playing hero in a nightmare." Tobias's voice cracked, his bravado faltering as shadows loomed closer, the darkness licking at their heels. But Rhea stepped forward, unyielding. "If we run, we'll just be hunted. We have to confront our fears, or we'll never escape them." Lila's breath caught in her throat, a mix of admiration and fear. Rhea had always been the bravest among them, always willing to face the monsters, but this was different. The demon wasn't just a tale told around a fire, he was a nightmare made flesh, a predator waiting to feast on their fears. The ground trembled beneath them, the fortress awakening, and Lila felt a clawing desperation, a longing to flee. But as she looked into Rhea's eyes, she saw that same fierce light, flickering with hope against the tide of despair. "I can't lose you," she whispered, the truth spilling out like blood from a wound. "I can't lose either of you." Tobias's shoulders slumped, and though he was shaking, a flicker of resolve ignited within him. "Then we face him together. We have to believe there's a way to break his hold." The words felt like shards of ice, biting yet soothing, a call to arms against an enemy they hardly understood. As they moved deeper into the fortress, the walls closed in, every whisper of stone a reminder of the darkness that awaited them. Shadows flickered, monstrous and alive, as if the fortress itself was a beast, hungry for their fear. They reached an archway, the air turning electric, crackling with unspoken words. A chill raced down Lila's spine, a warning she couldn't shake. "This is it," she said, her voice trembling. "This is where it happens." And then, the world fractured. The fortress trembled, a growl resonating from the very depths as the demon emerged, a silhouette wreathed in darkness, eyes glowing with an insatiable hunger. Every breath felt like fire in Lila's lungs as she faced him, heart racing, every heartbeat a countdown to oblivion. He stepped forward, a mockery of humanity, shadows swirling around him, and she felt the weight of centuries pressing down, a history of pain and despair etched into his very being. The inevitable confrontation loomed, a tempest of emotion swirling within her, a mixture of terror, defiance, and an overwhelming urge to protect those she loved. Time slowed, each second stretching into eternity as she prepared to face the darkness that promised to consume them all. In this moment, the fortress was not just stone and shadows, it was a crucible of their fears, a battleground where their souls would clash with the abyss. And Lila knew, with every fiber of her being, that they were at the brink, nothing would ever be the same again. The air crackled with the tension of an impending storm, the kind that gnaws at your instincts, urging you to flee or fight. The battlefield sprawled beneath a bruised sky, where memories of laughter faded into the roar of chaos, and the scent of iron mingled with the earth's urgency. I could hear the distant echoes of clashing swords, a symphony of desperation and valor, resonating as the blood of countless warriors stained the ground, a dark promise of what was to come. I stood there, heart pounding like a war drum, my breath shallow as I clutched my sword, its hilt slick with sweat and anxiety. In that moment, I wasn't just a man, I was a vessel of fear and hope, teetering on the precipice of annihilation. I remembered her face, the way her laughter wrapped around me like a warm blanket, now suffocated by this looming darkness. Her name echoed in my mind, a ghost haunting the edge of my consciousness, Ilara. I remembered everything about her, the way her eyes sparkled with mischief, the way she challenged me to be better even when I stumbled. But now, she was a distant star in a sky filled with angry clouds. Beside me, Rylan trembled, his usually fiery spirit snuffed by doubt. He was a warrior forged in the furnace of battle, yet here he was, a frightened boy clinging to the remnants of his courage. "What if we lose?" he whispered, his voice cracking like the earth beneath our feet. I turned to him, anger and fear swirling within me. How could he ask such a question when defeat tasted bitter on our lips? "What if we don't?" I shot back, my words sharper than the blade I wielded. Every heartbeat thudded in the silence that followed, punctuated by the distant clash of steel and the cries of the fallen. I could feel the weight of despair pressing down on us like the thick humidity before a summer storm. Then, from the shadows of the trees lining the battlefield, emerged a figure cloaked in darkness, Myra. Her presence commanded the air, fierce and unapologetic, a tempest of courage contained within a fragile shell. She had seen too much, lost too much, and yet here she stood, her eyes aflame with determination. "Listen to me," she said, her voice steady, grounding us in this maelstrom of fear. "This is not just about us. We are the echoes of every warrior who came before us. Their strength courses through our veins." I could see it in her eyes, the same fire that burned in Ilara's, the refusal to succumb to despair. It ignited something within me, a flicker of defiance against the encroaching dread. "We stand together or we fall alone," she declared, her words a rallying cry that pierced through the oppressive fog of hopelessness. Rylan squared his shoulders, drawing strength from Myra's fierce resolve. I felt it, too, a pulse of solidarity weaving through our hearts, binding us together in a tapestry of shared resolve. The whispers of our ancestors echoed in the air, filling the cracks of our doubts. We were warriors, yes, flawed and scarred, but unified like the threads of a fraying rope that, despite its wear, held the promise of strength against the fiercest storm. But the storm was here. I could sense it in the way the winds howled, in the shift of shadows that danced menacingly along the battlefield. A figure appeared on the horizon, dark and massive, cutting through the air like a thunderclap, a harbinger of our fate. The enemy surged forward, a wave of darkness, intent on swallowing the last glimmers of light. I felt the ground tremble beneath my feet, a reminder of the fragility of our existence. Together, I breathed, the word barely escaping my lips, but it was a promise, a pact forged in desperation. We squared our shoulders, weapons drawn, hearts aligned. Ryland's hands were steady now, emboldened by the unity we forged in this crucible of chaos. Myra's fierce spirit burned brightly, a beacon of hope amidst the encroaching night. As the enemy closed in, something shifted within me, a surge of primal energy that coursed through my veins, igniting every nerve, awakening the echoes of forgotten battles. I remembered the stories my father told me around the fire, of warriors who stood against impossible odds, of the strength found in unity. With a battle cry that erupted from the depths of my soul, I charged forward, the world around me melting into a blur. I swung my sword with an intensity that startled even me, cutting through the darkness, feeling the warmth of victory, however fleeting, wash over me. The taste of adrenaline was sweet, bittersweet, like the remnants of Ilara's laughter that lingered in my mind. Ryland followed closely, his once timid frame radiating renewed strength. He fought like a lion, his strikes fueled by the camaraderie we had forged in the fire of battle. Myra danced around us, a tempest of fury and grace, her every movement a reminder that we were more than mere warriors, we were a force of nature, an unstoppable tide of unity crashing against the shores of despair. Time lost its meaning in the chaos, each moment stretched into eternity as we fought, not just for ourselves but for the bonds we shared, for the memories that anchored us in this storm. I could feel the weight of every loss, every heartbreak, but those shadows forged resilience within us. We were warriors, flawed and imperfect, but in that moment, we were invincible together. The power of our unity pulsed like a heartbeat, a reminder that in the darkest of nights, we could light the way for each other. And as the storm raged on, I realized, this was not just a battle, it was a testament to the very essence of who we were, a beacon shining through the encroaching darkness, a promise that we would never face the shadows alone. With every heartbeat, the call echoed, together, together, always together. And in that unity, we found strength, a raw, visceral power that surged through us, binding our fates as we charged into the storm, ready to face whatever awaited us on the other side. The air crackled with tension, a palpable darkness thrumming through the earth like a heartbeat. I stood at the edge of the abyss, the world falling away beneath me as shadows writhed and twisted in the moonlit night. It was here, in this moment of dread, that the final trials began, where worth would be weighed against the demon. The silence was deafening, a prelude to chaos, and I could feel my pulse sync with the distant whispers, a warning carried on the wind. Rhea, brave yet terrified, clutched her dagger, knuckles white against the worn leather grip. Her eyes, usually bright with defiance, were clouded with doubt, reflecting the flickering flames of the torches lining the darkened path. "What if we fail?" she murmured, her voice barely a whisper, as if speaking too loudly would summon the very darkness that loomed ahead. The question hung between us, heavy like the oppressive weight of despair. "Then we die," I replied, my own voice steady, though I felt the tremor beneath. "But we'll die fighting." The truth tasted bitter on my tongue. I didn't want to die. I wanted to see the sunrise again, to feel the warmth of the sun on my skin, to laugh without the shadow of fear lurking behind me. But those thoughts flitted away like moths to the flame, swallowed by the encroaching dread. Beside me stood Elian, the uncertain heart of our trio, his face a mask of stoic resolve, though I could see the cracks beneath. "We can't show weakness," he said, almost to himself. His fingers brushed the pendant hanging around his neck, a talisman forged from the bones of ancestors. It was supposed to protect him, to guide him. But what good was a talisman against a demon? What good were we, three lost souls standing on the precipice of annihilation? Rhea's breath hitched, and I felt it escalate into something primal, a low growl of fear buried deep within her. Each heartbeat thundered in my ears. I could almost hear the ticking of an invisible clock, counting down the seconds until the darkness would consume us. "Remember the stories," I urged, "the ones about the demon. It thrives on fear, on our doubts." I wanted to instill courage, but my own voice trembled with a hint of terror. "Stories," Elian scoffed, but his bravado was brittle. "They're just tales meant to scare children." Yet he knew, deep down, the truth of those tales, the ones that spoke of loss, of anguish, of a creature that feasted on the very essence of our souls. He was a scholar, a keeper of history, and I could see the knowledge swirling in his mind, clawing at his resolve. Then I remembered my grandmother's words, spoken long ago in the comfort of firelight: courage isn't the absence of fear, it's the resolve to face it, to dance with the shadows instead of running from them. I had clung to those words, but they felt more like a ghost now, a memory lost in the thick fog of terror. Ahead, the ground erupted. Stone shifted underfoot, and the shadows writhed like serpents. An echo of laughter, sinister and mocking, curled around us like smoke. It was a sound that twisted in my gut, as if the darkness itself had a voice, taunting us, daring us to step forward. Do you hear that? Rhea's eyes widened, raw fear spilling into her gaze. It knows we're here. Her voice trembled, and I felt my heart race, the pull of panic tightening its grip around my throat. Yes, I whispered, though my voice felt weak. It knows. The shadows coalesced, and from them emerged a figure, the demon, draped in darkness that shimmered like oil on water. Its eyes glowed with a red fire, piercing through the night, searching, no, feasting, on our very souls. My body froze, a primal instinct screaming for flight, but I stood rooted, an unwilling participant in this deadly dance. Welcome, it hissed, the sound slithering through the air, wrapping around us like chains. To the final trials. Rhea stepped back, her dagger slipping from her fingers, clattering against the stones, a sound that echoed in the silence, like a death knell in a haunted chamber. What do you want? She cried, desperation clawing at her throat. The demon laughed, a sound that chilled my blood and sent shivers racing down my spine. What do I want? I want you to prove your worth against me. It gestured, and the ground beneath us shifted, revealing an arena of jagged rocks and suffocating shadows. Elian's voice trembled with disbelief. We're not ready for this. Ready or not, you're here, the demon sneered, its presence suffocating. I could feel a weight upon my chest, a crushing despair threatening to swallow me whole. You've come to face your fears. Each of you holds a secret, a fear you cannot escape. Let's see if you can conquer them. I inhaled sharply, a sharp pang of recognition stabbing through me. It was true. In the depths of our hearts lay the shadows we had long hidden. The things we feared the most. I could feel mine swirling, a darkness that whispered of failure, of loss. Rhea, I said, my voice breaking slightly, you have to fight it. Her eyes met mine, and in that instant, I saw the flicker of recognition. I remember everything. The words fell from her lips like a prayer, heavy with the weight of regret. In the flickering torchlight, I saw the ghost of a memory flash across her face, a lost love, a sacrifice made in vain. The demon smiled, a grotesque display of triumph. Ah, the first fear unveiled. Let's see how it plays out. Before us, the shadows shifted, morphing into a twisted reflection of Rhea's past, a love lost to the abyss. Heart pounding, I turned to Elian, the reality of our situation crashing over me like a tidal wave. We have to confront our fears, or we won't survive this. He nodded, his gaze unwavering. Together. As the first wave of darkness surged toward Rhea, I felt an urgency rising within me. I couldn't allow the past to swallow her whole. Fight it! I shouted, my heart pounding against my ribcage. And as she stepped forward, I felt the ground tremble beneath us, the echoes of our fears vibrating in the air. The demon's laughter echoed, but I could only focus on Rhea, her silhouette framed by the shadows, a warrior facing the storm. Together, Elian whispered, gripping my arm, as the darkness beckoned, ready to consume us all. The final trials had begun, and we were caught in a web of terror, love, and despair, the boundaries of our souls stretching thin. And as the abyss beckoned, I realized, perhaps it was not the demon we needed to fear the most, but the shadows we carried within ourselves. The air was thick with ash and the bitter taste of despair, choking every breath. A single torch flickered in the shadows, its flame casting a dance of phantoms on the wall, ghosts of the city that once thrived, now a shell of its former glory. Elara stood at the edge of the charred street, her heart racing, each pulse a drumbeat of dread marking the time left before the darkness swallowed her whole. She could hear the murmurs of the damned echoing in her mind, the lament of the lost, each whisper a reminder of the demon's cruel grip on their world. Why did it come to this, she thought, a question laced with anger and sorrow. She could almost see the faces of the villagers, their joyful laughter now eclipsed by the oppressive silence. The weight of their suffering pressed against her chest, tightening like a noose. She squeezed her eyes shut, trying to block out the memories, but they flooded in like an unstoppable tide. I remember the way the sun would filter through the trees, dappling the ground with golden light. I remember the scent of fresh bread, still warm from the oven, and the sound of children playing. But those days felt like fragments of a dream, slipping further away with each passing moment. The demon had come, a monstrous figure cloaked in shadows, eyes gleaming with malice. It was more than just a conqueror, it was a nightmare incarnate, feasting on the despair it sowed. Ilara's brother, Milo, had stood against it, his defiance shining bright in the face of overwhelming darkness. She had begged him to flee, but he'd laughed, that infectious laughter ringing out like a challenge. "I would rather die fighting than live under its rule," he had said, eyes sparkling with reckless courage. Now, she could only remember the way his laughter faded, replaced by the hollow silence of loss. "Don't leave me," she whispered into the night, but the wind merely carried her words away, mocking her grief. Her heart twisted, a raw wound that throbbed with every thought of him. From the shadows emerged Kale, a figure torn between duty and despair. His eyes, once filled with hope, now mirrored Ilara's pain, a reflection of their shared burden. He approached her, cautious as if he were walking on the brittle edge of a knife. "We need to move," he urged, voice strained, barely above a whisper. "The demon will come for you next. It knows you're still here." "I'm not afraid of it," she spat, the words bitter on her tongue. But fear gnawed at her insides, a ravenous beast clawing its way into the crevices of her mind. Kale saw through her bravado, he had always seen. "You should be," he replied, his voice trembling with suppressed emotion. "This isn't a battle of strength, Ilara. It's about survival. We're pawns in a game we cannot win." The truth of his words hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. They stood amidst the ruins, where dreams once flourished like wildflowers now choked by weeds. The world had fractured under the weight of the demon's reign, and with it, the very essence of hope had faded. I remember the first time I saw the stars, the vastness of the universe sprawling above me like a promise. But now, the sky felt like a mocking reminder of their insignificance. Ilara's breath hitched as she gazed upward, searching for something, anything, that could guide them. But the stars were distant, cold, indifferent to their suffering. "Why do we fight?" Kale asked, his voice cracking. "What's left for us?" For a moment, silence enveloped them like a shroud. Ilara's heart pounded in her chest, each beat echoing the desperation that clawed at her insides. The answer danced just beyond her reach, taunting her like the flicker of the torch. She could see her brother's face in her mind, the way his eyes sparkled with life, the unyielding spirit that had once pushed her forward. "We fight for them," she said finally, her voice firmer than before. "For those who can't anymore. For Milo." The name hung between them, heavy with grief, and Kale nodded slowly, the fierce determination in his eyes igniting like a flame. "Then we fight together," he said, a vow forged in the crucible of their shared pain. As they turned toward the heart of the demon's lair, the ground trembled beneath their feet, a warning rumble as dark clouds gathered overhead. The air crackled with tension, the impending confrontation looming like a storm on the horizon. Ilara's heart raced, not just with fear, but with a strange sense of purpose, the thrill of reclaiming what had been stolen. In that moment, the shadows of the past fell away, replaced by the fierce light of resolve. They were not mere victims, they were warriors, bound by their scars, fighting for a future that felt impossibly far away yet tantalizingly close. The world stretched before them, a tapestry of fear and hope woven together in a delicate balance. Each step was a breath, and every heartbeat resonated with the pulsing rhythm of their resolve. They would confront the darkness, not as broken souls stripped of light but as beacons of defiance, no longer willing to cower in the corners of despair. And then, in that fractured moment, they stepped into the abyss, ready to reclaim what was theirs. The echoes of their past surged around them, a cacophony of loss and longing, merging into a singular purpose that burned brighter than the demon's shadows. Together, they advanced, hearts intertwined, a flicker of light against the encroaching night. The battle was waiting, and with it, their fate. The air crackled with tension, thick and suffocating, where shadows clung to the earth like a shroud of despair. A lone figure stood atop the ridge, heart pounding like war drums, the horizon bleeding crimson as the sun succumbed to the encroaching night. I could feel the weight of his gaze, the warrior, a man caught between the realm of the living and the spectre of death. He was no mere soldier but a soul burdened with the judgment of his choices, standing on the precipice of sacrifice. I remember the whispers that haunted the winds, secrets of the past flowing through the trees, each sigh a reminder of what was at stake. "They will come for you," the village elder had warned, eyes clouded with the weight of prophecy. "And you must be ready." Ready? What did that even mean? Ready for the end or the beginning of something far worse? The night deepened, and with it, my fear coiled tighter around my heart. Beside him stood Kaelin, fierce but trembling, her hand stained with the blood of her enemies, a testament to her unyielding spirit. She was his anchor, but tonight, even anchors can drift. I could see it in her eyes, a fire flickering against the encroaching darkness, the flame of hope wrestling with the chill of despair. "What if it's not enough?" she whispered, voice cracking as the weight of their fate settled between them like an invisible chasm. I wanted to reach out, to calm the storm brewing in her soul, but the words caught in my throat like thorns. And then there was Gerrick, a friend turned adversary, with his own ghosts trailing behind him. The tension between them was palpable, the air thick with unresolved anger and betrayal. "You think you're the only one with blood on their hands?" Gerrick spat, hands clenched, a storm brewing in his chest. "We've all sacrificed. You just can't see it." And I remember how he looked at Kaelin, a mixture of longing and regret, as if he yearned for a world where they could have shared laughter instead of swords. I felt each heartbeat thunder through the silence, a countdown to the unknown. The stars began to blink into existence, cold and indifferent, watching silently as the warriors prepared themselves for the ritual that would seal their fates. It was a sacrificial offering, the kind spoken of in hushed tones, a bloodletting to appease the ancient gods, but more than that, it felt like a reckoning, a chance to redefine their humanity against the backdrop of their sins. "Will you stand with me?" the warrior asked Kaelin, his voice low and steady, but inside, I could sense the tempest raging. The moment hung suspended, a fragile thread stretched taut between hope and despair. I could see her pulse quicken, the flicker of uncertainty dancing in her gaze. "I will," she breathed, yet even as the words left her lips, the shadows of doubt loomed larger. The wind howled, a mournful lament weaving through the trees, echoing their fears. I remember the memories crashing over us, their laughter as children, the thrill of shared dreams. But now those memories felt like ghosts, clinging to the edges of their resolve, whispering reminders of the price of their lives. They were not just warriors, they were people, flawed, broken, and desperately alive. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the moon rose, casting an eerie glow upon the land, illuminating the sacrifices that were about to unfold. The warriors formed a circle, hands intertwined, a band of reluctant heroes clinging to the hope of redemption. Each heartbeat mirrored the pounding of drums from the village below, a call to arms that echoed through the collective anxiety pooling in the night. I watched Kaelin as she knelt, the grass soaked with the dew of uncertainty, her breath trembling as if the weight of her world rested on her shoulders. "I remember," she whispered, recalling the laughter of children, the warmth of summer days, the taste of freedom. "I remember the sacrifice of my mother." Her voice cracked, and I could feel the depth of her sorrow cutting through the night like a blade. "If this is to be my end," she said, resolve hardening her features, "let it not be in vain." Gerrick, standing just beyond her reach, fought the turmoil within him. There was a part of him that wanted to comfort her, to assuage the pain that flickered in her eyes, but pride held him captive. "You think you can carry this alone?" he challenged, voice a coarse whisper, laced with frustration. "We're in this together, whether you like it or not." The fire of their shared history crackled between them, dangerously combustible, igniting a sense of camaraderie even as they stood on the brink of annihilation. The time had come, the drums grew louder, a heartbeat of inevitability urging them forward, and I felt the gravity of their choices weighing heavy in the air. The ritual bell tolled, marking the moment when fate would reveal its cruel hand. I could see the ghosts of their past swirling around them, dancing with the shadows, entwining their memories into a haunting symphony of sacrifice and defiance. With each step toward the altar, I could feel the pull of their connection, their shared laughter, their whispered secrets, the weight of betrayal, and the warmth of forgiveness. The night wrapped around them like a lover's embrace, cold and yet comforting, as they faced the abyss together, a kaleidoscope of emotion swirling within. "Whatever happens," the warrior declared, eyes ablaze with the desire to protect, "we face it as one." Those words, heavy with promise and trepidation, echoed into the void, and I felt the tremors of fear and hope collide. I remember the flicker of a smile on Kaylin's lips, a reflection of her unyielding spirit, even as the shadows deepened. "Together," she echoed, and in that moment, they were no longer just a trio of warriors but a constellation of souls bound by the gravity of existence, daring to defy the night that threatened to consume them. The final beat of the ritual bell rang out, splitting the air with its urgency, and I could feel the world holding its breath, waiting for the sacrifice that would change everything. Time slowed, each second stretching into eternity, and I knew this was just the beginning. The darkness loomed on the horizon, but within that darkness, there was the glimmer of hope, a fleeting promise that perhaps, after this storm, they would find a way to rise anew, reborn from the ashes of their past, desperate for redemption. The air crackled with an energy so intense it could only be described as alive. An electric shiver coursed through the empty streets, weaving its way between the shadows that clung to the moss-covered bricks like ghosts of a forgotten era. I stood there, heart pounding, the weight of time pressing heavily upon my chest. A clock tower loomed above, its hands frozen at midnight, but the world around me was anything but still. I remember the screams. Oh, how they echoed in my mind, a haunting symphony of desperation. They clawed at me, pulling me back, reminding me who I was before the streets turned to ash and the skies hung heavy with grief. I remember the faces, my comrades, my brothers, my sisters, each one etched into the fabric of my memory like a battle scar. Their laughter, their pain, all now faded whispers beneath the earth. And then, silence. A silence that felt like a void, a chasm of despair threatening to swallow me whole. It was in that breathless pause that the first shadows stirred, flickering at the edge of my vision, twisting and writhing like tendrils of smoke. They were coming. The forgotten were waking, and with them, the burden of all my unresolved battles. There was Lyra, always fiercely stubborn, a warrior of unmatched spirit. I watched her now, crouched low behind the remnants of a crumbling wall, her eyes glinting like shards of glass beneath the moonlight. She clutched her sword, a relic from a time when honor meant something more than survival. I could see the tremor in her hands, the flicker of doubt in her heart. She was a warrior, yes, but even the fiercest fire can become embers when the light is too far away. "I can't do this," she whispered, her voice barely a tremor in the heavy night air. Her breath, sharp and ragged, caught like shards of ice in her throat. The once great Lyra reduced to this? Fear gnawed at me, twisting my insides. I wanted to reach out, to tell her that I understood, that I felt the same creeping dread curling around my own heart. But the words trembled on my lips, swallowed by the weight of my own failures. Then there was Deg, the strategist turned ghost of himself. He paced like a lion in a cage, frustration etching deep lines into his brow. His mind raced, darting between memories of battles fought and lost, of strategies that once drew victory. Now, they felt like chains, binding him to a past that whispered loudly of betrayal and regret. "We can't let them out," he muttered, more to himself than to us. "If they rise, everything we've lost will return tenfold." But what was it we had lost? It felt like asking the wind to answer. Love? Sanity? Hope? In this moment, I felt the weight of the memories pressing down on me like the sky itself. The war wasn't just against our enemies, it was a war against our very selves. I remember the nights we spent in laughter, our shadows dancing against the firelight, the taste of freedom sweet on our tongues. Now, shadows were all that remained, shadows and the chilling awareness that our past was a living thing, clawing its way back to us with insatiable hunger. "Do you hear that?" Lyra's voice sliced through my thoughts, raw and trembling. I nodded, though I wasn't sure if I heard anything at all or if it was just the pounding of my heart in my ears. A rustle, a breath, something lurking just beyond the veil of darkness. They were coming. The sleeper warriors. Those we had forgotten, buried deep in the recesses of our minds, waiting for the call to arms. What horrors had they faced? What vengeance lay buried within them? A shiver ran down my spine, a chill that felt like ice creeping into my marrow. I could almost hear the whispers of the fallen, like a chorus of lost souls beckoning us closer. My thoughts spiraled, each one darker than the last. "Stay close," Deck commanded, though his own voice quivered. We huddled together, searching for warmth in the frigid night, knowing that the battle would not be fought with swords alone. It would be a battle of wills, a clash of hearts, digging deep into the very essence of who we were. And then, in that moment between breaths, the shadows surged forward, a tide of darkness that pulled us into their depths. The figures emerged from the gloom, faces twisted with anguish, eyes glowing with the furious light of revenge. They had awakened to reclaim what was lost, and we were the remnants of a world that had forgotten them. Fear clawed at my throat, yet a strange exhilaration surged within me. This was it. The moment we had long dreaded had arrived, our past had come to meet us, and there was no turning back. We stood at the precipice, our fates intertwined with those who had lain silent for too long. "Fight," Lyra breathed, and I could see the fire ignite in her eyes. It was a flicker of hope, a spark that could either lead us to salvation or plunge us into eternal darkness. Her grip tightened around her sword, transforming her fear into a weapon, and suddenly, I knew we were not alone. The air thickened with tension, and every heartbeat echoed like thunder. We were alive, surrounded by memories, by nightmares that dared to manifest. The forgotten were awake, but so too were we, flawed, broken, yet unapologetically human. As the first clash rang out, the first scream pierced the night, I felt the weight of my own resolve. It was now or never. The ghosts of our pasts called out for justice, and in that shadowy chaos, I understood. We would either rise as warriors or fall as memories, but together we would face whatever darkness lay ahead. And then, with a surge of adrenaline, we threw ourselves into the fray, into the unknown, into the storm of our regrets and dreams intertwined. The battle was no longer just for survival, it was for redemption, for the ghosts that haunted our nights and the memories we longed to reclaim. In that moment, time ceased to exist. We were no longer bound by the past, we were warriors, flesh and blood, and the night belonged to us. The wind howled like a banshee in the night, carrying the scent of iron and smoke that cut through the air like a knife. I stood on the precipice of chaos, heart pounding, adrenaline thrumming in my veins. Below, the battlefield sprawled like a shattered mirror reflecting a world on the brink. Chaos danced in the shadows, teasing the frayed edges of sanity as the clash of steel echoed like a heartbeat in the chest of the earth. The demon stood at the center, a grotesque figure cloaked in darkness, eyes like molten gold, promising despair. I could almost hear the whispers of those who had come before, their screams merging with the cries of the living. Each warrior carried a heavy burden, not just of their armor but of their histories, their dreams fading into the gloom, each one a flickering candle in the storm. Then there was Tarek, the once mighty leader, now a shell of a man haunted by ghosts. I remember the light in his eyes, bright enough to pierce the night, but those flames had been snuffed out, leaving only the smoldering remnants of a warrior spirit. He clutched his sword, knuckles white, as if the metal could hold onto the remnants of his courage. Tarek had always been the rock, the foundation upon which we built our hopes, but now he was crumbling, and I could feel it like cold water soaking into my bones. Beside him stood Ilara, fierce and unyielding, her hair a tempest of fire against the creeping darkness. She was the heartbeat of the rebellion, the pulse that kept us alive, yet her heart was a battlefield, torn between love and loyalty. I remembered how she had smiled, how that smile had held the promise of a dawn that never came. Now, it was a mask, cracked but unyielding, as she faced the demon, her eyes a storm of determination and despair. "Fight," she screamed, voice breaking through the din, a spark in the suffocating dark. "For every soul we've lost, for every dream that's crumbled into dust." But the words felt hollow, echoing against the looming dread. The demon laughed, a sound that crawled under my skin, a reminder of our frailty. It was not laughter meant to amuse, it was a symphony of agony and malice, each note a dagger thrust into the heart of our resolve. I could feel Tarek's gaze shift, a flicker of fear crossing his features as he made the unthinkable choice to falter, to hesitate. "Remember our purpose," I urged, desperation lacing my voice. "Remember what we fight for." But purpose felt like a specter in the fog, slipping through fingers as we stood at the edge of the abyss. Tarek's breath hitched, the armor weighing more than ever. I could see the memories flash across his mind, faces of those he had failed, dreams he had shattered. The weight of his past anchored him, dragging him down into the mire of self-doubt. Again, the demon roared, the ground trembling beneath us, every warrior's heart sinking with the ominous beat of the monstrous chest. I felt my own pulse quicken in response, a wild drum echoing the call of fate. In that moment, we were not just fighters, we were the essence of humanity, the embodiment of our greatest fears and hopes, intertwined like a tapestry, frayed but alive. "Bring the fight to them." Ilara's voice cut through the fog, fierce like a flame. "We are not defined by our fears, but by our courage to face them." Her defiance spread through the ranks, igniting embers of hope where despair had threatened to suffocate us. But Tarek faltered still, the demon's laughter echoing in his mind, tearing at the frayed edges of his resolve. I saw the flickers of his past flash before him, moments of weakness, of loss, of the lives that slipped through his fingers like sand. Each moment was a ghost, whispering, clawing for acknowledgement. And then it struck me, our greatest weapon was not strength, but the shared pulse of our humanity. I reached out, taking his forearm in a grip that was both firm and desperate. "Tarek, listen. You are not alone in this. We carry all of this together. Don't you see? Your fight is our fight." The storm in his eyes stilled for a heartbeat, a flicker of light pushing through the cracks. "But what if it's not enough?" His voice trembled, revealing the vulnerable heart buried beneath layers of bravado. "It has to be," I replied, my voice a soft plea against the cacophony. "We owe it to those who can't fight anymore. We owe it to ourselves. Remember the dreams we built. The laughter we shared in the quiet moments. That's what we fight for. That is our power." And then, in that fragile moment, the tension shifted. The demon's laughter faltered, a crack in the facade of invincibility. Ilara stepped closer, her fierce presence igniting a fire that spiraled through our hearts. "Together, we will rise. Together, we will face the darkness." Something inside Tarek ignited. The ghostly whispers faded, replaced by the roar of a warrior reborn. He gripped his sword with renewed conviction, and for the first time in ages, I saw the light return to his eyes. "You're right," he breathed, voice steadying. "We fight as one. For every soul. For every dream." As we stood shoulder to shoulder, ready to face the demon that threatened our very existence, the world around us faded into a blur. Time seemed to stretch, each heartbeat blending into the next, a rhythmic chant against the rising tide of despair. The ground trembled ominously, shadows looming like specters ready to swallow us whole. I felt the weight of the moment, a tapestry woven of fear and hope. The demon was no longer just an enemy, it was a manifestation of our deepest struggles, our greatest fears. And in that realization, we found our strength. The clash was imminent, the air electric with the promise of battle. We stood not just as warriors but as the embodiment of all that we held dear: love, loss, courage, and the unyielding fight against the dark. The demon roared, a sound that echoed through the very fabric of our being, and as we drew our swords, I knew this was only the beginning. The night was thick with tension, an electric hum that pricked the skin like static, shadows slithered through the alleyways, whispering secrets of what lay ahead. A damp mist clung to the cobblestones, curling like fingers around the worn soles of worn feet. The city breathed its last, an exhale of despair, and within that breath, a flame flickered. I remember the first time the chains rattled. It was a sound that invaded my dreams, a brutal, relentless song of despair. As I crouched in the darkness, clutching a scrap of cloth I called a blanket, I felt the weight of those chains, not just on my wrists, but in my heart, anchoring me to memories I couldn't escape. The clanking was a drumbeat, and every thud echoed in my bones, reminding me of the shackles that held souls captive, each one yearning for liberation. And then came her voice, fierce yet trembling. Mara. She was the spark in this suffocating abyss, her spirit a tempest that threatened to tear through the veil of hopelessness. Tonight, we rise, she had said, her voice a whisper that ignited a fire in the pit of my stomach. Her eyes, wide with determination, shone like distant stars, and I knew it was either madness or freedom. I could taste both on the tip of my tongue. But not everyone felt her fervor. Jonah, a boy whose laughter used to bounce off the walls of our shared prison, now wore the weight of despair like a cloak. I often caught him staring into the void, eyes glazed, lost in memories of a life before the chains, a life filled with warmth and family. What's the point, he murmured one night, voice breaking, as he traced the cold iron links that bound him. Every dream we have will choke on the dust of this place. But Mara was relentless, her belief in the impossible a raw, bleeding wound that dared to heal us. Every step forward is a step toward freedom, she insisted, her voice rising above the clattering chains. I could see the fire in her, a fable of hope alive in a world that wished to extinguish it. But Jonah's heart was a fortress, locked tight against her light, and I felt the rift between them grow wider, a void filled with unspoken fears. The moment came swiftly, like a knife in the dark. Mara's plan, woven with threads of desperation and courage, would summon the shadows to aid us. The moon hung low, a spectral eye watching our every move, urging us to act. Tonight, she said, we break free. We are the storm. I remember the taste of blood, the sharpness of fear and adrenaline as we gathered, a knot of trembling bodies in the dark. Each of us was a thread in this tapestry of rebellion, but I could feel Jonah's doubt seeping into the cracks we were trying to mend. What if we fail? He whispered, a ghost of a question haunting his eyes. Then we die fighting. Mara snapped, her voice like thunder, shaking the very foundations of our despair. And for a heartbeat, I believed her. I felt the chains clatter against my skin, a symphony of defiance screaming for release. As Mara led the charge into the night, something shifted. Shadows danced and swirled, swallowing the faint light of the torches we carried. The air was heavy with anticipation, a palpable pulse that quickened with each step we took. I was caught in a whirlwind of fear and exhilaration, torn between the aching desire for freedom and the terror of what lay ahead. The moment we reached the barricade, the world seemed to hold its breath. My heart pounded in my ears, each beat a reminder of the life waiting beyond these chains. Mara surged forward, her voice a battle cry. For those who have suffered. For those who remain. And then it happened, chaos erupted like a monstrous wave crashing against jagged rocks. The chains rattled louder than ever, a cacophony of despair and hope intertwined. I could see Jonah's face, pale yet resolute, as he joined the fray, fists raised against the unseen forces that sought to hold us captive. The fight was ferocious, a tempest of bodies, sweat, and determination. I was swept up in it, the adrenaline coursing through my veins, igniting a fire that had long been extinguished. But in the chaos, I saw Jonah falter, a flash of doubt crossing his features as he stumbled backward, the shadows closing in like a noose. Come with me, I shouted, desperate for him to see the light, to break free from the chains of his own mind. I reached for him, but the shadows surged, wrapping around his legs like tendrils of despair. Jonah! The word tore from my throat, a plea mingling with the roar of the fight around us. He hesitated, caught in the grip of his own fears, and my heart twisted. I felt it then, the weight of 1,000 souls, each one yearning to escape, to breathe, to live. The chains that held us were nothing compared to the chains we forged within ourselves. And just as I thought he might be lost, Mara surged forward, her spirit a radiant flame. You can't let fear bind you. We're stronger together. Her voice sliced through the chaos, a lifeline thrown into a stormy sea. In that moment, everything shifted. Jonah's eyes met mine, and I saw the flicker of resolve ignite within him. For us, he whispered, as he ripped the chains from his mind, a tangible act of defiance. In the heart of the storm, we fought not just for our bodies, but for our very souls. The chains rattled, but we were no longer bound. We were alive, a tempest of passion and fury, and as the shadows recoiled, we realized we were not just breaking free, we were rewriting our fate. The night was still thick with tension, but now it was alive with possibility, a heartbeat echoing through the darkness. We were no longer just souls longing for liberation, we were warriors of light, and this was only the beginning. I could feel the chains falling away, a scattering of iron that whispered of forgotten dreams and the untamed spirit of those who dared to believe. And as I ran into the night, I understood. The fight for freedom was only the first chapter, the real story was still unfolding, a tapestry woven with the threads of our lives, each one a testament to the indomitable will of the human spirit. With every step, we carved a path towards a destiny unbound, a journey that had only just begun. The air crackled like a thunderstorm waiting to break, heavy with the scent of iron and burnt flesh. I remember the silence before the clash, thick, suffocating, as if the world held its breath. Shadows danced around me, each flickering flame a ghost of the lives lost to this unholy war. I stood in the darkness, heart pounding, a soldier among shadows, ready to fight for a cause that had long since faded into whispers. A scream ruptured the stillness, sharp and raw, sending shivers down my spine. I glanced sideways at Marcus, his face a mask of determination, eyes glinting with a fire that belied the fear gnawing at his insides. "This is it," he muttered, his voice barely a whisper, but it resonated in my bones. The hilt of my sword felt cold and heavy in my hands, a cruel reminder of the weight of our choices, of the lives we had taken and those we had failed to protect. Dahlia stood a few paces from us, her fingers twitching around her dagger, the blade glistening in the dim light. She was fierce, a warrior born from the ashes of her past, but tonight, I saw the hesitation creeping into her stance. "We need to move," I urged, but my words fell flat, slipping into the void like our trust in those who had sent us into this hell. Each moment dragged on, a taut string ready to snap, and I could sense the pull of fate tightening around us. I remember how the night sky stretched endlessly above, dotted with stars that seemed to mock our plight, distant and indifferent. I'd always believed they held secrets, a cosmic joke played on mortals like us. Did they know what we were about to face? Did they care? The irony twisted my gut. Here we were, fighting in shadows, but it was the light that eluded us. A thud echoed in the distance, a reminder that we were not alone in this darkness. They were coming. I could hear the clanking of armor, the guttural growls of men consumed by their own madness. I clenched my jaw, every muscle in my body protesting the tension, the raw ache of fear. This wasn't just another fight, it was survival, and in the chaos of war, even warriors become ghosts. "Marcus," I snapped, breaking the spell of silence. "We can't let them take us." His gaze met mine, and for a moment, I saw the boy he used to be, the innocent, the dreamer, before the war had carved away his soul. "I know," he replied, and in that flicker of honesty, I felt the weight of our shared scars. We were all haunted by memories, by dreams lost to the night. And then, it began. The clash of steel, the cries of anguish, the cacophony that shattered the eerie calm. I charged into the fray, a blind fury pushing me forward, my heart a drumbeat of desperation. Each swing of my sword felt like a dance with death, a macabre ballet where the only audience was the darkness itself. I could feel the rush of adrenaline coursing through me, yet beneath it lay a cold despair, a bitter understanding that we were but pawns in a game played by unseen hands. Dahlia fought beside me, fierce and unyielding, but I could see the cracks forming in her armor. Each strike seemed to take a piece of her soul, the weight of our choices pressing down like a funeral shroud. "Stay close!" I shouted, but I could see the flicker of doubt in her eyes, the flickering flame of hope dimming with each passing second. Somewhere in the chaos, Marcus fell. It happened in an instant. One moment he was there, fighting valiantly, and the next, he was gone, swallowed by the shadows. I could feel my heart shatter, a visceral pain that clawed at my insides. The world around me blurred, every sound muted, as if the universe itself acknowledged the loss. I had lost him, lost my brother in arms, and the weight of that grief threatened to crush me. "Fight!" Dahlia screamed, her voice cutting through the fog of despair. I turned back to her, and in that moment, I saw clarity in her eyes, a fierce determination that pulled me from the depths of my sorrow. we were still alive, we had to keep fighting, for Marcus, for the dreams we had once held dear. The tide of battle surged and ebbed around us, a monstrous wave that seemed to consume everything in its path. I remember the taste of blood, the metallic tang coating my tongue as I pressed forward, the ghosts of the fallen whispering in my ears. They urged me on, a chorus of lost souls, and I fought harder, fueled by their anguish, their unfinished stories. But shadows creep in, insidious and relentless. Every blow I struck felt like a betrayal, a reminder that in war, heroes are rarely celebrated. We were the unsung, the warriors who fought in the darkness, known only to those who had stood beside us, shared our burdens, and carried our weight. I could feel the tides turning, the shadows deepening, and with every heartbeat, the realization crashed over me, this battle would not end here. In a heartbeat, I caught sight of Dahlia, her silhouette framed by the flickering flames, an angel of vengeance. "We need to retreat!" I shouted, desperation clawing at my throat. But I saw the fire in her eyes, the refusal to let go. "Not without him," she replied, and in her voice, I found a flicker of strength, a reminder of what we fought for. Not just for survival, but for each other. And as the chaos swirled around us, I knew this was only the beginning. The shadows had come alive, and the true battle loomed ahead, unseen yet palpable, a fight not just against our enemies, but against the darkness creeping into our hearts. The night was endless, and in its embrace, we would rise again, warriors forged in shadows, battling not just for life, but for the light we desperately clung to, knowing it could go out at any moment. So we fought on, plunged deeper into the abyss, our souls intertwined in this macabre dance. The world spun around us, time slipping through our fingers like sand, but we were warriors. In the shadows, we would carve our legend, our hearts beating in rhythm with the chaos, echoing through this unholy night. The story was only just beginning, and we would not be forgotten. A single guttural cry shattered the silence, piercing through the haze of twilight. It hung in the air like a haunting melody, echoing off the stone walls of the crumbling fortress, a reminder that this moment would not be forgotten. I was there, my heart pounding like the war drums of old, a blend of fear and dread curling in my stomach. The smell of iron and sweat enveloped me, a grim reminder of the life I had chosen. I remember standing shoulder to shoulder with Marcus, his face a mask of anguish, eyes wide with a mixture of defiance and despair. This wasn't just another battle, this was everything. "Are you ready?" he asked, though his voice trembled, betraying his bravado. I wanted to tell him that I felt the same fear clawing at my insides. Instead, I nodded, though I knew it was a lie. Ready? Nothing could prepare us for what lay ahead. The air crackled with the tension of a storm, thick and heavy, wrapping around us like a shroud. I remember the weight of my sword, its cold handle a familiar comfort, though now it felt more like a burden than a protector. Each heartbeat echoed in my ears, a reminder of mortality, the fragility of everything I had fought for. In that moment, I saw not just the battlefield before me but the ghosts of my past, each one a reminder of every choice that had led us to this brink. "Remember that day by the river?" Marcus whispered, his voice suddenly distant, as if he were recalling a dream. The sun was warm, and we thought we were invincible. I could almost feel the sun on my skin, the laughter of carefree days ringing in my ears, but that was a lifetime ago. The shadows of our memories no longer offered comfort. They were reminders of what we stood to lose. A sudden roar erupted from beyond the fortress walls, a cacophony of fury that sent a shiver down my spine. The enemy surged like a tidal wave, dark figures emerging from the shadows, faces twisted in hatred, eyes glinting like daggers. My breath caught in my throat. This was it. The moment we had been dreading, yet yearning for, was finally here. "Fight for what you love," Marcus said, his own expression hardening, resolve washing over his features like a tide. I thought of Clara, her laughter, the way her smile lit up the darkest corners of my soul. I remembered her warmth, her unwavering belief in hope. But hope seemed like a cruel joke now, hanging just out of reach, taunting us in our moment of despair. The first clash rang out like thunder, swords meeting with a brutal kiss, the sound echoing through the air, biting into our bones. In the chaos, I found myself face to face with a shadow, a figure cloaked in darkness. Our eyes locked, and in that instant, I recognized the flicker of fear mirrored in his. He was as human as I was.
"Why are we here?"
I shouted over the din, the question like a desperate plea.
"What are we fighting for?"
But I received no answer, only the chilling howl of battle. Time twisted and stretched, each moment a flickering flame, each breath a desperate gasp for life. I fought with a ferocity I didn't know I had, each swing of my sword a release, a desperate attempt to drown out the memories of lost love and shattered dreams. But every victory came at a cost. With every enemy that fell, I felt the weight of their lives crashing down upon me, a reminder that we were all tangled in this dark dance of death and despair.
"Marcus!"
I screamed as I caught sight of him struggling against two opponents fierce and relentless. My heart raced, a drum in my chest, urging me to move. I charged forward, fury igniting my veins, but time slowed, a cruel game of fate. I watched in horror as a blade pierced through Marcus's side, his scream a wrenching sound that tore through the chaos, sending a shockwave of anguish straight to my core.
"No!"
I roared, barreling into the fray as if I were a force of nature, driven by a primal instinct to protect what remained of my shattered world. Everything faded into a blur, the clash of metal, the cries of the wounded, the very essence of life and death swirling around me like a tempest. As I fought, I felt the fabric of reality fraying, memory swirling in and out like shadows. I remembered Clara's laughter, the way she had brushed her fingers through my hair as we lay on the grass, the stars twinkling above us, endless and unfeeling, a reminder of our insignificance against the vastness of the cosmos. But this was not the time for reverie. I gritted my teeth, every scream fuel for the fire that burned inside me. I had to save Marcus. Tears mingled with blood on my cheeks, the horror of losing him looming over me like a dark cloud. With every swing, I poured my heart into the fight, the memories of laughter and love fueling my resolve. The world became a blur of chaos and clarity, the battlefield morphing into a dreamscape filled with shadows and echoes. And then, as if time itself held its breath, I felt it, the surge of adrenaline, the rise of determination, the overwhelming desire to reclaim what was slipping away. I lunged forward, my sword finding its mark, striking down the enemy that had hurt my friend. But in that moment of triumph, I turned back to find Marcus on his knees, his eyes glazed over, the light dimming beneath the weight of inevitable darkness. "I'm here," I choked out, rushing to his side, cradling his head in my hands.
"Stay with me."
But he was slipping away, memories flickering like stars extinguishing one by one. "It's okay," he murmured, a smile breaking through the pain. "We fought for something beautiful," his voice faded, and as I held him close, I felt the essence of everything I had ever loved crumbling into dust, lost in the chaos of a battle that had never truly been ours to win. The cries of war surrounded me, a cacophony of anguish and bravery. I wanted to scream, to rage against the heavens, but all I could do was hold him tighter, the weight of our shared dreams resting heavily on my fragile heart. And as the sun dipped below the horizon, shadows stretched and morphed, the world around us becoming a tapestry of twilight colors, hope, fear, love, and loss intertwining. I caught my breath, knowing the final confrontation was not yet over. The battle for our souls was only just beginning. The night was a restless sea of shadows and whispers, a smothering blanket draped over the city, punctuated only by the hollow echoes of distant victory cries. Each shout, each triumphant roar, cut through the air like a knife, sharp, exhilarating, laced with an undercurrent of something darker. I stood there, breathless, my heart a relentless drumbeat against the hollowness of my chest. The taste of ash lingered on my lips, a reminder of the price we had paid, the sacrifices laid bare in the cold moonlight. I remember the moment it struck me, the heavy weight of reality seeping into my bones. I had thought victory would feel different, more like a serene dawn than this chaotic twilight. The streets were littered with echoes of laughter and sorrow, intertwined in a desperate dance, as if the spirits of those we had lost were mingling among us, each one a ghost haunting the celebration. My hands trembled, not from fear but from a tormenting awareness that our triumph had cost more than we had ever bargained for. And then there was Elara, her eyes glimmering with a fierce light that both ignited hope and cut like glass. I watched her, a warrior sculpted from the very essence of fire. She had led so many into battle, her voice a clarion call that we could not help but follow. I remember the first time I'd heard her rally our forces, a single word from her lips could turn a coward into a lion. But now, with victory so near, I noticed the way her shoulders sagged beneath the weight of unshed tears. She was a tempest, a storm that would not yield, yet she carried a price for every life she had saved, every breath she had fought for. "Do you hear them?" she whispered, her voice raw with 1,000 unshed fears. "The shouts, the cries of victory? It sounds like a funeral dirge to me." I nodded, unable to form the words. The victory we had clawed for felt like shackles, binding us to the memories of those who hadn't returned. The faces of our fallen comrades swarmed my mind, each one a reminder of the cost of our ambitions. I turned to look at Marcus, our steadfast friend, leaning against the crumbling stone of the wall. He was a giant among us, broad-shouldered, with a grin that could warm the coldest of nights. But now, the grin had vanished, replaced by a brittle mask of resolve that threatened to shatter. "I never thought I'd see the day when we'd win," he said, and his voice cracked like brittle ice. "But what did we win? A graveyard full of heroes." There was a silence, heavy and taut, as I searched his eyes, those once bright orbs now clouded with shadows. I remembered the stories he had told, filled with laughter and dreams that seemed so far away now. "We have to keep going," I urged, though my own heart bled with uncertainty. "For them." "For them," he echoed, but the conviction in his tone felt like a thin veil over a yawning chasm of despair. As the night wore on, the revelry around us spiraled into a maelstrom of celebration and grief. Lanterns flickered like the last breaths of our fallen. I could see the shadows flitting through the streets, a macabre ballet of joy and sorrow, each dancer a phantom whispering stories of sacrifice. The laughter rang hollow, a sound that felt ripped from the throats of those who no longer walked among us. Elara stepped forward, her voice rising above the cacophony. "We've lost so much, and yet we stand here. We have fought tooth and nail, and every battle has left a mark on our souls. But we carry their memory with us, don't we?" "Do we?" Marcus shot back, a spark igniting in his eyes. "Or do we bury it beneath the weight of our triumph? What's the price of victory if it's built on the bones of our friends?" I felt that question pierce through me. What was the cost of this madness? We had all craved glory, had all believed that every sacrifice would lead us to a brighter dawn. But now, in the dim light of the aftermath, the truth clung to us like a shroud. I remembered the faces in the crowd, the mothers, the lovers, the children waiting for fathers who would never return. I felt their pain like a palpable thing, each heartbeat within me sinking with their loss. The longer we stood there, the more I understood, victory was not a celebration, it was a reckoning. Elara's voice trembled, breaking through the fog of my thoughts. "We can't forget them. We owe it to every one of them to live fiercely, to honor their legacies." "Honor?" Marcus scoffed, bitterness lacing his words. "What good is honor if it only leads to more bloodshed?" A deep silence fell, heavy with the weight of unspoken truths. I felt the tension coil like a spring, ready to snap. Their arguments swirled around me, and in that moment, I realized that the true battle was not fought with swords, it was within us. As the moon cast its pale light over the city, I felt the world shift. I was caught in a storm of emotions, fear clawing at my throat, anger bubbling beneath the surface, and a sorrow that threatened to drown me. I wanted to scream, to tear through the night and shake the very heavens until the weight of our losses was acknowledged. But I was paralyzed, trapped in the tension between hope and despair, between the promise of a future and the ghosts of the past. And yet, amidst this turmoil, I felt something shift within me. A quiet resolution began to take root. I stepped forward, my voice rising, breaking through the dark. We carry their names, their stories, and we honor them by living. Not just surviving, but thriving. Let us not let their sacrifices be in vain. The air crackled with unspoken understanding. We were bound by our grief, but also by a fierce determination to forge ahead, to honor our past by embracing our future. The night stretched on, whispers of hope mingling with shadows of despair. And as we stood together, the echoes of our fallen wrapped around us like a fragile cocoon, I knew this was only the beginning. The price of victory was steep, and the sacrifices made would echo long into the night, but together, we would carve a path through the darkness. In that moment, amidst the tumult of our emotions, I understood one thing: the fight wasn't over. It had merely transformed, and we would continue to pay the price, one heartbeat at a time. The clock ticks, its hands relentless as they slice through the oppressive silence. Each second swells like a heartbeat, echoing despair. I can almost taste the ash on my tongue, the aftermath of a world crumbling, of lives torn apart. Somewhere in the distance, a child wails, a haunting sound that pierces the air, a reminder that innocence was the first casualty. I remember the day it all changed. The fraying rope of our lives suddenly snapped, scattering us like shattered glass. Rhea. She stands at the edge of the rubble, her silhouette carved against the fading light, her hair tangled like the chaos in her heart. I can see the trembling in her hands, the way she clutches that tattered teddy bear as if it were the last thread connecting her to a past that feels like a ghost. Why, as she whispers, her voice a fragile melody in the cacophony of grief. The question hangs in the air, heavy with weight, and I wish I had an answer. I remember the laughter that used to dance between us, the lightness of those moments. Now, the laughter feels like a cruel joke. Rhea, we have to keep moving, I say, but my words taste bitter, like they've been marinating in despair. I want to comfort her, pull her into a cocoon of warmth, but the world around us is a chokehold, squeezing tighter with each passing moment. I'm not sure who needs the comfort more, her or me. And then there's Marcus. He's a storm wrapped in flesh, a whirlwind of conflict, his eyes wild with frustration and fear. I can feel the electricity radiating off of him as he paces, his boots crunching over shards of glass and memories. This can't be it, he growls, his fists clenched. We can't let them win. We have to fight back. The fire in his voice sparks something deep within me, a flicker of hope amidst the encroaching darkness. But I know Marcus's fight is as much against himself as it is against the world. I see the turmoil swirling in his chest, the way he grapples with his guilt, like a swimmer caught in a rip tide, pulled under by the weight of choices he can't take back. I remember when we thought we were invincible, I murmur, the words slipping out like a confession. We were just kids, dreaming about the future. Dreams don't matter now. Marcus snaps, his voice sharp enough to cut. We're not just victims, we're warriors. Each word hits like a staccato drumbeat, igniting something primal within me. But there's a shadow behind his bravado, a flicker of doubt that he tries to mask. The sun sinks lower, the horizon bleeding into darkness. Shadows creep closer, thick and suffocating, wrapping around us like chains. I feel the weight of those chains pulling at my spirit, binding me to this crumbling reality. I close my eyes, and suddenly I'm flooded with memories. I remember the stars. How they used to remind me of dreams we shared, of promises whispered under a sky that shone brighter than our fears. Look, I would say, there's the Big Dipper. But now, the stars feel distant, like old friends who have forgotten us. Do you think they're out there? Rhea's voice breaks through my reverie, her eyes wide with vulnerability. The ones we lost. She grips the teddy bear tighter, her knuckles white as if holding onto a lifeline. I want to believe they're watching over us, I say, though doubt seeps into my words, curling like smoke in the air. But what if they're just gone? No. Rhea's voice rises, a fierce spark in the darkness. They can't be. They wouldn't leave us like this. Her tears flow freely now, glistening like tiny stars in the fading light. That's when the dam breaks. I feel it in my chest, the swell of grief pouring out like a tidal wave. I step closer, wrapping my arms around her, grounding us both as the storm rages. I remember the way we fought side by side, how we believed we could change the world. My voice trembles, each word a prayer, a plea against the chaos. Then let's do it again, Marcus interjects, his fiery spirit igniting the air around us. Let's fight for them. Fight for us. In that moment, something shifts. We're not just broken souls wandering through the wreckage, we're a tapestry of pain and hope, stitched together by memories and dreams that refuse to die. The darkness presses in, but I feel the embers of resolve flicker alive within us. Together, I vow, my voice steady. We'll heal. We will rise from this. The shadows linger, whispering secrets of despair, but we stand firm, united in our scars. The past will haunt us, and perhaps it should. But in the haunting, we find our strength. Rhea wipes her tears, newfound determination sparking in her eyes. For them, she declares, her voice unwavering. For us, Marcus adds, his fists unclenching. The clock ticks on, each second a reminder that time doesn't wait. But as we turn to face the horizon, the weight of the night feels lighter somehow, infused with a flicker of hope, fragile yet resolute. And as the stars begin to pierce through the darkness, I can't help but feel that we're not alone after all. The ghosts of our past will walk with us, and we will carry them, our memories, our love, into the dawn that waits just beyond the shadows. And so, we step forward, toward the unknown, hearts pounding, breaths heavy with anticipation. The healing has begun, and the journey is just beginning. The moon hung low, a sickly yellow orb bleeding through the shattered windows of the old library, its remnants whispering secrets of knowledge long forgotten. The air was thick with dust and despair, the kind that settled in your lungs, each breath a reminder of a world that had crumbled into chaos. I stood there, amidst the wreckage, heart pounding like a war drum, listening to the echo of distant screams, the memories of a time when laughter filled these halls. Here, in the ruins, time bent, swirled, and flickered like the dying flames of a once vibrant fire. I remember the first time I saw her, Cassandra, standing at the edge of the crumbling staircase, her silhouette framed by the ghostly light. She was a warrior, though her hands trembled. She wore the weight of the world on her shoulders, a heavy armor made of grief and guilt. "We have to rebuild," she had said, her voice breaking, but there was fire in her eyes, a flicker that dared to challenge the darkness that enveloped us. I wanted to believe her, but fear wrapped around my chest like a vice, squeezing tighter with every heartbeat. Then there was Marcus, a ghost of a man, haunted by shadows of his past. He was once the bravest among us, a leader whose voice could command storms. Now, he stood in the corner, clutching a rusted sword, his gaze distant, lost in memories that clawed at him like desperate hands. "This is all my fault," he muttered to himself, tracing the blade with a trembling finger. I wanted to reach out, to make him feel the warmth of human touch, but the chasm of despair between us felt insurmountable, a vast ocean of sorrow. The library was more than a building, it was a sanctuary, filled with whispers of the past. Each book was a heartbeat, each page a memory, and as I ran my fingers over the spines, I could almost hear their stories begging to be told. I squeezed my eyes shut, wishing for a moment the world would pause, just long enough for the echoes of laughter to drown out the cries. But time was relentless, and darkness loomed closer, pressing down on us like a shroud. "Why do we even try?" Marcus' voice shattered the silence, raw and jagged like broken glass. "Nothing we do will ever matter. We're just shadows of what we used to be." "Shadows can still bring light," Cassandra shot back, her voice fierce, but I could see the cracks in her armor, the flicker of doubt behind her defiance. Each word was a battle cry, but I felt the weight of despair coiling around her heart, seeking to snuff out the flame she desperately clung to. I wanted to scream at them, to shake them awake from this stupor of hopelessness. I could feel the pulse of the library, the heartbeat of a world waiting to be reborn, but how could we rebuild when everything around us was ash? "We are alive," I said, my voice trembling, "and that means something. We can't let them win." But what did that even mean? What did it mean to fight against the ghosts of our past when they haunted every corner? I could feel the weight of our collective failures, the choices that had led us to this moment. I remember the night it all fell apart, the sky alight with flames, the screams of the innocent, the dark laughter of those who reveled in our despair. As if summoned by my thoughts, shadows shifted in the corner of the room, flickering like dying embers. They morphed into figures I recognized, faces of the fallen, friends I couldn't save. Their eyes were hollow, accusing, and for a moment, I felt as if I was drowning in the ocean of my guilt. I struggled to breathe, gasping for air, but the darkness was relentless, wrapping around my throat, squeezing tighter with each fleeting second. "Stay with me," Cassandra whispered, her hand finding mine. Her grip was warm, grounding, and I felt the weight of her sorrow mix with my own, a shared burden that somehow made it lighter. "We can't let them take us too." I looked into her eyes, and for the first time, I saw something other than despair. I saw determination, a flicker of hope that ignited a spark within me. "We have to fight," I said, the words almost foreign on my tongue. "Not just for ourselves, but for them." The library seemed to breathe around us, the air crackling with the electricity of unspoken dreams. I felt it then, the pulse of possibility, the rhythm of something greater than ourselves. We weren't just rebuilding, we were forging a new path, one brick at a time, learning to carry the weight of our memories while stepping into the light. The shadows shifted again, not as threatening figures but as reminders of the lives we had lost. They were not just ghosts, they were our past, woven into the very fabric of our existence. And as we stood there, united in purpose, I could almost hear the whispers of the books as they started to stir, the pages yearning to be turned once more. Together, Cassandra breathed, her voice steady now, echoing against the walls. "We can do this together." And in that moment, beneath the weight of the world, we took a step forward, into the unknown, into the future, into the very heart of darkness that had threatened to consume us. The universe was vast, infinite, and we were mere specks of dust fighting for our place within it. But we were alive, beating hearts amidst the ruins, and that made all the difference. I remember the warmth of her hand, the fire in Marcus' eyes as he finally looked at us, and the renewed hope that unfurled in my spirit like a flower breaking through the frost. The night was far from over, and the darkness still loomed, but there was a new order rising, a pulse of defiance echoing through our souls. We were not just rebuilding, we were reclaiming our story, one heartbeat at a time. And the shadows, they could watch, but they could not take that away from us. Not anymore. The air was thick with the scent of smoke and something far worse, fear. I stood at the edge of the battlefield, where the earth was soaked with memories, each drop a story waiting to be told. The sky was an ominous grey, a heavy canopy that seemed to press down on us, as if the heavens themselves mourned the actions of men. I remember the whispers, the songs that echoed through the ruins of our once vibrant town, remember the tales of the brave. But those words felt like a cruel joke now, thrown against the sharp edges of reality. There was Ilara, kneeling in the dirt, her fingers tracing the outline of a charred sword, a relic of a conflict that had stolen too many. Her dark hair hung in wild knots around her face, the wind playing with strands like ghosts reenacting their final moments. "They're gone," she murmured, as if trying to convince herself. "They're gone and they won't come back." Each word was a pebble dropped into the vast chasm of her grief, rippling outward yet never touching the bottom. I could see her trembling, the war had carved its name into her soul, leaving marks that would never heal. Beside her stood Eric, his broad shoulders hunched against the weight of his armor, tarnished and dented, just like him. He was supposed to be our shield, our protector. Yet here he was, a hero cracked at the seams. I could see the shadows of doubt dancing in his eyes, battling the remnants of pride that clung desperately to him like a tattered banner. "We can't lose hope," he said, but his voice wavered, a thin thread struggling against a storm. "We owe it to them." The them hung heavy in the air, an unspoken legion of friends and family who had faced the enemy and fallen, leaving echoes of laughter and warmth behind. I remember nights spent around fires, sharing tales of valor, when the world felt invincible. But now, those stories hung like cobwebs, fragile and dusty, threatening to crumble at the slightest touch. "Remember the way the sun set over the mountains?" I asked, trying to cling to the remnants of light. "How it painted the sky in hues of gold and crimson?" But Ilara's eyes were hollow, reflecting only the echoes of the past, the ghosts that haunted her thoughts. "That sun won't rise for them," she whispered, her voice a fragile thread that threatened to snap. In that moment, everything felt impossibly still. The battlefield lay quiet, as if the land itself held its breath, waiting for the inevitable clash that hung in the air like a thunderous storm. I could feel the weight of time pressing down, a relentless clock ticking away the moments we had left. The war felt like a monstrous beast, its jaws gaping wide, ready to swallow us whole. "If we don't act now," Eric's voice trailed off, a distant echo of desperation. The silence roared. I could almost hear the heartbeat of the earth beneath us, a drum signaling the approach of fate. It was then I remembered my dreams, the ones that felt so real, filled with the faces of those we had lost, their laughter intertwining with pain. I had seen them dancing in fields, free from the chains of war. Why couldn't we be there too? Why were we bound to this tragedy? The cosmos spun above us, indifferent to our plight, yet watching with ancient eyes. Let's sing, I said, an impulse rising from the rubble of despair. Let's sing for them. My voice quavered and faltered, but it echoed against the walls of grief, defying the silence. Ilara looked up, her eyes shimmering like shattered glass, and for a fleeting moment, a flicker of hope ignited in her chest. Eric, with his steel heart and wavering courage, joined in, his voice a low rumble that resonated with the earth beneath our feet. We sang of heroes and battles, of laughter echoing through the ages, of love lost yet lingering like a ghost. Each note wrapped around us, a fragile shield against the encroaching darkness. But then, as if summoned by our defiance, shadows began to gather. They swirled and twisted, rising from the ground like ancient spirits, clawing their way back to life. "They're coming," Ilara gasped, her voice barely a whisper. I could feel the air crackle with the weight of their presence, a suffocating shroud that threatened to pull us under. The legends, they're waking. The ground trembled, and I could swear I heard the echoes of long-fallen warriors, their voices rising in a cacophony of rage and sorrow. The legends of the war, a tapestry woven with blood and sacrifice, were alive, and they were hungry for remembrance. I shivered at the thought, the bones of history rattling beneath my skin. Could we bear the weight of their stories? Would we rise or would we be consumed? I remembered my childhood, the bedtime tales filled with valor, yet those tales felt like a mask now, thin and fragile against the onslaught of reality. The world had spun out of control, and we were stuck in this relentless moment, a carousel of despair that refused to stop. "We have to fight," I breathed, the words an incantation against the gathering storm. But the battlefield was a mirror of our souls, fractured and terrified. We stood together, a trio bound by loss, haunted by dreams, battling against the tide of legends that longed to consume us. Fear crawled like a serpent in my gut, squeezing tight as the shadows grew ever closer. And yet, amidst the dread, a spark ignited, an ember of defiance that refused to be snuffed out. "Sing!" I shouted, and my voice rang out, sharp and clear, slicing through the darkness. "Sing for those who can't." And so we sang louder, driven by desperation and hope, a melody woven with the threads of our fears and dreams. Each note became a weapon, a shield against the oncoming tide, a promise that we would not go quietly into the night. In that moment, the legends answered, swirling around us, a tempest of voices, memories, and shadows. We were not alone. The war echoed on, but so did our songs, crashing against the walls of despair, intertwining with the very fabric of existence. The only certainty was the weight of our emotions, the pulse of our hearts, and the relentless march of time. The beasts of the past crowded closer, but as we sang, the stories began to shift, merging with our own, the dreams, the laughter, the shadows of a future still unwritten. The cycle would continue, a spiral of pain and joy, loss and love, and we would carry the weight, forever entwined with the legends of the war. As the chorus rose, I felt the tendrils of hope weave through our hearts, uniting us against the approaching darkness. We were alive, and the stories wouldn't end here, they would linger on, echoing through time, haunting the cosmos, forever written in the stars. The night was alive, a heartbeat echoing through the cracked streets of Haldorn. Shadows stretched long and thin, twisting around the corners of crumbling buildings like whispers of lost souls. The air was thick, heavy with the scent of ash and the unyielding weight of dread. I stood there, cloaked in darkness, heart pounding, as screams sliced through the stillness. They were not just screams, they were the cries of the past clawing their way back from the abyss. A flicker of flame caught my eye, a lone candle struggling against the wind, a sentinel in a world gone mad. It danced, teetering on the edge of extinction, much like the fragile line between sanity and chaos that now separated us from the demons of our creation. The shadows grew restless, too, shifting and writhing, as if they had their own stories to tell, stories stained with blood and regret. I swallowed hard, my throat dry, remembering the moment the demon broke free, the night when the veil between our world and the inferno tore asunder. I could see him now, that grotesque silhouette, eyes like burning coals, a laughter that echoed in the marrow of my bones. He had come not just to destroy but to leave a mark, a taint upon our very souls, a stain that would never wash away. I could almost hear his voice, a seductive whisper curling around my thoughts like smoke. "You'll never be free." Across the street, Mara was crouched behind a toppled cart, her fingers trembling as she clutched a dagger, its blade glinting ominously in the dim light. I could see the conflict etched on her face, the way her jaw clenched as she fought between vengeance and despair. Her brother, Elias, had been taken by the demon, swallowed whole in the chaos, and she would stop at nothing to find him. She was a tempest, fierce and unyielding, yet deep within her, I sensed the crackling fragility of hope, barely alive but still flickering. "Mara," I called, my voice barely more than a breath. "We have to move." No, her resolve pierced the air, sharp and unyielding. "Not until I find him. I can't let him be lost." But lost he was, a ghost among shadows, and the truth dripped like poison from my tongue. What if he's not coming back? What if this is all that's left of him? Her eyes blazed with fury, the storm within her rising to a crescendo. "You don't get to decide that for me." It was a knife edge, our connection fraying with each word. I could feel the weight of her grief, the raw, aching reality of her loss clawing at my insides. How could I reach her when I was drowning in my own despair? The echoes of the demon had seeped into my bones, tainting every thought, every hope. "Mara, please," but she was lost in her own tempest, her mind a cacophony of memories and pain, the relentless taunting of the demon whispering sweet lies. I remember him laughing. I remember his smile, and what if you never see it again? I stepped closer, desperation clawing at my throat. What if you're chasing a shadow? The silence that followed was deafening, a chasm of unspoken fears. Her gaze fell to the ground, the weight of my words grounding her in a world she no longer recognized. I felt the pulse of time, relentless and unyielding, reminding us both of the seconds slipping away like grains of sand. With each heartbeat, the demon's laughter echoed louder, a reminder of what we had lost. And then came Elias's voice, a distant memory surfacing amidst the swirling chaos. "Mara, you have to let go." It was like a ghost emerging from the haze, a painful reminder that some memories are both a blessing and a curse. The image of him, vibrant and full of life, clung to her as tightly as the dagger in her hand. A soft click, a sound that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I turned, breath hitching as I spotted a figure lurking at the edge of the alley, a silhouette cloaked in darkness. My heart raced, pounding against my ribcage like a prisoner desperate for freedom. The demon had returned, drawn by our grief, our desperation. "Mara!" I shouted, my voice raw with urgency. "Get down!" But time faltered, spinning in slow motion as I watched her, still lost in the web of her memories, her brother's laughter ringing in her ears like a funeral dirge. I lunged, but the silhouette lunged first, shadows twisting into claws that reached for her heart. The world blurred, a kaleidoscope of fear and rage. I felt the heat of the air shift, the oppressive weight of despair clawing at my chest. "No!" I roared, a primal scream echoing off the stone walls as I surged forward, the dagger forgotten in my own shaking hands. In that moment, the line between love and madness blurred. The echoes of the demon filled the air like a thick fog, wrapping around us, squeezing the breath from our lungs. I could feel the darkness closing in, the laughter rising to a fever pitch as if the universe itself mocked our struggle. "You're too late," it hissed, slithering through my soul. Mara's eyes met mine, wide and glistening with unshed tears, a mirror reflecting the storm that raged inside both of us. "I remember," she whispered, voice trembling. "I remember him alive." And for one fleeting second, we were both weightless, suspended between despair and hope, poised on the knife edge of loss. The air crackled, a promise woven through the fabric of our shattered hearts. But the shadows pressed in, suffocating, relentless, and we knew this was only the beginning. The demon had cast its long shadow, and the echoes would linger long after the final scream had faded into the night. The gym echoes with the sharp sound of sneakers squeaking against polished wood, a melody of hope and desperation intertwining. In the dim light, shadows dance across the walls, flickering like memories on the verge of extinction. The smell of sweat and ambition hangs heavy, tinged with the metallic taste of unfulfilled dreams. I stand at the edge of the court, heart racing, pulse pounding in my ears. A young boy, no more than 12, cradles the ball, his brow furrowed in concentration, but it's the flicker in his eye that haunts me. He's a ghost of what I once was, a reflection of my past, lost in the echoes of a battle I thought long fought. Come on, Aiden. You've got this. My voice tears through the silence, cracking like glass. I was supposed to be his rock, his mentor, but instead, I am drowning in my own failures. The pressure mounts, each heartbeat a reminder of the expectations weighing down on us both. It's unbearable. The air thickens, each breath a struggle, and yet I grip my own heart, forcing it to beat on, to stay alive for him. I remember my own coaches, the stray words of wisdom that felt like chains binding me to a dream. Yet here, in this moment, I feel the chains tightening around my neck. Aiden's shot arcs through the air, a beautiful tragedy in motion, and I hold my breath. Time slows, seconds stretch like the fabric of reality, suspended in a moment of crystalline clarity. The ball spins, twirling, dancing, longing for its destiny. It kisses the rim, teeters, and, for a heartbeat, the world holds its breath. Then it clanks off, the sound a gunshot echoing in the hollow chamber of my heart. Again, I whisper, my voice a raw whisper in the silence. Next to me, Emma watches, arms crossed, her expression a storm of frustration and fierce love. She's a warrior in her own right, rough around the edges, but with a heart that burns like the sun. You have to let him fail, Matt. He needs to learn. Her words strike like arrows, hitting targets I'd rather hide. Fear swirls in her eyes, a reflection of the battle she fights, a mother trying to shield her son from the world, from pain, from the ghosts that haunt us both. I can't, I say, desperation slipping into the cracks of my voice. I can't watch him fall like I did. The memories flood in, shadows of my own youth clawing their way to the surface, every doubt, every failure, the way I watched dreams slip through my fingers like sand. But Emma is unyielding. You can't save him from everything, Matt. Let him feel the sting of disappointment. It's part of the game. I can see the weight of her words, heavy and pulsing, a truth I know too well. But how do you teach resilience when your own heart is fractured? I remember the echoes of my father's voice, the way he pushed me, the way I pushed back. But this isn't just a game, this is my legacy. Aiden retrieves the ball, determination etched across his small face. The world outside the gym roars, a cacophony of life, horns blaring, sirens wailing, people rushing, searching, fighting to make sense of their existence. But here, within these four walls, we're cocooned in our own reality, a microcosm of dreams and fears. The gym is our universe, and every shot, every dribble is a dance with destiny. Again, I whisper, more to myself than to him. Aiden's eyes lock onto mine, the flicker of uncertainty fading under the intensity of my gaze. With every bounce, he sheds the weight of the world, and for a moment, he is free, just a boy with a ball, chasing a dream. I want to scream, to shake him, to tell him to run until the ground beneath him trembles. But I stand silent, trapped in my own turmoil. Let's go, Aiden! I shout, my voice breaking the tension like a bullet through glass. The moment shatters, and he launches the shot, the tension in the air thickening to a near strangling point. It soars, hopeful and fierce, a comet streaking through the cosmos. I can see the future in that ball, a glimpse of what could be. I'm a champion, a warrior, a dreamer unafraid to fail. But then, it clanks again, another cruel reminder that the universe does not bend easily to our will. Disappointment hangs like a thick fog, suffocating and heavy. Aiden's shoulders slump, a fragile flower bowing beneath the weight of the storm. My heart breaks, each shard piercing deeper than the last. I remember my own failures, the way they carved me into who I am, each wound a lesson, each scar a story. Let's take a break, I say, my voice barely above a whisper. The words feel like surrender, a bitter taste on my tongue. Emma's eyes flash, a mixture of sympathy and understanding, but I can't bear to meet her gaze. I'm lost in the tide of emotions, adrift and gasping for air. As we retreat to the sidelines, I feel the weight of her stare, a silent question lingering between us. "You can't protect him forever," she says softly, her voice threading through the chaos. "Life will throw him harder punches than this. He needs to learn to get back up." Each word slices through me, raw and unfiltered, revealing the truth I refuse to accept. Odin is not just my last chance, he is a child of the universe, destined to carve his own path. The clock ticks on, each second an eternity, and I can feel the weight of every decision looming, pulsing like a heartbeat, echoing like a distant drum. I remember the cries of the night, the shadows I chased, wounds that never truly healed. Odin's laughter cuts through the fog, a beacon in the darkness, and I realize the echoes of my past don't have to define him. He can create his own symphony, a melody of failure and triumph, heartache and joy. Suddenly, the gym doors fly open, and in walks a figure cloaked in shadows. The air shifts, electric and charged, as if the universe itself is holding its breath. My heart quickens. Who is this newcomer? Each heartbeat echoes the unspoken question. A storm brews on the horizon, and the lessons we've tried to impart swirl into the ether, a tempest of uncertainty. Hope flickers weakly, but in that moment, I understand one truth: the future of the warriors isn't just about training the next generation, it's about embracing the chaos, the heartbreak, and the beauty of it all. It's about stepping into the shadows, unafraid, and letting the light shine through, illuminating the path for those who come next. As I watch Odin stand, resolute and brave, I know this fight is far from over. The battle rages on, a relentless tide of emotion, ambition, and the haunting whispers of the past. And in that chaos, a new beginning stirs. The future calls, and it's time to answer. The sky split open as the first scream shattered the quiet night, a raw, jagged sound that clawed through the stillness like a knife. I could feel the tremor in my bones, a haunting echo that stirred the air and sent the shadows darting for cover. The moon hung low, a sentinel painted in ghostly silver, but it couldn't illuminate the chaos unfolding below. I was there, trapped in a moment thick with terror, the kind of fear that clings to your skin and burrows into your mind, festering like an open wound. I remember the desperation in Sarah's eyes, wide and glistening like glass marbles, reflecting back a world teetering on the brink of darkness. She clutched the rusted hilt of her sword, knuckles white against the grimy metal, as if it alone could hold back the tide of despair rising around us. "Stay close," she shouted, her voice cracking under the weight of her fear, each syllable a desperate plea that broke the fragile silence. I wanted to answer her, to tell her I would never let go, but the words lodged in my throat, a jagged lump choking me from the inside out. And then there was Marcus, always the brave one, his heart a raging inferno that dared to confront the shadows creeping up from the corners of our crumbling city. He moved with a grace that belied the chaos, a wild dance through broken glass and flickering shadows, a man who had long ago embraced the madness swirling around him. I saw him turn, defiance carved into his features, his breath coming in ragged gasps. "This ends tonight," he declared, a declaration that felt both brave and foolish, a spark of hope in a world bathed in despair. But hope flickered like a candle in a gale, and I could feel it waning, the darkness pressing closer. The ground trembled beneath our feet, a living entity consumed by hunger, and I knew, in that moment, that the eternal watch was upon us. The legends whispered their warnings, tales of ancient guardians who'd once held the dark at bay, and now mere stories told by the firelight, faded and forgotten. But I could see the truth in the swirling mists, the shadows that stretched toward us with fingers like claws, each one reaching, grasping for our souls. I remember the chime of the clock, its tolling like a death knell marking the moment slipping away. 1, 2, each tick a heartbeat in a dying world. I could smell the acrid scent of smoke, a reminder of what we had lost and what we stood to lose. "Don't look back," Sarah said, her voice trembling but resolute, as she pulled me forward. "We can't give in." But the memories clung to me, memories of laughter echoing in sunlit streets now swallowed by shadows. I remembered the warmth of our homes, the smell of bread fresh from the oven, the way the stars sparkled like promises in the night sky. Those nights felt like a lifetime ago, and now all that remained were the ghosts of what we once cherished, hovering just out of reach, taunting us with their absence. Marcus surged ahead, cutting through the darkness, a bright flame dancing recklessly in the thickening fog. The shadows twisted around him, coiling tightly like serpents, hungry for his light. "We have to hold the line," he yelled, and I felt the weight of his words as if they were anchors pulling me back from the edge. I wanted to scream, to tell him to stop, to come back, but the words slipped away like grains of sand through clenched fists. Suddenly, a figure loomed ahead, a dark silhouette against the glow of the dying moon. The air crackled with tension, each breath a laborious effort, as if the atmosphere itself conspired against us. It was one of them, one of the harbingers of darkness, its eyes two burning coals, smoldering with malice. I could feel its gaze crawl over my skin, a visceral shiver that ignited every instinct within me to flee. "Marcus, behind you!" I screamed, my voice raw and desperate, but it was too late. The figure lunged, a blur of shadow and fury, and I felt the earth shift beneath us, a cataclysm brewing. Time shattered, fragments of reality exploding in a cacophony of light and sound. I was rooted to the spot, fear entwining with despair, my heart pounding a wild rhythm against the cage of my ribs. In those fleeting moments, everything slowed. I saw Sarah's face, the determination etched into her features, the resolve that came from knowing the stakes. It was a choice, to stand and fight or to succumb to the dark. I thought of the stories I'd heard as a child. "The Guardians," I whispered, my heart aching with longing. "Where are they now?" But the Guardians were gone, swept away like the remnants of a dream. Only we remained, trembling against the encroaching night, the weight of our choices heavy in the air. I felt the tears prick my eyes, the sorrow of a world slipping away. We were the last of the watch, the final stand against an onslaught that threatened to consume us whole. Marcus fell, the sound of his body hitting the ground a sickening thud that reverberated in my chest. Something inside me cracked open, spilling a torrent of grief and rage. I surged forward, driven by instinct and despair, my hands trembling around the hilt of my sword. "No!" I cried, an anguished wail that echoed into the void. I could see the shadows waver, could feel the weight of their hunger pressing in. And then, in that moment fraught with desperation, I remembered the legend of the Eternal Watch. It wasn't just about guardianship, it was about sacrifice, about standing against the dark with everything you had, even if it meant facing your own demise. As I stepped into the fray, my heart raced, each beat a drum of defiance. The darkness coiled closer, the shadows reaching out like a lover-turned predator, but I would not falter. I refused to be another ghost whispered about in tales. I had to fight. We had to fight. And in that moment, a flicker of light ignited within me, a spark of hope mingled with fury. We were the Guardians now, our hearts entwined in a battle against the abyss. As the shadows closed in, the clock continued to toll, each chime a reminder that time was running out. The battle for our world had begun, and all I could do was breathe, fight, and hope we wouldn't be forgotten like the Guardians before us.